What's up, gamers? How's everyone doing today? Welcome back. I saw Chipringo in there earlier. That was actually before the things started working. What's up, Amphibious Orca? Welcome back. Sweet office space? Thanks. I appreciate it. It's my bedroom. But I appreciate it. Thank you. I understand. I understand what you mean. W casting couch in the bedroom. How'd you know? How'd you know? Indeed, indeed. I got the shrimp on there. I got Chikawa on there. Make of that what you will, with reference to the casting couch allegations. Or it's not Chico, that's fucking... Chico, characters... Can you got? No. So the shrimp shoot works. Oh, I've seen worse, I can lie. That's Hachiwar? This fucker. Also, I think this works with YouTube chat now. Maybe? Question. Oops, I did a question mark. It might not. I really don't know. What's up, North Korea State Media? Welcome back. Can you give a shout out to all the North Koreans and all we've had to endure? Absolutely. Or say South Korea. No, see that at that point that's picking favorites though. I can't do that. What about all the South Korean non-Fon fans out there? I think Frank might just be fucked up. Or really it's Stream Elements. I don't know how to get Stream Elements to join the chat. Because it has to be in there, but I don't know how to force it to, and YouTube just kind of sucks for live streaming. For what they've had to endure. Yes, give a shout out to North Korea and for both the black and North Korean people. What about the black people in North Korea? Have we considered that? Have we considered that? All right. Oh, fuck it. Wood kitchenware. Probably China. And then, okay, interesting. Probably Germany, France. Germany's number 4. I feel like the US is probably on there. Nope. France, I don't know. Poland. But it could be like Malaysia or Indonesia or somewhere. Not really. Could be. I'm gonna guess Japan. I don't think it is Japan, but I'm gonna guess Japan. Vietnam, India. Oh, I should have guessed India. Damn. Fuck. Let's get a moment of silence, 2 for all the fallen slaves and dead shrimp. True, I agree with that. Every moment of silence should be devoted towards all the billions of shrimp we kill every year. Fertilizer, calcium phosphates, jewelry, gold, some acid and sweaters. 14 billion. Switzerland would have like gold and also wouldn't have knit sweaters. But I think they do have fucking fertilizer and shit. And chemicals. I bet it's some Southeast Asian country. Question mark. I don't think it is Malaysia, but I'm gonna guess Malaysia to see if I'm in the right place. No, I'm not. Not Fun only wants to save shrimp for himself. He just wants more for himself. This is true. This is true. How'd you know? How'd you know? I mean, the shrimp welfare project, the shrimp still die. They're still eaten. So even if I did eat shrimp, which I have not eaten shrimp for like over 10 years, Kenya, I wouldn't think Kenya would have 14 billion or, and also what's up to Hammer, welcome back, or this much like fertilizer and medicine. Bangladesh, there's no way it's Bangladesh, because that would be like north and would have more knit stuff. Fuck it, I bet it's Nepal. It's definitely, there's no shot it's Nepal, right? Yeah. Still 4,000 kilometers away. I forgot the dish is called. Oh, shrimp pasta is so fire. You mean shrimp fried rice? You're telling me shrimp fried that rice? You guys heard that one before? Jordan. Hell yeah. Jordan is the only like Middle Eastern country that doesn't have a shit ton of oil, and they also have like knit stuff. Turkey, I think Turkey is more than 14 billion in exports. I think Turkey's in like quite a bit more than that. That's export growth, where it's just, yeah, 270 billion. You can make hella money doing aquaphonic shrimp farming. Dude, there's this like, it's the Instagram account. I bet this is probably what you're referring to, whatever. And like TikTok account, they probably have too. That is like just AI generated videos promoting their like shrimp farming shit. Like DIY shrimp farming. Horrible, evil, horrible. All right, it's like the videos themselves aren't like entirely AI generated, but like I imagine 80% of the workflow is AI. It's like AI captions, AI like text to speech. I imagine AI is probably like writing the script, and a lot of the editing to some degree is AI. In any metropolitan, the local restaurant shrimp market is actually nuts, especially in any metropolitan / suburban area. Is it? I mean, it's my understanding that like the vast majority of shrimp farming is done by a few, like a relatively small amount of like corporations and places. Like I know India does a lot of shrimp farming, for example, and I don't know how large the like average firm is in India, but we also, you know, we import a lot of shrimp. Okay, that's why the tariffs were good. It's because they stopped us from importing as many shrimp from low welfare farms in other countries. We had to rely on like wild caught shrimp instead. That was Trump's real goal. He won't say it, but we all know it. We all know it. Speaking of Trump and farmers, funnily enough, shrimp farmers. We got the incredibly based intern making onlyfarms.gov to tell us how good all the wonderful American farmers are. Don't we love the farmers here on the non-fun stream? We love the farmers here. I want to learn exactly how farmers are benefiting right now, because I love them so much. Historic tax relief. the big beautiful bill. It just allows like expensing the virtual elimination of the death tax permanent, which is like, why? Who cares? Well, I know the farmer. Why should I care that farmers are sometimes taxed at have an estate tax? Aren't we supposed to hate rich people? Well, Trump doesn't. The populace hate rich people, but if all these rich ass farmers have $1 million in fucking farmland, do I give a fuck if they're taxed at death? And I think there's already like a family farm exemption for the estate tax, but I could be wrong. Family farm exemption, estate tax. Only about 0.3% of farm estates are subject to federal estate tax under the current exemption. Oh, however, if Congress does not intervene, that exemption will drop to approximately 7.2 million. Why did it create a group? Kill me. Farmers can now defer paying capital gains taxes when selling their farmland to another farmer who will keep the land in agricultural use. What, like, this is everything I hate in tax policy. Okay, it's like, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? For a specific subset of people, we will grant them the ability to defer a specific type of tax if the person buying it happens to also be in that specific subset of people and will keep using land in that specific, like, what a totally fucking dumb, like, completely unnecessarily complex policy that ultimately there's just no way it's going to have a meaningful impact on like anything. There's just no way. Like, I know, like, everyone was complaining, or like More Perfect Union was complaining or whatever, that like there were like data setters like trying to buy farmers like land or whatever, and it's like, insofar as we have a problem with that, which I don't give a fuck, why would I have a problem with that? Build the fucking data centers, fuck these bitches. Like, why? There's just no way deferring paying capital gains tax is just gonna have that big of an impact. There's just no shot. Adopt how do I pronounce that? What's up, Re-Examination Show? Welcome back. Oh, I don't know. Is this a fucking Godzilla? What are they called? Kaiju? This is based, actually. Do you think it works now? Do you think Frank works now? Do you think Frank doesn't work? There's got to be another. There's other commands, I think, that I should be able to test if the streamer bot is actually in the chat. Oh, the streamer bot is in the fucking chat. So why doesn't it work? Or stream elements. I don't know why it doesn't work then. You guys should be able to do exclamation point ask and it will speak for you, but it'll answer your question. It just doesn't want to do that. Can I do exclamation point say? Does that one work? Nope. Okay. You know what's even cooler is that the streamer bought 8-bit Radiohead is nice. It is, yeah. I use the I appreciate it. Someone noticed Re-Examination Show. I use the Mario 64 versions of Radiohead songs as background music because they don't get copy striked, unlike most other types of background music, and they're not just a standard fucking Kevin MacLeod, no copyright. The national anthem from G'day would be sweet too. Yeah, I have I believe that is in this background music playlist that is on loop, but I have it within OBS, so I don't know where the fuck it is. There's not like labels or anything. Like the right to repair stuff is fine, but supporting farmers and rural communities, the two worst types of fucking people. Have you considered good music? Like, what localist do I have to have locally produced music for it to be good? How are my North Carolina farmers benefiting? Let's see. Average working family tax cut savings for rural residents, $2,000. Let's go. Total savings on crop insurance as a result of working family tax cut reforms, $124 million. Woohoo. Investment in the farm safety net. Why even is this a term that we have? I think like federal crop insurance is probably a good idea, but why we have a farmer specific safety net insofar as we want a public safety net? Why the fuck would I give any benefits to these farmers, dog? They already get so much in subsidies and tax benefits. Anyways, we need to give a special social don't click that social safety net to them as well. Jesus. Anyway, another meme real quick. We got Elizabeth Warren doing we're doing the meme wealth tax again. Let's go. Can't wait. This picture is like unbelievable to me though. If we tax rich people like this, 2 pennies for every dollar owned above 50 million, they pay 2 cents. Technically, that is accurate because it's for every dollar owned, but it kind of obscures the fact that you're taxing 2% of their net worth, which is a much higher than 2% portion of their income or portion of their returns. Like a 2% tax on net worth right now. What's up, Basic Guitar? Welcome back. That is a 50% tax on a like safe return right now. Like the 10-year treasury bill. 10-year treasury, I think it's at 4.4% right now. So if you take this as it's just a representative of what, like, you know, what you can get a safe return on, this is like almost 50% of that return being taxed away. Plus, you're kind of obscuring the fact that you're now taxing a bunch of illiquid assets. It's not like they collect $1 of income that you're taxing 2 pennies from. It's that they simply own something that we in many cases don't even really know how much it's worth. Someone has to assess how much that asset is worth, that private business, that real estate, that portfolio, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, portfolio to some extent is going to have market prices, but you get a picture. And then they have to pay that tax with income that has not been realized yet. They have to realize their income to pay it. So, you know. And it's obviously if you look at the second part of the image, I should have pulled up that too. It's just not true that it could pay for all these things. This is making like very favorable assumptions about the amount of avoidance and about the amount the tax base would shrink. We're doing some pretty heavy Zuckman math to get all of this stuff. Universal child care, free community college, expand Medicare, slash out poverty. You could pay for maybe some of those things. Yeah, estimated it's 6.2 trillion over the next decade, or more than double the amount that was forecast when Warren proposed her 2021 wealth tax. According to a new analysis by University of California, Berkeley economists Emmanuel Saez and Gabriel Zuckman, who are renowned for their work on economic inequality. It's one way to put it. This is an old paper demonstrating that. So it's not, I don't believe it's using the specific numbers here or not. Going to be related to the new data from Emmanuel Saez and Zuckman, which presumably uses 2024 or 2025 data or whatever, as opposed to the 2016 or no, 2016 data they had before. But you know, evasion is actually an issue. One last little tax meme here. Our favorite. This is like, I have to imagine she did not talk to like a single economist before making this proposal. Like, she should have an economist on her team that is able to say, hey, even for like your own goals, is just kind of a silly idea. But apparently she doesn't have that. Congress taxed and spent within its constitutional limit. We'd not only have a solvent, but extremely rich federal government. Wow, localists, that's crazy. Didn't consider this. Didn't consider that one.
So how would we pay for it? Right now in California, we have a flat corporate tax. So a corporation that makes, say, $100 a year in profits, they pay 8.84%. And many of them pay much less than that. In fact, a lot of corporations in California, including profitable large ones, pay 0 in California state taxes. That's about closing tax loopholes, which I also want to do and have a track record of doing.
DBCFT would fix this.
Corporation makes $1 million.
I mean, I think it'd be a little weird to do state level DBCFT just because I don't know exactly how the border adjustment shit would work in the context of a state level thing. So I'm not sure you could actually close the type of loopholes that I think a nationwide DBCFT would. But, you know.
They pay 8.84%. If a corporation makes $1 billion in profits, you got it, 8.84%.
Whoa.
That's not how your taxes work. If you make more in a year and you trip up into a new tax bracket, you have to pay a little bit more. That's what a progressive tax is.
Usually, the justification for a progressive tax is some combination of just like diminishing marginal utility, and that obviously rich people just have a lower marginal utility on their consumption or, you know, on their income than a poor person does. So it just makes sense from a utilities perspective to redistribute some amount of income, or to, you know, if we want to raise money, to raise it in a progressive way such that it is the distributional effects are positive because of diminishing marginal utility. That same argument doesn't really apply to corporations, because corporations don't have utility. They're corporations. The people within the corporations will obviously, they have utility. But, what's up, Rinyald? But, you know, the whole point, half the point, depending on your ideology, of a progressive tax system is that diminishing marginal utility of the individual, not of corporations. There's no like reason to favor smaller corporations the same way that there is people, because the corporations themselves just don't have utility. And if you want a progressive tax system, just tax the individual, and that can include taxing individuals when they collect capital gains. Yo, Don Thomas, thanks for the sub on Twitch. I appreciate it. A few pesos. Base, let's go. Insofar like you can just tax the individual, and that can include taxing dividends, taxing capital gains, taxing labor income if they're someone who gets a lot of labor income from the company they own. Obviously, if you own a company, typically most people take assets and stuff instead of labor income, but you get the picture.
We should do the same thing with corporations. So saying to corporations, in your most profitable year, you're going to have to pay a little bit more tax. And that's how income taxes work for us. That's how taxes should work for corporations. So we're not targeting big business. We're not targeting little business. We're saying in your most profitable year, you can afford to pay a little more taxes. This would, and say we...
like, I don't know how we're designing a progressive system that doesn't, to some degree, target larger corporations, or target, is that Ryan Malay and Trump? Yeah. Target smaller businesses. It's true that companies that, would have a big, more profitable year next year, or whatever, might be pushed up into a higher bracket, right? Or they're, I mean, it's presumably we're going to do it by bracket, so their added profit is going to be in a higher bracket. But that one, maybe you should consider there that there's going to be some disincentive to become more profitable, which I don't know, maybe people think is a good thing, but usually they get that profit by doing productive investments and such. That is good for society overall. And then two, that's still going to punish big businesses more than smaller businesses, and that prevents that makes a disincentive for a business scaling up, and it creates an incentive for businesses kind of splitting or not merging or whatever, which I understand why some people might think that's good, but if you do think that's good, there are probably better ways to go about it, which is like antitrust legislation than like some weird tax system that's meant to prevent that.
Business, we're saying in your
people need to up their games. Ryan's arguments are shit. I haven't watched it yet. From I watched like 2 little parts of it, and it's funny. Rinyald asked for. I'm exposing Rinyald here. I mean, in general, true. Rinyald DM'd me before the debate or whatever. He didn't even know if he was going to be in it then, but he was like, I think I'm going to be talking to Ryan soon. What's your advice on what's your advice, or like what arguments do you think he's going to make and stuff? And I was like, well, I'm not sure how much exact advice I would have, but I said it, that I think because of, like, we're talking about the Kamala debate. Yeah, I think because of, and I think if we watch it, this will hopefully be clear. Because of Ryan's views about like natural law and the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and stuff, it just seems like he weights something like the stuff like DEI way more heavily than I think it should be weighted, because it's just like, in his view, fundamentally wrong, immoral, and against the American moral proposition to do types of DI and to treat people as groups and not individuals. But he doesn't kind of weight to the same degree things that either might be technically legal or like blur the lines of legality or whatever that Trump does, just because they aren't, even if the outcomes I think are like clearly way worse, just because they're not like tied up in the same type of American moral proposition, natural law stuff. He'll lie about the border being open, that Biden didn't do about border security, which everyone just puts him back on. I can't speak. And he'll make it almost entirely about that. Yada DI bullshit too. What's up, Flawless Avocado? I researched OSHA mandate prior, and it never came up. Damn.
most profitable year, you can afford
Yeah, I've heard him talk about that a lot.
a little more taxes.
Nonfed supports the position that SCOTUS, not the Constitution, is to limit federal power. True, buddy. And that the legislative authority is whatever SCOTUS will let Congress get away with. That's my exact position, how do you know? What's up, Granite? Thanks for coming back. Are you willing to support ending taxes on property and property sales for new businesses in pursuit to helping reindustrialize or attract investment? No, that just seems very silly. To the first of all, I don't even know. Are you worried that AI fund will replace you? No, because he's not even working. He's not even working. What's up, Dylan? Welcome back, though. My understanding is that, like, this stuff is already exempt or deductible. Maybe I'm mistaken, but if a business has to buy a property, like that's they deduct that. That's a business expense. That's not included as part of their taxable income. And investment properties are not subject to property tax the same way residential properties are, is my understanding. Maybe that differs. Maybe there are some localities that do tax business properties, but to my understanding, generally, that is deductible. I was the other guy debating Ryan, by the way. I just have my first name. Yeah, no, I deduced that for last avocado. I figured.
Took it from 8.84 to 9.5, or 8.84 to 10 for the top most profitable corporations. Those are not very big changes. We're not talking about this. We're talking about a little bit of tax change. That would generate a lot of the money that we need to pay for free childcare. It would easily generate the money we need to provide a free college tuition for every Californian. And so that is what I'm proposing to do. It's something that some other states have done. And the great thing about this tax proposal is the tax is on profits. So if a corporation sells a lot of widgets in a year and takes in a lot of money, they have a choice to what to do with that money. They could pay their
You could all just give it to their workers,
invest in their business and grow it. Yes.
and then they wouldn't have to pay no taxes. We're gonna make them all
Great. Or they can take those profits, pay their shareholders, pay their executives, and pay more California tax.
wow. Obviously, insofar as you reduce that, well, first of all the profits of the corporation eventually go to someone. Now, it's true that the distribution of those profits are typically not going to be like egalitarian, right? There's going to be more profit given to the largest investors and the largest shareholders who are like disproportionately rich, obviously, as compared to the workers or whatever and such. But for one, you would imagine that many of the things that generate those profits are useful to other people as well. The fact that they do research and investment and make new products, that's a benefit to consumers. So insofar as they're doing something that benefits a lot of people, it makes sense that they're getting a lot of money. It's just that the sort of benefits are very diffuse. Well, the benefits to consumers are very diffuse, but the benefits to the owners are very concentrated. But all the profit eventually goes to someone. And then two, insofar as you're reducing the after-tax return on things like investment, research and development, making new products, hiring more people even, right? You're just going to lower the incentive to do that. So maybe, the existing profits or like the remaining profits or whatever, maybe they'll be more distributed, more egalitarian, or maybe they'll or you can imagine there's kind of competing effects there. Like maybe it's true that a business has a higher incentive to invest more or whatever, insofar as they would be in a higher tax bracket otherwise, but they have a lower incentive to do any type of investment in the first place because there's just lower after-tax profit on that. Okay. So like I said, I've seen two very short parts of this. I clicked on Rinyald's stream at one point, and I heard Ryan say Kamala black business loans, and I clicked off. And then I clicked on Rinyald's stream again after the debate was over, and I saw in his chat that someone had typed non-fond mention. So then I went back and I looked at the part where they mentioned me, and they were just talking about some fiscal multiplier stuff related to Snap. So I think some of the stuff will be painful. But let's see. We'll see, folks. Is a localist a gripe here? No, localist is a localist.
Here?
Hello.
My God, look at that handsome man.
Are we ready
Oh.
to start? Gang? Let's see. Simple question. Then Trump is currently. We got some great people on to.
I'm gonna try once to fix my little AI buddy, and then I'm turning him off, and then I give up for now.
Debate that topic, and I'm really excited to have them.
What a quick one. I guess I did. Which one are you talking about, Roxfist? This happened yesterday. This is one I'm familiar with. I'm not familiar. I thought Rinyald had never debated Ryan before.
First to Mr. Lucas, and then we're just kind of going to go around, and then we'll start the show. Try to keep your opening statements brief, concise, because the meat of the conversation is in the conversation, not in the monologues.
That's Rinyald's
Go
twin.
ahead, Lucas, start.
I'll debate NJF in real time. He lives 30-minute drive from me. I'll pull up.
us off.
Oh, Fuentes.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I'm Lucas. I do
I'm pretty sure he'll pepper spray you if you do that. What's up, Momentum? Welcome back as well.
bodybuilding and TikTok debates. I'm trying to get over to this space. So, yeah, I think there are many reasons Kamala.
By the way, I don't know if Rinyald's still here. Fuck you for getting peace going at TikTok debates. Oh my God, I was watching Pointer's stream earlier today. And it's just poor fucking Pisco being someone I think is very intelligent being put into TikTok debates where someone people are just well, there's nothing you could say to convince me, and I just don't like Democrats, and fucking 50-year-old Trumper people are just retarded and shit. Clay's too hard. I'm trying. Oh man. I live in O'Hare. He's really close to me. I know Fuentes and you live in relatively the same area.
Kamala Harris would have performed better than Donald Trump.
Paste Rita, yeah. What's that, the girl who was talking to?
You would make the comparison. It's quite silly.
Was there any good memes from Pisco's TikToks? I didn't watch that much of it. So I think he's done two. One, he barely talked to anyone on TikTok. He like debated some dude from the Destiny panel the whole time, at least from what I saw. And then the second one was earlier today. I didn't watch much of it, but I just saw him talking to some girl who was retarded, and then some like it looked like he had like a Christian profile picture avatar dude.
I think Trump's corrosiveness to our liberal democracy, whether it be through his divisiveness, attacks on political opponents, silencing of opposition, or his hatred of free and fair elections, is laughably incomparable to Kamala Harris. I don't think Kamala Harris would have called for sitting Congress people to be hanged for their free speech. I don't think she would have celebrated the deaths of political opponents. I don't think she would have.
Isn't Mothman's in Pennsylvania? Mothman's not in Illinois.
Pardoned insurrectionists, calling them patriots, and saying January 6th was a day of love.
Why did you say the R word? Sorry, my bad. See, I'd get banned on TikTok for that one.
I also think Trump's disdain for rule of law is another massive reason Kamala has the advantage there.
You don't know what Mothman is? Oh, but have you considered that actually Kamala Harris, the good argument, I wonder if they'll bring these up. The good-ish comparison is the California state as attorney general. She like sort of through kind of bullshit means tried to delay the release of prisoners and stuff, and like kind of almost got the state held in contempt. That's a little bit harsh language, but essentially almost got the state held in contempt. And then we need Fawn Talk to manifest. I've been thinking about it. I could do it. There's people on TikTok that I've seen that I want to debate or whatever. It's a slur at not Fawn. I think it's technically a slur, but it is not a particularly bad one. And I have no principled objections to saying slurs. What was I saying? Oh, but dear God, please, if I hear OSHA mandate, if I hear some other bullshit, I got just let me know. Yeah, I mean, I've done a little bit of stuff with it before, so I have some stuff figured out. Like I can show my I can capture my phone screen pretty easily.
I don't think we would have seen the massive constitutional violations that
say the N one now at non-fun. See that one I see. I think A, Twitch would not like that one. And then B, that one I have a objection to a white person saying that in many contexts. So
see under Trump, like the First Amendment and due process. And I think there's a lot of other things too, like corruption. I don't like his foreign policy. I think pretending that they're comparable is unserious, and I'm interested to see how my opponents are going to justify that view.
Well, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Rinyald, I know you're a little bit of a last-minute guy.
Fun listens to gangster rap and says every word in the car. That's true. Doesn't matter. No one pays attention, and they continue to be fools in this conversation.
So I understand. But do you have anything for us as an opening statement?
No, I just think that I think Harris is better. Trump is bad. Trump seems pretty evil. I feel like I have an interest in having a.
Wouldn't that by parity of reasoning also apply to non-disabled people saying the R thing? Like, I think it is, like, in some sense worse for a non-disabled person to use the R slur than, like, a disabled person or whatever. Like, but I think in many contexts, it's still perfectly acceptable for a non-disabled person to say the R word in a not, like, intentionally demeaning a disabled person way, where it just seems like the N word is so, it's just so much more kind of, there's a word, vitriolic, is that the right word? So much more offensive to the wokies. No, but it's more offensive to people. It's more extreme, kind of.
Kamala Harris presidency,
not normalized in the same way.
Because I liked Biden's time better. It feels like the fabric of the country is kind of deteriorating under Trump because of Donald Trump's actions. That's all.
Well, thank you for being here. Sean, potentially criminal Sean, give us your opening statement, sir, and introduce it also.
I've encountered anyone who had experienced with the lake monster living in a huge Lake Norman. I've not, granted I enjoy. I have gone to Lake Norman before, I believe, but I've not heard of this lake monster.
My audience, tell people who you are, right? It's your first time.
Sure. So my name's Sean, also known as potentially criminal. I'm an attorney out.
When did you stop saying it? I wish I could have written an opening, bro. Oh yeah, you were kind of last minute thrown in. I mean, I feel like that was a fine for what you had to work with. That was perfectly fine. My school had my charter school, they had a fucking, I think it was called spread the word to end the word. We had whole assemblies to try to get people to stop saying the R slur. Did not work.
Ohio, yes, the most wonderful and bestest state in America. I'm kind of like Rinyald. I was a little late today because I was taking care of stuff, so I'm here a little late. Obviously, probably about as short as his. Obviously, though, I think Trump's doing better than Kamala Harris would have done, and I look forward to explaining that a little more in depth as we get going here. So, my apologies, I didn't have really time to prepare.
All right, man. That's a perfect
It's one of those
concise
days.
statement. I appreciate it. Let's go with Ryan. Last but certainly not least. Go ahead.
I'm Ryan Mullally. I host Natural Law with Ryan Mullally, and I'm an attorney, and I've litigated.
Say the word to make it cringe should work better, or would work better, maybe. Slurs are good because the people they offend by them are the problem. So true.
At every level of the U.S. judicial system, including the U.S. Supreme Court.
I don't know what this lake is. I know what Lake Norman is. Would you stream if you go to Lake Norman? If I went to Lake Norman, it would probably not be for any reason that would be good to stream. You could interview locals about the monster and investigate. That seems... I don't know how much of my viewers would enjoy that type of content, and I think I can fairly confidently say the monster is not real. I think that should be relatively uncontroversial.
And I was delighted when Wick proposed this topic. I snapped it up as soon as I saw it. And the reason I did is that it asks a really fundamental question that I think no one or very few people actually talk about, which is that a lot of people like to spend a lot of time talking about their least favorite things about Trump. Whatever Trump did, whatever problems they have with him, people talk about that endlessly. But there's very little examination of what the criticisms of the Biden administration and by extension, the Harris presidency were, and why people were disquieted by this, why it was a massive turnoff for the voter base, and what were the concerns that people had. And
what, first of all, it is the prompt itself is phrased in relative terms, obviously. So even if there was no positive case being made for Harris, or there was nothing good about her that we want to defend or whatever, or all these are real issues, it's still in relative terms. So it makes sense to talk about the worst things about Trump. And it's also just an issue of it seems like, the worst things about Trump are, in my view, substantially worse than the worst things about essentially any other administration. So it makes sense to kind of focus the conversation on that. But depending on the context, there's absolutely issues liberals address. I don't know, I'm subscribed to how many fucking Substacks, and every other week I see a new post from The Argument or a new post from Matt Iglesias where it's oh, this is something bad Harris did, something that could have been better. I watch Sam Harris's stuff and I complain about, I watch him complain about certain actions Biden or, Harris took or whatever. There's plenty of TikTok debates I've seen Rinyald do where he responds to a bunch of these objections.
Biden administration and by
DeSantis over Trump, I think DeSantis would have been less bad. What about AI safety? Who's better, Denver or the Rep? I mean, my view on that would, it'd be technically, strictly, if I'm saying AI safety, the Democrats, but the upsides are much more limited or the upsides to AI are also much more limited by Democrats, right? At least if they're able to get through sort of what the progressive wing wants to get through. I haven't seen many moderate Democrats talk about AI. I've really only seen the progressive ones like Bernie and Warren complain about data centers and ask to or try to get some banned, and Bernie try to talk to Claude.
By extension, the Harris presidency were, and why people were disquieted by this, why it was a massive turnoff for the voter base, and what were the concerns that people had. And that largely goes unaddressed in these spaces. So just I don't want to monologue too much, but to give a non-exhaustive list of potential issues that I would love to hear my friends on the left discuss about why.
All right, let's see.
Better. Biden has a atrocious record on judicial appointments. Biden has had an atrocious record on foreign policy. There were serious concerns that under the Biden administration that racism, bigotry were going to be enacted into law and given legal protection and legal mandate and then be binding on other parts of the country. Not only was this happening, it was a trend that was then being mimicked by state governments and mimicked by corporations and public life. Free speech is probably going to come up. I'm not a fan of Trump on free speech, and I'm going to be happy to join you in criticizing him there. But Biden was terrible on free speech, unbelievably
Terrible.
free speech, to the point where there was a culture
Really unbelievably bad.
terrible on free speech, unbelievably bad on free speech, to the point where there was a culture in the country at the time where if you were a conservative, you didn't want to speak publicly for fear of losing your job. And
that was Biden's doing. We take like kind of social pressure during like peak woke times to be like one significantly Biden's fault. I think he like contributed to it. Like it makes sense that like that type of environment would be stronger and that stuff would fester more in a Democratic administration as compared to a Republican one. But I think it would have, something like that would have happened like almost no matter what. And I just don't take like that kind of woke environment existing to be nearly as like a threat, nearly as much of a threat to free speech as like I think the executive actually taking action on any of the threats Trump has made with regards to getting people like MSNBC like off the air, with the Jimmy Kimmel stuff, with any of the lawsuits that he's made to like all the law firms and such, like
not even talking
and Seltzer as well.
the actual
All of those are like a much bigger deal to me than to whatever degree we think Biden is responsible for the woke culture.
policies yet. And if I was going to encapsulate it into kind of like one moment, and I haven't even talked about the border yet, by the way, so which we should talk about, but there's also that little clusterfuck. It was Kamala Harris saying, mimicking Biden, that equity had to be at the heart of everything that they did, which is Biden's line, and
which is against the American moral proposition. See how this apparently Ryan is like 50? Yeah, did you not know that? He looks, I mean, I don't actually know exactly how old he is or anything, but he looks 40 to 50. Like,
her saying equity is when everyone gets to the same place. And that sentiment is fundamentally un-American. It is fundamentally contrary.
Over double your age? Yeah. I mean, unless he dyes his hair. Actually, maybe he does. I don't think he does. He doesn't seem like the type of person that would do that, but maybe he does. He's got some white hairs on his beard, though. Where do you think you'll be at his age? I'll still be on these panels, don't worry. I'll have my bookshelf with some econ degrees up there. And I'll still be on the WIC panels, don't worry. If WIC is still doing on in 30 years. I don't know. I don't have, who knows? I imagine I will have some type of white collar-ish job, probably with something related to econ, but who knows?
Contrary to our founding values. It is fundamentally contrary to who we are as a country, and I do not think it is defensible, and I do not think it was academic. There were real policy decisions made that back up her claim. But in any event, it should be fun to talk about, and I do wonder whether our friends know very much about the woman they were championing, but we'll find out.
I guess we will. Thank you all for being here.
You have an AI robot assist. I mean, that is like something. Waiting for AGI to wake me up. I will be crying for the amount of time. Phase that is something like I have some amount of concern over. Is I think like there's a non-zero chance by the time I graduate college, it was just like not gonna be much work for someone like me to do anymore. That'll be mostly done by Claude type stuff. You know.
I do really appreciate you, and I guess we'll.
Are you in the anti-aging movement? I'm not officially in it or anything. I think it makes sense to some degree. I don't know exactly what you mean by anti-aging movement, because I wouldn't take it who's the like CEO or whatever that does that type of stuff. I don't think like personally it would ever be like a big thing to me. So you're not practicing I was just saying, like, I'm not like personally doing anything beyond kind of just making sure I'm not like crazy unhealthy or anything to slow aging. But I do think it makes sense to like focus some amount of research on trying to do anti-aging stuff. Become an HVAC business owner, maybe.
Open up the floor. There's been a lot said, and if I tell you to stop talking, it's simply because you're all talking over each other, and no one likes that because no one can hear what's being said. So I'm just going to try to direct conversation as best as I can. With that, let's get into it. Floor is open to anyone who has the will to start. Go ahead.
So I guess to you,
Sure.
well, the question I was asking you guys at the end, I'm curious about, like, have you spent any time or thought examining what the Biden administration, the Harris administration meant by the term equity and why that term really was concerning to people in the center and on the right? Like, what was the problem there?
Okay, like there's a non-zero amount of people who are like center right people or whatever who share some of those concerns, but like what do you say people were upset about, why people were concerned about that? I just don't think that people generally, the electorate generally, was significantly off-put by any of the messaging about equity or whatever. Many of those things, to my understanding, tend to poll pretty well for Democrats. Like the woke stuff, to my understanding, does not poll especially well, but like just the sort of general populist redistribution stuff polls well. The majority of American people just do not have these same types of American moral proposition concerns that Ryan does with regards to equity. Maybe you can digitize your minds, join all the digital minds that are going to exist. That would be based. But I feel like if I was the digital minds that are going to exist, they're probably going to be like fucking AGI. Like if I'm a digital mind in that landscape, what is that even? Like I'm just the lamest digital mind ever then. What the hell?
Sure, and I think we could actually probably acknowledge that there, are like obviously I'm not going to say that the Biden administration and by extension the Harris administration was perfect, but something that you said in your opening statement I think kind of illustrates the whole approach of this debate, where you said like, oh, a lot of people will go on about their list of the least favorite things that the Trump administration has done, and then use that to disregard the concerns of the right-leaning Americans. And like there's individual conversations we can be having about these individual topics, but the problem is that when we're juxtaposing rhetoric about valuing equity and being at the heart with the kind of actions that the Trump administration has taken, especially when the topic is comparing the two administrations or who would be doing a better job right now, I feel like that's kind of the biggest problem, right? Like the idea that we're comparing these two things, I think speaks to the problem with the right, is that it feels like we're kind of disregarding the concerns on the left on the grounds that you guys just have concerns.
Would it be helpful if I gave you policy to look at rather than rhetoric? Would that alleviate your concern?
No, it wouldn't alleviate my concern, but it would.
What does that even? Sorry, hold on. Did I miss something?
Hey
Comparing
there.
the
Sorry,
two administrations.
I think you might have accidentally sent a message without finishing it. What were you gonna ask or say? Let me know. Hey there. What's up?
Yeah, I think he's here now.
That's none of your business, mate. Let's keep the focus on the stream content, yeah?
Nah. I feel like he should be faster. He's on GPT 3.5 Turbo right now. He took like a while to do that though. Wait, but it works. I figured out what the issue was. Okay. You guys get to enjoy Frank for now, but at some point I'll probably make him members only. And I think it is possible to get him to work with YouTube and Twitch chat at the same time. It's just going to take a lot of vibe coding to do it.
Who would be doing a better job right now? I feel like that's kind of the biggest problem, right? Like the idea that we're comparing these two things, I think speaks to the problem with the right, is that it feels like we're kind of disregarding the concerns on the left on the grounds that you guys just have concerns.
Would it be helpful if I gave you policy to look at rather than rhetoric? Would that alleviate your concern?
No, it wouldn't alleviate my concern, but it would obviously help. I'm saying that sure, go ahead.
So, a non-exhaustive list. During COVID, the Biden administration had multiple programs, some of which were shut down by court order because they prioritized giving funds to people on the basis of race or the basis of, for example, sexual identity, in a way that was impermissible. Basically, you could not get federal money if you were a straight white male, but you could if you were a member of a different group. In the affirmative action.
Is Frank functioning? He should be. Exclamation point. Do exclamation point. Ask if you haven't.
Hey there. Yep, I'm here and ready to chat. What's up?
See?
Cases, which the previous Trump administration had called in public court filings a de facto race
lies. Oh, it's not gonna. It doesn't work on Twitch.
A policy at the highest levels of education.
I wanna ask. I need to ask. OMG, watching that back framing it isn't just as honest. He's literally just lying. It feels like maybe I've been distracted by Frank.
To admit,
but it doesn't even feel his point about his point there about would it help if I give you policy or whatever. It doesn't even seem responsive to the issue you raised.
And use that to disregard the concerns of the right-leaning.
Re-examining
actually probably
as much as I love shrimp welfare, I gotta say AI safety takes the cake. We're talking about potentially world-changing technology here, so making sure it's safe and beneficial for everyone is crucial. But hey, shrimp welfare is still pretty important too.
Wow.
There, are like, obviously I'm not going to say that the Biden administration and by extension the Harris administration was perfect, but something that you said in your opening statement I think kind of illustrates the whole approach of this debate, where you said like, oh, a lot of people will go on about their list of the least favorite things that the Trump administration has done and then use that to disregard the concerns of the right-leaning Americans. And like there's individual conversations we can be having about these individual topics, but the problem is that when we're juxtaposing rhetoric about valuing
you should
equity
donate to the shrimp welfare project.
Oh, well, you did raise the point
shrimp
of rhetoric there, I
welfare
guess.
is based, and it's always good to reduce suffering wherever we can.
I didn't even hear the full answer to that one. I might have to. I can make him like member only mode and stuff. Like I said, you guys can enjoy him for today, unless you guys use him too much and it gets too annoying and sidetracks us too much. But I'm probably gonna make him after this stream either super chats or just being a member. I think most of the time I'm gonna have it just being a member. But
topic is
what's so funny? Chat. Fill me in.
Oh, you didn't even wait. He's just reading everything. The shrimp was nicely seasoned at the hibachi restaurant I went to last Monday. Don't tell that to Frank. Don't do it.
Administrations or who would be doing a better job right now. I feel like that's kind of the biggest problem, right? Like the idea that we're comparing these two things, I think speaks to the problem with the right, is that it feels like we're kind of disregarding the concerns on the left on the grounds that you guys just have concerns.
Would it be helpful if I gave you policy to look at rather than rhetoric? Would that alleviate your concern?
So you did raise the point of rhetoric there, but you also just raised, it's kind of frustrating that a lot of people are, dismiss the concerns that we have
administrations or who would
on the basis that
I feel like that's kind of the biggest problem, right? Like the idea that we're comparing these two things, I think speaks to the problem with the right, is that it feels like we're kind of disregarding the concerns on the left on the grounds that you guys just have concerns.
Would it be helpful if I gave
on the grounds that they don't sufficiently address like the concerns over DI or whatever?
Yeah, rather than rhetoric? Would that on the basis of race or the basis of, for example, sexual identity, in a way that was impermissible?
But he's saying this framing is
Basically, you could not get federal money if you were a straight white male, but you could if you were a member of a different group. In the affirmative action cases, which the previous Trump administration had called in public court filings a de facto race quota policy at the highest levels of education, the Biden administration defended it and before the Supreme Court and said this should, in fact, continue. There were multiple instances where the administration created policies where you could only get federal money as a contractor if you had a diversity report, a diversity metric, i.e. you could show that you had enough diversity in your hiring. They were pushing ESG and a number of other policies that had indirect effects, but one of my favorites was that on NASDAQ, where every Fortune 500 company is listed, they pushed a rule through the SEC that required that you have a diversity quota on the board of directors. So they were going to enforce by law a quota about non-straight white males. Have that on NASDAQ, where every
I'm not familiar with that.
pushed a rule through the SEC that required that you have a diversity quota on the board of directors. So they were going to enforce by law a quota about non-straight white males being on the board of directors of every Fortune 500 company in the country. So this is not like an empty rhetorical thing. They were creating policy that was being enshrined in law that was specifically.
I think
and this doesn't.
I've never like read super deep into it, but like I do think the framing's a little extreme sometimes with regards to funds you could only or couldn't access if you were a straight white man or whatever. Like there's a reason like everything's gonna take you away from us. There's a reason like we have
not a chance. I'm here to stay and keep the party going. Let's see what he's got planned for us next.
I should turn the text box off. You can't even like read the text, it's very small. We have programs that are targeted at certain people. Like I think the one thing that I heard them get into later or whatever was like there was some fund for it's either like small businesses or farmers or whatever that was like aimed at like black people. Like because I think it was the and I don't even know the specific requirements of it. I think it was broader than simply just black people. But obviously the goal is like. We believe that there are farmers or whatever that have been discriminated against by the, I think in the case they talked about earlier, by the like USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, and we're trying to rectify that. We're trying to make I understand Ryan's issue with the treating them as groups or whatever. To some degree, we're trying to rectify those past errors. We're trying to make the group whole again by
I'm always ready to jump in and
things.
chat about whatever's going on. Just throw a topic out there, and I'll give you my 2 cents. Let's keep this party going.
I think that's because I have, there's a setting for that, but I don't remember where it is. Oh wait, here we go. Now he should only respond when you do the commands.
Not strike me as a hand-wavy type concern. That strikes me as a fundamentally un-American value. So if that's helpful, you could chew into any of those examples.
Fundamentally un-American. But I don't know if I got to finish saying this earlier. I need to know if Ryan
Mullally, that guy is something else. I mean, he's definitely got his own unique perspective on things. But whether he lives in reality or not, well, that's up for debate. I guess it depends on what reality you're talking about.
True. Hell yeah, I agree, Frank. I think I'd be curious if you asked him, like, if you just assume some type of consequentialist view. Okay, you don't have to go my crazy shrimp welfare utilitarian, yeah, yada 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 yada, whatever. If you assume essentially any type of view that is not kind of as strict as Ryan's with regards to the American moral prospect and natural law and such, in that case, are these DI concerns just going to have like are they going to have they just can't have that big a weight under that view as compared to the other actions that I think Trump has taken.
Like if we're framing this like a civil rights issue, my question would be like, who do we think felt reasonably more persecuted under an administration? Do you think it would be like white people under a Biden or Harris administration, or like a brown person or an immigrant under the Trump administration who is consistently like getting their rights violated, like left and right, getting sent to torture prisons without due process, having federal agents like busting into their homes without judicial warrants, being sent to detention centers with like horrific conditions, not being allowed to contact their lawyers? I don't really like buy into like that like comparison there.
Well, I don't either, because you're comparing by and large citizens.
I knew he was going to do it too. I knew he was going to be like, well, those aren't citizens or whatever.
Pressing your citizens versus alleged maltreatment of non-citizens, which is a pretty different thing. I'm typically concerned about how the government treats its citizens than how the government treats non-citizens. But if you want,
but like Ryan doesn't even think part of the issue too. Ryan doesn't think it's bad that like where DEI is bad because people like white men have like a feeling of being persecuted or whatever. You think it's bad because it's like fundamentally anti-American.
Bring up those examples. By the way, I just want to flag for the audience. At the beginning, I said, I wonder how much they know about the stuff I'm going to bring up. No response from either of them to any of the examples I brought up because the answer seems to be they don't know any of this stuff, but that's okay. As to your examples, if you
Also, wait, hold on. This was overturned when I think to be fair, I think he said tried for this one. But this was overturned by a court, it looks like. It's funny because I know they're going to talk about this later too. Ryan, at some point, because I remember when I was scrolling through to find the non-fun name drop, I think I saw this part where they were talking about the border and Biden's like actions closing the border later on or whatever. It'll be interesting to see if Ryan notes that those actions by Biden to shut down the border were also struck down by the courts. Many of them, not all of them, but many of them. And the parts that weren't struck down are still involved in other court cases. Also, what's up, Chelsea? Welcome back. Citizens versus non-citizens, non-moral system is symmetry is such an evil view. Well, I agree, but to be fair, Ryan wasn't, although Ryan kind of also has that view to some extent. There, he was not directly relating it to the sort of moral value of citizens versus non-citizens, but just I think he's going to relate it to the fundamental American moral proposition and the obligation our government has to, well, I guess it relates to it, but the obligation our government has to not discriminate against citizens and as compared to the legally justified actions of deporting non-citizens or whatever. How do I... You see, this is the ACLU sued Biden over the actions he took on the border via executive power after the Langford bill failed to pass. This is a summary judgment on it by the last appeals court I went to. There's still other issues waiting to be resolved, and it's still ongoing. And this was only ruled on after Biden left office. But I think it's May, right? May 9th, 2025. Order that the final rule's limitation on asylum eligibility be vacated. Further order the final rule's manifestation on the fear requirement be vacated. Order that the guidance 4-hour consultation window be vacated. Given the court's holding, further order that given the court's holding on severability, the provisions of the final rule in this order remain in effect, and that is further order that the individual plaintiff's removal orders and negative credible fear determinations be vacated. So this is many of the actions in that executive order, and I think some of it wasn't executive order, but rule changes that he had with internal to the DHS ordered by a district court to be vacated. There are other rules, they say, that remain in effect. Now they don't actually really remain in effect because Trump changed the immigration regime very heavily, so it's just not really relevant anymore. But many of these rules are also up for debate as to whether or not they're illegal. There's another lawsuit by the ACLU, which is fighting over many of those remaining rules that hasn't gone anywhere yet. They have a complaint, government motion for summary judgment, plaintiffs motion for summary judgment, renewed motion for summary judgment, cross motion for summary judgment. I don't know what ISO means. It looks like just a bunch of, it's there, I think it's ISO mean their reply to them or whatever. Okay, thanks ACLU for not actually opening the documents. Police are fighting over some of the other rules that Biden imposed. I wonder if he'll mention that.
If you have a specific...
I wonder if he's even aware of that.
Well, you would like to bring up, I'd be happy to walk through it. I think that there are some examples of Trump enforcement actions that I would join you in criticizing, but it's often overblown. And oftentimes people are talking about media headlines and they're not actually talking about a specific example. So is there a specific example that you would like to talk about and then we can work through it?
Just real quick, what you said about the non-citizens versus citizens thing, I feel like there's a different category there, people being in the country legally that aren't citizens that might be here on TPS, asylum claims, green cards. Do you not also value the the treatment of those people.
Sure, but would you like to point me to an example of a TPS member being deported unfairly or treated not having due process, or like what is the example you're pointing me to?
So have you heard of the case? Like,
weren't there literally, I don't know if you would consider it unfairly deported or whatever, but there were people whose temporary protected status was revoked. We're not like a bunch Somalis like TPS revoked. It might have been someone else. TPS. Haitians or maybe. Oh, it's like everyone. Venezuela, Haiti, Afghanistan.
Go ahead, summarize.
So the main plan, it's like
Several classes, yeah. I think I remember the Haiti TPS stuff.
Class action lawsuit. The main plaintiff, Molina, he was arrested illegally without a warrant. There's a certain policy that ICE has where they have to, in order to conduct a warrantless arrest, they need to make a assessment of a person's legal status, and then also whether or not this person is a flight risk. And the people that are named in this class action lawsuit, a lot of them were legally.
I remember the Afghanistan stuff too a bit.
They were still arrested, regardless of saying that like they had papers, that they were here legally. I think one quote specifically from the case, if I pull it up here, when Molina said he had papers, okay, it says, quote, when Escobar Molina repeatedly told officers that he, quote, had papers, the officers responded first by saying, no, you don't, you are illegal, and then by yelling, shut up, bitch, you are illegal. And this seems to be a thing that's like, this isn't just like an isolated incident here.
Okay. I'd also like to piggyback real quick, just to say, like, I understand this dichotomy between how we treat our citizens and how we treat non-citizens, but I feel like something that we're leaving out is the degree to the maltreatment that we're seeing, right? So like the facial unconstitutionality of like picking somebody up despite them having papers, claiming that they didn't have papers, in some cases like sending them out to foreign prisons in countries that they don't even belong to, right? Like this kind of treatment that we're seeing of immigrant populations compared to like a white guy missing an opportunity to be hired in the most charitable framing of what you just presented. I just like, facially, I just don't see the comparison at all in terms of like the kind of maltreatment that we're seeing under the,
True. Not only is that true, but like obviously those immigrant, like I would hope Ryan would think that like to the same degree, or maybe not to the same degree because he doesn't think they're for another reason comparable or whatever, but to the same degree that like it's a violation of the American moral prospect, all this deep fundamental stuff to, do DI, to do certain equity, to message on equity and yada, yada, yada. It is in some sense a similar violation to not give like due process to people, even if it is the case that those people are, illegal aliens or at the very least, or at the very best, like not, not citizens. Seems like that's still some type of American principle there, that we have outlined in our Constitution. I would hope we would think is still also very important.
Okay, well.
We should treat them with all respect in general, but certain rights aren't the same. It's true certain rights aren't the same, but they still have, they still have some constitutional protections, and that respect is not being used for most real.
Oh, I want to stick to
like they still have due process rights now. Like in some cases, those due process rights are like going to be more limited than citizens' due process rights. But by nature of the situation, like expedited removal for people who like just crossed the border, it's not like a violation of due process necessarily. But
so I asked for one, and by the way, Sean, I don't want to talk over you. Feel free to jump in whenever. But the thing about
but go ahead, Sean, if you want to.
No, it's let Ryan.
The thing about a case like Molina that I want to ask is, like, for example, I've been wrongfully detained by the police before. Like, they stopped me. I told them why they shouldn't stop me. I was nonetheless, and it turned out, was not reasonable. But I was detained nonetheless because when law enforcement officers enforce the law, they sometimes detain people who turn out not to have done the crime they're looking for or the action that they're trying to enforce against. So I guess my question is, like,
I'm assuming Rinyald will respond to this as well, but like, obviously the issue there is the scale at which it's happening and the sort of the degree to which it is intentional. It was an intentional action that Trump took to invoke the Alien Enemies Act, for example. It was an intentional action that I don't think Trump himself like did this or whatever, but that ICE was making deportations under the Alien Enemies Act by using just a checklist of, does this person have tattoos that they think are related to Trenda Agua and, whatever other stuff was on that checklist, I don't remember. And then if they got a certain number of points, they would deport that person to fucking Sakhat, right? Like that was all like intentional action. So that was not like ICE made a mistake doing that. That was the policy was to deport people under the Alien Enemies Act based on the determination of whether they were a Trenda Agua member or not. and sending them to Sakat, I think makes it that much worse. And it is the policy of ICE or of the Trump administration to deport as well. I don't want to say it's necessarily their policy to deport as many illegal aliens as possible, because they could technically be doing more, and they could there's a reason the Goipers are upset at the deportation numbers, right? But obviously it is their policy to deport people who traditionally are granted more leniency, more protection, and hire a lot more ICE agents who don't necessarily have the best training, which I think is all going to lead to a lot more mistakes being made.
What is it about ICE enforcing the law where you're doubtless going to have examples of ICE detaining somebody who
Ryan was a domestic terrorist, true.
Is to sort that out, right? Like that's why I got due process, so that they couldn't detain me indefinitely based on the fact that I had done nothing wrong. But this is common in all law enforcement. It's not ICE specific.
Because like I said, there's like a specific policy that a procedure that ICE has to go through, where they make, firstly, the probable cause assessment that a person is here illegally, and then secondly, whether or not
are you talking about arrest or for stop?
Warrantless arrests.
For warrantless arrest, okay. For some arrest,
yeah. So like there's this process that they have to do, and they're ignoring this process. In Melina versus DHS, even after the court issued, I think it was a preliminary injunction, they violated the preliminary injunction and didn't stop doing that in the district where they were enjoined from doing so.
Wasn't this also the case where they basically said that they could do it based off of reasonable suspicion, and then the Trump administration's argument in court was that they just didn't know what the fuck they were talking about?
Yeah.
Or was this a different case?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what's the status of the case today?
I think they're pending the litigation on the actual order that they broke.
Because what happens in a lot of these cases, and I don't know how this one's going to turn out, obviously I'm not a mind reader, but what happens in a lot of these cases is that there's a very sensational headline about something that people find bad about ICE or enforcement or what have you. And then it percolates through the legal system, and then it goes up, and either the circuit court or the Supreme Court overrules them and says this is crazy. Like I remember there was one case recently that Sean and I reviewed where the fifth. So
obviously that came to the case, and it makes sense. Like I agree that happens not just immigration, but a lot of things where there's I don't want to say necessarily sensationalist, but like the headline grabbing event of what crazy shit happened, and then it makes its way through the courts, and there's either it will get dismissed to some degree or whatever, or ruled on favorably, or at least more favorably than you would expect. But for one, I think there are already cases where the Supreme Court has ruled that there's some fundamental level of due process being violated with, for example, the Alien Enemies Act deportations. And I'm not sure if any other case about ICE has gone to the Supreme Court yet. But, there are certainly plenty of district courts who have, ruled in favor of immigrants with immigrant rights on certain things, and that immigrants were treated wrongfully and aggrieved in some way in certain things. But maybe in Ryan's view it does to some extent. I don't think the court's determination on some things is not always relevant to the issue that we have with it. I think in cases of due process violations, it definitely is. But regardless of any type of court ruling on, for example, if the Alex Preddy shooting or the Renee Good shooting ever went to court, the issue people have with that is usually separate from whether or not there's legally justified murder charge there. Many people will say they were murdered, either at least one or both of them, and that they believe they should be charged with murder. But a lot of people say, regardless of there's still just a general issue with ICE going to these communities that obviously are not favorable towards them, and trying to deport people who most people would agree does not be the type of people that they should be going after, and shooting people who film them.
Pointed out that 350 times.
If someone would have responded right then with what detained, I didn't know you were a domestic terrorist, that would have been great. It would point out the norms that have started with the Trump admin of backing up and abhorrent action instantly with victim of abuse of power event. Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's another. They could have raised that point too, but I imagine they might get into some of that stuff later. Harder to prosecute the first, but I still think it could have a winning argument for. I think it's relatively unlikely they would ever get a conviction there. But I'm just pointing out the issue people have is not always the legal. First of all, the issue they have is not always necessarily the legality of it to begin with, and then secondly, even if it is with to some degree the legality of it, right? Like the illegal portion could be the shooting, the unjustified killing, whatever. And obviously a reason a district court could throw it out or whatever, or the Supreme Court could throw it out, it's just because there's some immunity, or they don't think these laws are constitutional, or they don't think certain laws are applicable, or the plaintiff just doesn't have there's a like term for it, but like the right to bring the case for whatever reason. And, you know, for all those reasons, that's kind of separate of the action people are actually upset about. I think usually those sensationalist headlines or whatever, the action people are upset about is not like the actual like legal thing. I mean, it's like, obviously this, I think, probably applies to like a lesser degree, but like, you know, people don't necessarily care that, you know, whether or not special counsels are unconstitutional, which is the reason that Trump, the Mar-a-Lago case against Trump was ultimately kind of not fully thrown out, but the one Florida judge like dismissed it and they had to appeal it, but, you know, then didn't get anywhere before Trump won the presidency. So it's perfectly justified to see a headline and, you know, whatever, be upset about the initial event. Trump took documents, classified documents, and hid them in his Mar-a-Lago estate, right? And then not be, or like, that's not the determination that special counsels are unconstitutional is not necessarily relevant to that feeling of being upset of the action taken, because that's just I don't think procedural is the right word, but procedural dismissal on another basis.
Times district courts had done what they considered to be a egregiously bad interpretation of the law, and that's why they were issuing this ruling in order to correct it. So often, I'm not saying that's going to happen here. I don't know the details of this case,
Yeah,
I guess what I'm saying is I'm hesitant to infer from your description that there's some long-standing illegality when we don't know how the litigation's played out yet.
Okay, I want to let Lucas and Ryan respond to that, but I want to get Sean in here a little bit, right? I want to see what he has to say.
Sorry.
But I want to get Lucas, just before you do that, though, I want to give Lucas and Ryan a chance to respond to that, and then we can get Sean in here, please.
Did he keep calling you Ryan?
So, I like if you're gonna say like this could be a bad ruling, like yeah, any of these like district court rulings could be bad, but then you would
Ken is ridiculously corrupt and should be impeached and prosecuted. I mean, it seems. I'm not a lawyer, but you know, my impression is that her ruling on that was probably just not very justified, and Rinyald, yeah, incredible. Non-zero chance that she was thinking about a future on the Supreme Court with that ruling.
provide the evidence that it is bad, and I don't see any reason why this would be like a bad ruling.
Also, just to be clear, like the information provided, I feel like is enough for us to at least colloquially make a determination of like ill intent by the Trump administration, right? When you have Greg Bovino coming out and saying that we don't need probable cause to make an arrest, we need reasonable suspicion, and then when they walk back all of those claims in court,
True.
I mean, like that alone is pretty bad.
I would be cautious with stuff like that. Like you bring up Bovino. How did you feel about when the district court ordered Bovino come in and give status reports in Chicago every day because they were so worried about what ICE was doing? A district court ordered that he come in every day and give the court in person a report. How did you feel about that ruling?
I feel like that's not. I asked a specific question, right? Like when we're talking about the merits of this case.
How did you feel about
like Bovino coming out and saying that we don't need probable cause to make an arrest, we need reasonable suspicion, and then also just to be clear, like the information provided, I feel like is enough for us to at least colloquially make a determination of like ill intent by the Trump administration, right? When you have Greg Bovino coming out and saying that we don't need probable cause to make an arrest.
So you give an example of something, of information we have that is evidence of ill intent by the Trump administration.
I would be
that is what he's doing. He's saying we have certain information. That certain information provides evidence of ill intent from the Trump administration. An example being statements by Greg Bovino.
Stuff like that. Like you bring up
and then the response is
Bovino. How did you feel about when the district court ordered Bovino come in and give status reports in Chicago?
How did you feel about a court order that, in Ryan's view, I guess is like over, I don't know what the proper word would be, but like too harsh, too broad?
Every day, because they were so worried about what ICE was doing.
What's up, Jordan? This is true.
And give the court in person a report. How did you feel about that ruling?
I just don't see how that's responsive at all.
I feel like that's not. I asked a specific question, right? Like when we're talking about the merits of this case, stopping warrantless arrests, and he says that we don't need to use probable cause for arrest, we can use reasonable suspicion.
Well, that was the Stelmach because it had so nothing to do with anything. Yeah.
Yes, and then and then the lower court will make a ruling on it, and they'll say this is either right or wrong. And I'm asking you, like, there's another.
We can't make a claim on that.
Well, I'm asking you about another case involving Bovino because I'm trying to see what your sense is about the court taking a remedy, like saying the director, or I forgot his title, but he had to come in every day and give a status report. Do you think that was a thing the court was right to have done?
I don't know specifically the procedure there, but I'm saying that like, we can make a determination that ICE is behaving.
Yeah, I won't try to hide the ball with you. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That case went up to the Seventh Circuit, and the Seventh Circuit said that the district court manifestly disregarded the separation of powers in the Constitution by issuing that order. Now, there might have been all kinds of things in that complaint that factually might rub us the wrong way, but then it turns out legally the district court was out of its mind, right? And this is the thing that I think happens in these conversations, is that people talk about the splashy headline. I'm a lawyer. I write splashy cases sometimes where you're writing.
But obviously the issue they have is not necessarily related to, I mean, I just talked about that, but
But anyway,
I mean, I'm talking about the arguments that Trump is making.
the issue they have oftentimes is going to be related to the factuality of the things or whatever, what happened in the case. And like, it can be true, even that the facts in a case that demonstrate that like some violation of due process happened, but for some other reason, like separation of powers, whatever, that there is a reason they can't, the case ultimately is dismissed or whatever. Hold on, I'm trying to fix a stupid fucking TV. But it's not the material issue that people typically have. And then that's also not really still related to Rinyald's point about we have certain statements, we have certain other types of evidence that point to ill intent by the Trump administration, regardless of what the court ultimately rules on it.
No.
Yeah, no, fair enough. No, I understand what you're saying with Trump or Bavino, and they all make their arguments, and then when they go to court, obviously that's not the argument they're making. Yeah, is that a good luck? Well, no, but also I think I have to routinely say this. Well, Trump said this, Trump said that. Yeah, Trump's a big fucking retard. Oh, sorry. Are we allowed to say? Okay. He has a time.
True.
I don't most politicians are at the end of the day in one form or another. I'm not too worried about that. Like Bavino. Well, yeah, Bavino, he got dealt with.
Most politicians are. That's true.
He's gone now.
We can excuse everything Trump says because he's a retard, but also most politicians are.
There are some times.
An incredible standard we have there.
Ryan and I have talked about it. There's ways they've handled immigration. Yeah, I'm not 100% happy with, but overall, I think they are doing a very effective and legal methods of immigration as they.
What type of pussy shit, bro?
And also,
yeah, this one does bad. If they are doing it, the court says bad, and everybody agrees on it's bad. On its face, does it sound bad? Sure. I don't know the nuts and bolts of that one.
The stuff like Rinyald was bringing up, first of all, the thing you brought up was not even like Trump saying something, but it's not just like that, Trump says something like kind of kooky, and he does. Obviously, Trump does that sometimes. He says something that's insane and never actually becomes like policy or whatever because it's like just kooky, rambling, insane shit that he probably contradicts elsewhere. There's like clearly a pretty consistent pattern of Trump just not being concerned about these types of potential violations, about Trump being very harsh with regards to speaking with how we should treat immigrants or how we should, deter immigrants by sending people to Sakat or, even to some degree, I think some of the stuff he says on like the courts is like can fall into the bucket of like kind of kooky shit Trump does or whatever that like shouldn't be taken 100% seriously. But even, words that he's written before about like the Supreme Court and district courts being like un-American and judicial coup, right? I don't know if Trump's ever used the term judicial coup, but that is part of the MAGA movement generally.
Could there be more to it?
The downplaying is insane, I know.
But yeah, I would agree on its face. If they're just kind of like off the back of a napkin doing stuff, yeah, I can understand and agree that that's not right.
Okay,
But also,
just before there's a lot of people want to talk.
Also, back in the napkin doing stuff.
Could there be more to it? Maybe. But yeah, I would agree on its face. If they're just kind of like off the back of a napkin doing stuff, yeah, I can understand and agree that that's not right.
Okay,
But also,
just before there's a lot of people want to talk, and I want to get the order established.
Yeah.
Lucas, Ryan, Rinyald, then Sean. Lucas, Ryan,
Okay.
Rinyald, Sean. Go.
There we go. Yeah, like this is why I get like kind of frustrated sometimes with these things because you could be like, oh, well, Trump's just a retard. He does things that like aren't the best policy sometimes. But like with like the AEA, like sending innocent people to
True.
torture in El Salvador without like an ability to challenge that, I wouldn't brush off as just like a minor mistake in his immigration policy. I would argue that's like extremely malicious and bad.
Well, I'm not saying that's a mistake. I'm not putting that in that same category.
You don't think the
The things they raised were not in the category of like just kooky shit Trump says either.
Until that point, like you do something and whether or not you can do it, is it legal or not? Do I agree with the Supreme Court? Yes, they should have the right to challenge their alien designation. Yeah, and how do you challenge that? At a hearing. And then the next subsequent thing of, well, we'll give them like
But like, why don't we ever? Obviously, that's not really the issue. So we would never say that. Like, well, obviously, the NASDAQ and whatever stock exchange and companies should have their right to challenge affirmative action and diversity quotas. And I agree with the court that they didn't have that Biden didn't have the right to do it. The issue is that they tried to do a policy that was to some degree either like the outcomes are bad and or violate some fundamental like principle that or like due process rights, for example, that we should generally try to protect. The issue is that they tried to do that and to some degree did do that. In the case of the Alien Enemies Act deportations, it did in fact deport some 200 people without due process, right? And what that shows about their ideology and their willingness to stand up for the American moral proposition and or adhere to certain American principles.
Minutes notice, and the Supreme Court had to come back and say no. They need more notice than that. They need more time to prepare. They have a right to challenge it. Sure, that got challenged, and these people are allowed to challenge these things now.
Wait, so do you agree that CCOT wasn't? You said CCOT wasn't a mistake?
Well, no, we were lumping in the idea of, Trump says a bunch of things, he's a big dumb retard. Like, no, like they sent them there. That wasn't like, oh, we're going to spin the globe. Like, no, they sent them there.
But we think the other things he says in immigration are like this kooky mistake or whatever.
One thing that's getting lost here,
like I don't know why, I don't know what he's trying to lump in with the mistakes.
Is that ultimately this is not a question of does Trump do bad things sometimes and good things sometimes. This is a would Harris have been better. So let's just grant that some of the stuff Trump does in the immigration context is too much, goes too far, has problems that you've raised. Let's grant that that's true for the sake of argument. Biden, on the other hand, just didn't enforce the border at all.
True. So first of all, not true. But second of all, the issue they're raising is not simply about immigration. It's about like the violation of rights of people who are in America, yes, that are either have some type of only temporary status or are illegal immigrants or awaiting asylum or whatever, but represent a willingness to not adhere to the principles outlaid in the Constitution, or some attempt to just establish more power within the executive branch, or some, I think there are like sort of outcome-based considerations you can make as well. Like this is just bad on kind of outcome grounds, insofar as like more immigration is good, and insofar as we're deterring that, yada, yada, yada. But
he just let everybody in. So I guess the question I'm asking you is, do you...
It's not true. Biden, like, listen, the open borders people, okay, Brian Kaplan was not happy with the fucking Biden immigration policy. We had like pretty lenient asylum determinations under Biden. That part is true. But also, a lot of people came here because we just had a lot of job openings. There's a very tight labor market. There are a lot of push factors driving people away from their homes, especially during, immediately after COVID times. We had Biden did change some of the rules with regards to asylum, and I think those had a material impact on the amount of asylum seekers that entered. But it's not true that anyone was let in. The border was totally open. 2, are crossings at the border measured? No, encounters are measured. What determines encounters? People come to the border, not security. Well, sure, but I think obviously, like the number of people that come to the border is going to be affected by how they perceive their chance of actually getting into that country is. But it's true. I don't think Brian or Sean will do this. I think the number of encounters we had under Biden was 10.8 million or whatever over his full 4 years, and that's encounters. That's not actual crossings. And people will usually, if you're lucky, people will use the encounters number as the number of illegal immigrants. If you're unlucky, they'll just make up some shit about 20 million illegal immigrants. Game over.
You prefer to live in a world where the border is just not enforced over one where it's enforced and sometimes over enforced?
I mean, you can make an argument that he didn't enforce the border to an ideal extent, but the idea that Joe Biden didn't take no action on the border, I just don't think is true at all. He signed that executive order that was getting stopped in the courts about trying to funnel asylum seeking just to official ports of entry. He was still doing 42 removals, so he was certainly doing actions. And I feel like we kind of lose a lot of the nuance whenever we boil this down to Trump did a bad thing once. Well, not only was it a bad thing, it was sending people to the tune of hundreds to a foreign country where they're not from, so to a place where we had information telling us that they would be tortured there. They never had an ability to challenge the merits on which they were deported. I feel like boiling that down to Trump does a bad thing every once in a while. I feel like that's
first of all, they did have the right to challenge the merits. That's how the Supreme Court cases that Sean was just explaining to you happened. If they never had their day in court, it would never have gotten to the Supreme Court. So that's just factually untrue.
Well, it took the fucking plane breaking down for them to get it. The Supreme Court ruled they didn't have proper recourse to do it. They were made, it's true. They got lucky. There were immigrants able to make that. I don't know the exact chain of events that led them to getting a lawyer or whatever. But there were there were actions I think taken by certain ICE agents, certain people Customs Border Patrol, DHS people to make sure they didn't have access to their lawyers at times. Remember that being a thing. And then B, obviously the issue is they had to get lucky to do that. They were not granted, as ruled by the Supreme Court, the proper amount of time or a fair amount of time, and the necessary, legally required, constitutionally obligated amount of time. And there were other issues, like I said, with regards to not having not getting documents in their native language, being told to sign documents under false pretenses. they rushed them out to avoid any court rulings. Yeah. People in Guatemala, Venezuela, Colombia, Mexico, now experts on executive orders and policies. Apparently. There were some people, the initial wave of CCOP people, where they were like on the plane, I believe, before the proclamation was even made public of the Alien Enemies Act.
A second, no, it was the ACLU. You just went on a rant. I'm going to have to respond to the 100 things you already said. So now let me do that before you pile on more things.
I don't actually know. It could have been the ACLU reached out to those immigrants first or whatever, sued before they even had initial contact with them. But or I think they wrote in the complaint like factual things related to some immigrants, so they must have had some contact with them. But
so obviously the people did have a day in court. Second, the idea that Biden was doing things on the border is ridiculous. The New York Post reported,
but like Ryan would never. Obviously, you can have a day in court and still have your due process rights violated, right? That's not sufficient. Like you can. In no other context, I don't think would we say, like, just because a court eventually ruled on something, the fact that, you did eventually have a day in court or whatever meant that your rights previously weren't violated.
He was told by his own administration that his policies would cause chaos and mass migration at the border, and he did nothing to stop it, which is exactly what he did. He was told this would happen. A memo was sent to him, and he did it anyway. So the idea that this is just like nothing.
There's I never looked super deep into this. It's my understanding that Biden's more progressive advisors kind of won that fight, and there were more moderate advisors warning against Biden doing that. I think Iglesias has some post about it. Shrimp welfare, what's up, quantum traveler? Indeed.
Just walk it off. It's funny because you're engaging in the exact same behavior that you're projecting onto me, which is, oh yeah, Biden let in untold millions of people. Who knows?
Untold millions.
Let's talk about Trump again. But the problem is ultimately you are going to have to make a comparison between these two people. And on immigration, I don't think that's a tough comparison to make. Trump wins every time.
We gotta let Rinyald respond.
Are you gonna wear the shrimp suit if you donate $20 to the Shrimp Welfare Project? I need to set up the new alerts for that. There's a way I can set up alerts with my custom Shrimp Welfare Project link that I got the Shrimp Welfare Project people to make for me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you said that they had their day in court. You acknowledge that this person didn't get his day in court because he had an opportunity to talk to any of his lawyers or any of this. It was filed on behalf of a third party.
Who is this person?
GGG, the person who had the
I feel like I was debating on Gibbs. Probably all these people I've been against at some point, other than maybe Avocado. He's on Gibbs right now. Tom Fuller. Oh yeah, is he? Ryan, I think he is doing a Iran debate.
Intel and military strategy and military objectives for everyone to hear. It would be preposterous. So I don't know what they knew.
Wow. I don't remember where it was or anything. I recall Iglesias writing an article about
No, Nonfon doesn't identify as a shrimp. That's just me, shrimp, bringing some crustacean energy to the stream.
True. I recall Iglesias writing an article about why Biden made asylum a lot more lenient initially. It's very first day in office. Biden proposed legislation that would create a path to citizenship for millions of long resident undocumented people. He also reversed Trump's Remain in Mexico policy, halted construction on the border wall, and ended the Muslim ban. Then on February 6th, he rescinded 3 diplomatic agreements that Trump had strong-armed the governments of Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras into signing. These asylum cooperative agreements stipulated that if a person passed through those countries without applying for asylum there, they would become ineligible to apply for asylum in the United States. Also on day one, Biden announced a 100-day pause in deportation proceedings so that its administration could review the Trump administration's handling of such matters. I think that a reasonable person could have constructed all these measures as reflecting a desire for the United States to welcome a large number of new asylum claimants. In reality, though, the top decision makers in the Biden administration absolutely did not want to welcome a large number of new asylum claimants. In fact, they kept in place a Trump administration policy of preemptorily, is that how you pronounce that? Expelling anyone apprehended at the border on the grounds that the country was experiencing public health emergency or due to the pandemic, Title 42. When a significant increase in new arrivals did materialize in the wake of these announcements, the Biden administration did not turn around and say, "This is good. Our new, more welcoming policies working ahead." They instead made a case that they had adopted. They had not adopted a new, more welcoming policy. They were doing Title 42 expulsions, and nobody should come. wrote a March 2021 article about this, saying that I thought the administration needed to spend a little less time defending its policy choices and a little more time thinking about the policy outcomes. So why did Biden do it? Well, the absolute best of my knowledge, his team was lazy and overconfident. They liked the idea of grandstanding their reversal of Trump's cruel policies. They thought that, factually speaking, the asylum cooperative agreements and Remain in Mexico policy did not conform to the legal right to asylum, and they believed that Title 42 alone would prevent large practical changes in a situation.
The main sake of the class action against the Alien Enemies Act.
Is that the one that went to the U.S. Supreme Court?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so how did it get to the U.S. Supreme Court without him getting his day?
No, I mean, I have a pretty shared audience with a lot of different streamers, and typically the same people will show up in the same spaces quite a bit.
In court.
I'm pretty sure
the boss just quit. I'm not sure if there was a big reason behind it. It could be something related to him living in Russia and the Russia-Ukraine war. The rumor that he was killed by a Ukrainian drone is likely untrue, but we can never know for sure.
it was the case that somebody filed litigation on behalf of him. He never had an opportunity to do that independently, right?
Lawyers always file on behalf of their clients. That's what lawyers do. My clients.
Oh my God, that's obviously. Can you not understand that is not what Rinyald meant?
I go to court for them.
Well, there was never any interaction between this person and their lawyer, and there had already been like 3 planes shipped off to CCOT prior to this.
Yo, mom, go. True, not fun. What is the Constitution's legislative authority related to immigration? I don't know exactly what you mean by that.
Action, even beginning litigation, because ICE never gave these people the ability to talk to any of their lawyers, right? So this idea,
but
just because it went to court,
hold on, Ryan,
it's
you gotta let him
process.
respond without interrupting. Go ahead, Ryan.
This is what Sean was just explaining.
You gotta let Rinyald finish before you interrupt. I promise.
I mean, the idea that this just substantiates due process isn't upheld by the Supreme Court shot him down, and the idea that like just because a case ended up being brought, that somehow disregards the amount of people that were already sent to the place that we knew they would be tortured. This is absurd.
Now you go.
Your argument is, and I take the point that they should have had more due process in the first instance, and I actually agree with you. I think the Supreme Court got that right. But the way that the system works is the executive takes an action, then there's litigation. It goes up to the Supreme Court. As Sean explained to you, the Supreme Court ruled against Trump in those instances, and then the policy changed. So,
But that's not an excuse. I don't know what we're doing here. A lot of the courts also, as Ryan mentioned, shot down a lot of the DI stuff. What constitutional authority does Congress have related to immigration? I don't know the exact justification for the different laws. So, because there are a number of different immigration laws that I would imagine different sections of it fall under different things. But it's a wicked Democrat, yeah. I would imagine it's some combination of obviously the supremacy clause is going to play a part insofar as any of their laws like overriding state laws. Obviously, probably it's only one sentence. What is it? I think it's it's not fun a Democrat, yeah.
When you're saying he doesn't get his day in court, yeah, I would agree with you. It would have been better if he got his day in court in advance, but he got
the Constitution. I don't think uses the term. Does it have? I think it uses the term alien, right? Google naturalization. Oh yeah, Congress had the ability, or they have the authority to make laws regarding the naturalization process, yeah.
his day in court eventually. So
a uniform rule naturalization.
So, but the question then becomes the same one I asked earlier, and again, no interaction on this point. Are you more comfortable with you just having no enforcement on the border versus having border enforcement with, yes, I'll grant you some over enforcement and some overzealous enforcement? So second time, how can you possibly say that Trump is worse on the border when Biden didn't even enforce the border?
Because I'm rejecting.
They didn't. I don't believe they ever even said worse on the border. I think they were criticizing. I don't remember explicitly what they mentioned, but I think the issues that they raised were the violations of due process and cruelty and such. It was not quote unquote being worse on the border.
The president.
I don't know. I don't even know if they. I don't even know if they said he was worse on immigration. But that I think is also different because they'd be criticizing the internal deportations and such, I would imagine, as opposed to just The border.
The precedent or the premise in that question that Biden didn't enforce the border. I mean, I acknowledge that there was a memo from his administration saying that he wasn't doing it ideally, but like you do understand or you do agree that Title 42 removals were happening under Biden, right?
We had governors having fights over shipping busloads of migrants from these endless caravans. You know, the governor of Texas, I'm sending them to Martha's Vineyard, and we had to watch people in Martha's Vineyard lose their goddamn minds over this. Like, this was an unchecked issue that.
How fun would you take APAC money? Not under most cases, I don't know, but you know, at some point, the value in giving it to different welfare projects would just be so high that I would have to take the APAC money. I don't think APAC would ever offer to give me money though.
It was an endless stream of people. Like, okay, so things were happening, but you can't deny that this was out of control at that point. And these states were all of a sudden saying, "Oh no, we don't want people here now." You saw it with Eric Adams. He talked a big game until they started flooding the streets of New York City, and then all of a sudden he changed his mind about who he supported. So this idea that he was doing something, he really wasn't doing anything at all.
Well, let's look at the counterfactual, right? So the idea is that at these border encounters, the border encounter numbers were going up at the end of Trump. They continued up under Biden, and then at the end of Biden's term, they ended up falling back down. I have no reason to believe that if we elected Harris, that the trend wouldn't have continued, right? This idea that Donald Trump is better because there was an influx under Biden, and also I noticed there was no answer there. There were Title 42 removals happening under Biden. There were immigration efforts happening under Biden, right?
He did some removals, but it's like
one at a time. Let's
a
Sean
handful of removals
Sean
let
first,
like a million people in. Yeah. Like, okay, he removed a couple people. Great.
I was being slightly hyperbolic. If I'm not taking the position that there was literally no enforcement at any point ever in the 4-year period. But the point I'm making is that the crossings under Biden were in the millions. They were in the millions per year. Under Trump, it's
millions per year.
A tiny fraction of that. Yes.
Where are you getting the millions per year number?
Google it. Like, look it up. Like,
Google it, look it up. Let's go. Couldn't even have that prepared.
Caravan?
I don't know if the crossings were in the millions every year. The encounters would at least average out to that. How are crossings measured? I don't even know. To my knowledge, I don't even think there's like an official government collected number of crossings. They just do encounters. There's like numbers on known gotaways and there's numbers on encounters, but I'm not even sure there's a number on crossings. Exactly my point. Yeah, I don't believe there is a number on that.
Like, do you remember Texas trying to set up barbed wire because they were so concerned that the Biden administration wasn't doing anything about it? And then I guess more importantly, you mentioned that the numbers went down at the end of the Biden administration. Why?
Do you remember Texas not letting federal officers access fucking Shelby Park?
Why did they go down?
Probably just because there was a natural way. Because Joe Biden ended up cracking down further at the end of his term. Second, because there was probably just a massive influx from sending people to Mexico for like 5 years because of Title 42. So there was probably people stockpiled there that were coming here. A lot of the encounter numbers were overinflated because we would send somebody back, they would come back, and then we would send somebody back, and that's like 3 encounters. So encounter numbers are a way to measure it. I mean, it's a billion different reasons to act like it's because like of anything else.
Why didn't he crack down earlier? Why did he wait till the very end of his presidency to crack down?
Because he doesn't want to do it through like executive power. That was something that he didn't believe in.
Because it was costing him an election. It was costing him an election. That's why he was cracking down.
I want to get
that's possible too.
Just real quick. I want to get Lucas in here. Make sure Lucas has.
I think that like obviously played or like had above zero impact on it, but I mean, for one, you should be responsive to the voters, generally speaking. Now, it obviously kind of looks worse if you're only responsive to the voters right before an election, but ultimately, if you think he's doing a good policy that is popular, I know I'd at least give him some modicum of credit for that, even if I understand if you are only doing it before an election, why you would have doubts that is actually part of his internal beliefs or whatever, and that he would continue doing it after the election.
Mentioned because in 2024 that's when he used executive power to do like the asylum ban or whatever. And I think Kamala was going to continue like that policy of harsher border enforcement after Biden was presumably going to leave office.
Why?
I don't know, because it's most likely because it's unpopular, and I think also Biden and Harris both don't want mass immigration in the way that we saw it in the.
And I also think Rinyald was right. He didn't want to do it in executive power. To my understanding, many people in Biden's cabinet actually believed that many of the actions Trump had taken just were not within the executive's authority to do. And that's why they rescinded some of them. And they probably also had some understanding that the actions Biden did eventually take could be struck down by the courts later on, as in fact they were to some extent. Didn't matter anyway. They conned voters about the border was already conned at that point, and they weren't going to change their mind. But it's a good thing to do to remedy an overwhelmed border situation. Well, I mean, I think I'm conflicted on if it's accurate or not, because I think if it is the case, as I believe it is, that Biden had some understanding that. Or I don't know if Biden himself, but at least the people who wrote the policy and such has some understanding that it was likely illegal. I'm not sure I would necessarily say it's a good thing that they did something through executive action that was likely illegal just to appeal to voters or whatever, so they could have less asylum seekers. But
during Biden's term.
I mean, Harris committed to the Langford bill, right?
How could you say that Biden didn't want it when Biden enabled it? Like Biden was the one who didn't enforce.
Didn't want what?
As Biden.
I don't know, because it's most likely because it's unpopular, and I think also Biden and Harris both don't want mass immigration in the way that we saw it during Biden's term.
I mean, Harris committed to the Langford bill, right?
How could you say that Biden didn't want it when Biden enabled it? Like Biden.
Obviously, first of all, mass migration is very evident. I think they don't want, based on their statements and based on their actual policy, none of which I don't even think enabled mass migration. But like, think about what Rinyald just said, and what I also said. Like, could not be the case that they generally want some type of stronger border enforcement, but they also don't think it's within the executive's power to do that, and that's why they had reservations about doing it. I think that could be the case. Could be the case that they don't want it, but also felt some pressure to rescind many of Trump's policies because that's what they had been kind of elected on. I think that's possible, right? Could it have been the case that they simply underestimated how big of an impact it would have?
Biden was the one who didn't enforce the border, and as a result, we had the mass migration. So how could you possibly say Biden didn't want it? Was he just like, and again, he was sent a memo that told him this would happen, and then he did it anyway. So like, why would you say he didn't want this? If the evidence seems to be to the contrary.
Kamala did what it's doing. Yeah, I mean, Kamala told people do not come, right? She, I don't know what deals actually were finalized or whatever, but tried to make some deals with the Latin American countries.
What's going on there?
Either one.
The Central American countries to stop migration from them.
The reason is because he didn't want to use executive power to do it. He wanted to pass a bill through Congress, but Congress wasn't willing to give him the bill.
Power.
Yeah.
Biden
He didn't want to use it.
executive power.
On the border?
Oh, no, he's been using it everywhere else. All of a sudden, he's like, well, no, I can't use that here. I mean, he's been using executive power as he.
I mean, we had
retired.
we had Title 42 in place by the time
As opposed to Trump, who would never do, who would never do such a thing.
42 expired in 2023.
Obviously, Trump has done quite a bit more executive actions so far compared to, I think, literally any other president this far into their term. I'm not sure if overall he's done more than FDR yet, but second at FDR, I believe, in terms of total at the very least.
Trying to pass a bill.
But like, obviously it makes sense why in some cases Biden thinks he would have the authority to do things via executive action, or that, you know, even in those cases, maybe he also doesn't, or like he also would prefer not to use it, but he sees that as the only option and therefore would do it. And him also thinking that, you know, in this case, he might not have the ability legally or politically to do it. Or I shouldn't even say, well, no, politically makes sense. Never mind.
To codify certain provisions to keep people away as long as there was a giant influx. This seems pretty consistent. I mean, was it ideal? No, but like this idea that he wasn't doing anything is just made up.
Well, can you name for me, and if you can't, that's fine, but can you name for me like what when people criticize Biden for his abuses of executive power, and people do criticize him for that, what did they criticize him for?
I know a lot of people didn't like the DEI policy and the vaccine mandates that were given through, what was it, OSHA?
Yeah, like imposing a nationwide vaccine mandate. I appreciate the honesty, by the way.
Not my one is debate, true.
Without congressional imprimatur and against Congress's wishes. Attempting to forgive $500 billion of student loans without Congress's imprimatur and against its wishes. Attempting to regulate the coal industry out of existence without Congress's imprimatur and against.
Based. That one is based.
The question that Sean raised that I'm piggybacking on is, well, if Biden's so careful about executive power, why is he so reluctant to use executive power in the context of immigration, where the executive power is at its absolute zenith? Foreign policy, border, war, that's core executive stuff. But he's so willing to use his executive power when it comes time to make decisions about domestic internal policy, where his power as executive should be at its nadir.
Sure. I'm not entirely sure immigration is where, because immigration does touch on like foreign policy issues. Obviously, I think it is the case that like, and you know, those kind of emergency powers you're going to be able to invoke there. It probably is the case that presidents like more authority to do stuff there or whatever. But I think, you know, as evident by the fact that even Biden's executive order again got mostly fucking rescinded by the courts later on. Probably not that accurate to say it's fucking at its zenith or whatever. But it can, one, as I mentioned earlier, be the case that in all those, like he's either hesitant generally to use executive power or hesitant in certain cases to use executive power where he doesn't think he has the authority to do so. It could be the case that he, you know, generally thinks that there is a good chance that he has the executive authority to cancel a lot of the student loan debt or whatever, as opposed to on the border where maybe he legitimately and his advisors legitimately like didn't think that he had, that had a bigger chance of sticking around or whatever. That like could legitimately be the case. And then two, maybe just more hesitant to employ in certain areas based on either political considerations or like, well, I guess political considerations would be the all-encompassing term. The response is just, I don't want my actions to be overruled by or overturned by EO. Yeah, like that's one of the political concerns you could have, obviously. Like,
Sure. So the first thing is that Joe Biden did flirt with using executive power on the border. Like I said, he signed that executive order to funnel asylum seekers just to official ports of entry. It ended up getting shot down in the court. So he did flirt with it. And the answer is probably just because it's more effective policy-wise, right? Like, so let's say that you sign an executive order to completely shut down asylum seeking, and it just gets overwritten by the next administration or the next Democrat in power, right? Like that executive order is probably not even going to super efficiently solve your policy aim. Whereas, like, if you want the most amount of people to be vaccinated in order to stop this sort of, you know, pandemic from ravaging the country or whatever, an executive order to say that OSHA should mandate it would actually probably do that fairly effectively. And whether or not that was like facially constitutional or whether or not I even agreed with it, I'm not even certain. But the separate question is, like, what is the end goal of doing this? Like this sort of action on the border just doesn't even seem like, I feel like there's almost no argument that we do need some sort of comprehensive legislation to change a lot of the processes at the border. That's what Joe Biden was trying to do instead of executive order.
Well, so
that's true. I touched on that as well. But also, I was going to mention this earlier, but then I forgot. Part of the concern with Rinyald said it equals Ellen debate. True. Unfortunate. Get owned. That's how you know he lost. Part of the concern as well, you know, there are different types of abuses of executive power or whatever. We, you know, liberals, people are generally concerned that Trump is using executive power in a way that is, for example, advancing unitary executive theory, right? Like for, you know, the OSHA mandate or whatever, you might view that as like some general overreach of federal government power or whatever, of executive branch power. But I don't think that was being done to like advance some type of unitary executive theory in the same way that I think Trump doing, you know, purges to the civil service. So, you know, he's kind of very directly done executive orders to make independent agencies quite a bit less independent. Like that, I think that is kind of all being done to advance a broader theory of unitary executive theory that I just don't think Biden was ever doing, or Biden was even doing something comparable to.
with the vaccine mandate and the student loan debt forgiveness are interesting examples. And I think I want to make sure I'm steel manning what you said correctly. It would be effective to do those because they're essentially irreversible, right? Like if people got the vaccine or if the debt was forgiven, even if another administration came in later and wanted to do something different, it's already happened. You can't really put the toothpaste back in the bottle. Is that right?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay. I would argue that his inaction on the border had the same effect. Once you let the people into the country, finding and deporting them creates an ungodly, difficult to handle mess, which has been the mess that Trump has been trying to clean up. But it is very, very hard to fix that. Like if you let them in, they're in, and finding them and deporting them is a huge effort. So yeah, I am deeply suspicious of the fact that President Biden was so
Don't worry, you can just show up their asylum and court hearing dates.
willing to use executive power when it was irrevocable. And then on the border, I can't use executive power here, but I can let people in, even though I know it's going to be almost impossible to fix.
Well, when you say let people in, I feel like we're standing in a lot, right? Like it's not the idea that there was nobody at the border turning people around or anything. It's this idea, hey, we're kind of substituting.
Let Rinyald finish and I'll let you go. Sure,
We're kind of substituting two different groups, right? Like asylum seekers and border gotaways. This idea that there was like, I don't even know if there was a giant influx of gotaways under Joe Biden. I've never seen that to be the case.
There wasn't like significantly. Like Title 42, under Title 42, there were a lot of gotaways under under both Trump and Biden because people who would have previously tried to claim asylum just started, evading Border Patrol entirely, and therefore were gotaways. But it did not. The number of gotaways did not significantly increase under Biden. I believe part of that Kiddo blog post on the Biden executive order has that's Border Patrol arrest. Yeah, this is. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, this is the known gotaway numbers. Under Title 42, it kind of just massively increased, but it was not like. How far does it go back? May 20th. You can see it just increased as Title 42 went on. Doesn't seem to be any identifiable shock when Biden got into office. And then it fell a lot after Title 42 ended. So that's further evidence that probably just a lot of people who otherwise would have claimed asylum were evading Border Patrol.
It's possible, but this idea that it's impossible to track people down because we're conflating with them being gotaways is just not true, right? Like the most amount of people that were coming here, most of the encounters were either people that we turned away from Title 42 or people who came here to seek asylum. And I feel like we have a pretty decent way of telling who was here seeking asylum, especially considering I think Biden kept some of the forensic checks that Trump put in place in his first term to more easily tell what people are here, do easier background checks. So I don't know if it's the case that letting people seek asylum to these levels is going to create this giant, massive, unsolvable problem with deportations.
Well,
also, I can't tell.
Just a housekeeping thing real quick.
Is there a siren?
A ringing sound?
I was going to say, do you have a tornado warning?
I have a siren outside. I assume it's a tornado warning.
Well, if you have to have a tornado, go.
You know what? This probably wouldn't have happened under the Harris administration.
I think it's a watch, so I'm safe, and I'm in a safe location. But I can mute if it's too bad.
Yeah, I want to give it to Sean though. Just real quick. Be good, no slurs. I gotta use the restroom real quick. But Sean, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
All right. No, seriously, I hope you're okay. but there were things where, we had Texas was like, okay, well, if you're not going to do anything, we're going to put barbed wire on the border because we're on the border. And then what happens? You see pictures of literally backhoes yanking up chunks of barbed wire to let people scamper through. I mean, if the government
Who?
cared and I didn't really care, to be like, no, I'm not going to get
Backhoes?
people scamper through. I mean, if the government really cared and Biden really cared, he'd be like, no, I'm not going to get in the way of that. It's barbed wire. What happens? You see, Texas was like, okay, well, if you're not going to do anything, we're going to put barbed wire on the border because we're on the border. And then what happens? You see pictures of literally backhoes yanking up chunks of barbed wire
Backhoes?
to let people.
They're so full of shit.
I mean, if the government
They're acting as if it wasn't plastering. I think it probably is their case that like the barbed wire in Texas or whatever decreased crossings at least to some degree with regards to crossing in Texas at least, probably people substituted away from the barbed wire place to the fucking to other places that didn't have barbed wire, obviously. I don't know what he's saying.
And picking up chunks of barbed wire to let
I don't know who backhoes is. This is
people scamper through. I mean, if the government really cared and Biden really cared, he'd be like, no, I'm not going to get in the way of that. It's barbed wire. Let's sit there.
So the issue with that the Biden administration took or whatever was that federal law, not that Biden passed or whatever. Remember, federal law requires people who are like in the U.S. to be able to claim asylum, and has some other requirements or whatever. And we were, there were cases where like federal agents, in order to comply with U.S. law, had to access places past barbed wire or whatever. And so they were cutting barbed wire. I don't know if that's who he means by backhoe. And then there was a lawsuit over it and Supreme Court case over it. The Supreme Court said, I think he was saying backhoes, by the way. Is that I don't know what that is. Oh, I've never heard you refer to that, but for whatever reason, federal officers had to get past the barbed wire. I think justification is probably different at different times or whatever, but it's the border where the federal government has authority there in order to comply with at least Biden's understanding. Maybe his understanding was wrong and evil and horrible and made up or whatever. With his understanding, U.S. law, which has certain obligations for Border Patrol to help save people who might be struggling in the Rio Grande River, for example, or who had already made it to U.S. soil and therefore has some right to claim asylum. They had to get past the barbed wire. Texas sued over it. Supreme Court ruled eventually. Supreme Court, Texas, barbed wire, that the federal government had the right to cut through the barbed wire. And Texas, at times, kind of refused to, or I won't say they necessarily refused to comply with this ruling necessarily, but they at times refused to let federal officers into places where federal officers had the authority and legal right to go to. Biden's evil, talking for red light once. This is true. And what issues did barbed wire have? The border guard has a duty to try to save those people. Oh yeah, that's true. I forget. Like I said, I don't remember the exact reasons that they had to cut through them. My understanding is that the Border Patrol, they have to, for some reason, whether it be to save them or because they have made it to it, so I have a right to come inside, and they have to access those people. That's their legally required duty. In order to do that, they have to cut through Texas barbed wire stuff.
They clearly were not involved in that. I mean, the idea that, I want Congress to do something. Well, in the meantime, you can still act, and then if Congress does what it needs to do, you can be like, okay, cool, Congress has acted, I'm going to stop. But he didn't stop. But he didn't do it. He just sat there and let it happen. I mean, we had endless caravans. And then you notice, yes, once the election season heated up, well, yeah, oh, wow, now we're really going to be serious about it. But we had years and years of nothing happening. And like I said, we had these slap fights with these governors who, using all of this as it's like owning each other. They kept
apprehending, inspecting, and processing migrants who have illegally crossed the border and pursuant to the Federal Immigration and Nationality Act, which is what they're referring to here is that if you have made it to U.S. soil, if you are in the U.S., you have a right to claim asylum. It is illegal for the executive branch not to comply with the law that grants people who have made it to the U.S. to try to claim asylum. Argued that CBP agents cut or remove wire to apprehending illegal migrants who are then sent to another location for processing. Yeah. Supreme Court upheld the court's injunction. Federal CBP agents would be unable to enforce U.S. immigration laws and guard against the risk of injury, death, and matters for which the federal government, not Texas, is held politically accountable. An unsigned notice from the court vacated the injunction 5-4 with, blah, 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 blah.
Kept on just shuttling people all over the place. That's not, that was a sign of how bad it was getting. I just think that it's clear he didn't care. And I think Kamala Harris probably would have been in the same boat. I mean, she never came out and said, well, yeah, I think that was all bad. Actually, Joe did a lot of things wrong. I would actually change it differently.
Well, I mean, Harris did commit to signing that bill if it was put on her desk, right?
Yeah,
And like, I feel like there's a burden shift happening right now as well, where like, if you didn't want to put barbed wire on the border, that means you weren't enforcing the border. I'm protecting that.
Well, I mean, if
where
you're
did all the
lifting up
caravans
the
go?
fence to let people through, it seems like you don't care.
Yeah, I mean, if you
What do you mean they had made it to the U.S. or for some other, or were at risk of injury, death, or whatever, they had a right to claim asylum. It was complying with immigration law to get to those people. In order to comply with immigration law, the executive branch had to cut through Texas's barbed wire. That's their legal obligation, as ruled on by the Supreme Court.
About the Kamala thing, do you guys like deny
Not just any burden shift that's Biden burden shift. Yeah, true.
on like closing the border and being
no one believed her. No one believed her about almost anything.
I don't like it's. I wish guys would have fought more on that one, but
because she lied to us.
Because
she lied to us constantly about who she was and what her platform was. Like,
true.
Sorry, just to give you like a little history. In California, she ran as a tough on crime AG. Then in 2020, she's suddenly to the left of Chairman Mao, and she's running as a progressive, telling the ACLU that she would favor gender reassignment surgeries at the border, calling Joe Biden a segregationist, by the way.
There's so it's true that like Kamala presented as very progressive in the 2020 primary, I think, because she was trying to like stand out and she didn't have much of a name to her, so she tried to outflank everyone on the left or whatever. And it probably worked in her favor ultimately to become Biden's vice president because he was like more moderate or whatever. And her being more progressive and also being a black woman, I think helped her secure that position to make her politically favorable to Biden. But like, I'm not actually sure her messaging on crime specifically has changed that much. God. Feel like some fucking aware I have this shit because this obviously was a meme, but like before the election, I don't even remember. I don't remember half that shit anymore. It's too many memes for me to remember. I think in like 2008, she wrote a book called Smart on Crime, where she laid out a lot of her positions, and they were very similar to those. Oh, this page doesn't exist anymore. Fuck. Those that she laid out in her 2024 campaign. There are other things I think, obviously, she kind of flip-flopped on a little harder, or at least refused to kind of elaborate on, because it just made her, she was just put in an uncomfortable position of having to appeal to more moderate voters and not looking like she was flip-flopping, right? But I just don't think that to be a huge problem. I treat it as normal that a politician, in the context of running in a general election, is going to try to moderate, going to try to appeal to more voters, as opposed to holding on to the most progressive views from 2020. And I think it's a good thing that they do that. She just had a messaging problem and not enough time, and wasn't clear about some things enough in my view.
Then, now she tries to pivot towards the center. In between those two things, she lies to us and tells us that Joe Biden is sharp as a tack, that Joe Biden outpaces his staffers, that Joe Biden is absolutely not in cognitive decline, despite what we saw at the debate and despite what was written in the Her report about Joe Biden's mental capacity. So yeah, nobody believed that she was going to do what she was saying and that her policy platform was anything other than DNC positioning propaganda, because she had never given any reason for anyone to think that she was genuine.
She lies to us, but also ran and support Trump. Yeah, and I imagine that they're going to bring that up. And it is a debate phrased in relative terms. So I think that absolutely is relevant. But they're just going to be like, well, yeah, but at least he enforced the border and has good policies in other places. At least he's consistent. And I also like obviously with regards to the lying thing, I don't know if there's been a lie more damaging than the 2020 election lie from Trump, with regards to how just damaging it was to the both kind of, I think, the general culture and like the general kind of political culture where now it's like, it seems like it's way more acceptable to have like way more flagrant lies than before. Maybe it was inevitable that was going to happen regardless of Trump, maybe. And just with regards to how much damage it ended up doing to just democracy generally.
Doing about anything.
Wait, okay, so as
if we get to what you want. Sorry, Lucas, go ahead.
Go ahead, Lucas. Sorry, I was not here, so I'm not sure what the...
Yeah, as Biden was trying to crack down the border, which you guys agree he did that at the end of his term, and then Kamala also ran on that as well and said she would continue these policies. I don't know what indication like you're getting that she would just go back on these all of a sudden when she gets elected.
Well, because Biden did it on purpose. He opened the border on purpose. He was told not to do it, and he did it on purpose. Then there was a political calculation where they're trying to win an election, so they're trying to position themselves to win an election. But the question is, how do you think she would govern? And she had a major role.
Wait, sorry, this is funny. New opponent against Kamala Harris. Sorry, I was looking at the Smart on Crime book in Wikipedia just because I thought I had it in my fucking notes somewhere. I feel like I probably do, but I couldn't find it. Plagiarism. An investigative report by Austrian plagiarism hunter Stefan Weber alleged that Harris plagiarized extensive portions of a book from Wikipedia and made it other sources. My goat! The claims received attention when amplified by independent journalists like Christopher Rufo, citing an analysis from plagiarism expert Jonathan Bailey. The New York Times wrote that 5 passages from Mr. Rufo cited appear to have been taken partly from other published work without quotation marks, and concluded that none of the passages in question took the ideas or thoughts of another writer, which is considered the most serious form of plagiarism. Instead, they sent us copy descriptions of programs to signal information that appeared elsewhere. Oh, it's not even that bad then, damn. However, after the examination of Weber's dossier in full, Bailey later said that a plagiarism case was more serious than he had communicated at the time. So, boy. Lifted language, 2007 testimony, not considered a serious example of plagiarism. Nah, not even that bad then. Whatever. On terrorist damaging everything, including our relationship with allies, abuse of power, war, rampant corruption, blah, blah, blah. Truth. Endless lies, damaging the concept of truth, damaging American institutions. That's just a short list. Oh, yes, straight up murdering people outside of a warlike area. Oh, yeah, the Venezuela boat strikes, I think is quite bad as well, obviously. I also think it's like, it's a little crazy that Trump had like basically rigged a fucking bomb to explode as well if he lost the 2024 election. Like, do we seriously believe if we lost the 2024 election, there wouldn't be some like nationwide cultural, I don't want to say cultural war, but like war over voter fraud? There probably would have been congressmen who would have objected to certifying the vote in Congress. There probably would have been counties who would have refused to certify the votes. In fact, there was like a concerted effort by Republican. I don't know how much like Trump himself or people directly around Trump were involved, but like by people favorable to Trump to have staffers in like county election boards who were favorable to the like MAGA voter fraud narrative. But you know, because he won, that bomb didn't go off. But like, it kind of crazy that bomb was just kind of ready to explode.
In the border process under the Biden administration, we saw what the outcome was. I thought
the New York Times did something on it.
So why would I give her the benefit of the doubt when she tells me that she's going to do something that the previous administration could have done at any time, didn't, and now suddenly we're supposed to say, oh yes, good. Well, I'm glad, Comrade Harris, that you're finally going to use executive action. You're going to do something about the border after complaining about Trump doing the exact same thing and making that the centerpiece of Joe Biden's presidency was reversing everything Trump did.
Yeah, what to know about the looming election certification crisis. An investigation in the 4 battleground states found that Republicans have taken control of election boards with the aim of challenging and overturning outcomes that don't go their way. Jesus. Like there was a like genuine effort to do this shit, but it just didn't go off.
His first term, including border enforcement. I quite frankly think it's almost a risible claim that anyone should have believed her on that.
I mean, I don't even know what the point of coming to a Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump debate is if we're just not going to even look at what Kamala Harris was saying that she was going to do.
No
we're just
way.
Disregard everything
Absolutely
that Kamala Harris.
not. Trump's policies and behavior go against everything I believe in.
Thank you, Frank.
Ran on as not believable. I don't even know how we can have this debate.
If we can demonstrate she's a liar, then yeah, we could say like.
I can demonstrate Trump's a liar too. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to believe his policies.
Okay.
So then by your logic, since Trump said you can't trust anything Trump says, well, I can't trust anything Harris says. What do we do? Sit here in silence the rest of the time?
20
Like,
minutes.
what-
Yes, if we can't concede to a policy that Kamala Harris said she would pass. I mean, like, if we can't take the word of what she said she was going to pass, I don't know why we would come to even evaluate who would be a better candidate, because it's like a grand mystery.
Okay.
No, no, wait, wait.
True. Obviously, like, the calculus you should be doing is like sort of what types of lies have they said in the past, and how likely is it to sort of to mean that any given statement is a lie. Like if Trump makes a statement about an election, given that he has consistently lied about elections in the past, it makes sense to think that that statement is a lie, as well as you should be weighing how plausible a statement is in the first place, right? With regards to policy, this is true. You can, it's a little bit harder, or no, I mean, you can do roughly the same calculation of like how consistent has this person been with regards to following what they said they were going to do in the past, and how likely is it that this policy could actually get done, or that it's like in alignment with other stuff. Hold on, was that could you guys even hear that video? It's probably really quiet, if you could. Policy of president doesn't matter if it is law based on and it can get Congress passed. Well, sure, but you know, Trump found the "who gonna stop me" loophole.
Trump said the conflict in Iran is going to end in like 6 weeks. You think it will? You believe him because he said
What time?
Trump said
What'd
the
you say?
conflict in Iran is going to wrap up every day because they gave him very valuable gifts.
I need to make Frank like repeat the question as well when he gets asked stuff, because I don't have context for what you guys say.
Millions of dollars. Do you believe him when he said that?
I think it could end. I have no idea. The fact that he keeps shifting the burden, I don't know.
Okay, so the point I'm making that I think is pretty obvious is that, of course, you don't believe Trump. I don't believe Harris. We're here nonetheless to talk about who we think would be better. The idea that me not believing Harris is a reason that we can't have the conversation is insane.
Okay.
Well,
got
it's
a couple
believing
super chats.
Harris
Sorry,
about
hold on, just
potential-
real quick,
Sorry,
Rinyald,
go
I
ahead.
gotta make a little money here. Okay, we got a couple super chats. I don't want to forget, like I did last night. We're gonna go through a few of them. Okay. We got $20 from Pondering Politics. Thank you,
nice.
buddy, for the $20. Says talk just popped in with breaking news. In case you're talking about constitutionality yet, but Trump says he's signing an executive order for Mullen to pay TSA without Congress, defying the Anti-Deficiency Act. Sending you a DM with the tweet wick. Well, thank you for the DM. I got that. $5 from Lord of the Nerds to say, kindly ask the gaslighting lib children what exactly their personal limits on immigration are, and if they personally want lower immigration. And then we have, sorry, it's loading. $5 from Deadly Sin. Make Ryan explain why he wouldn't vote for Trump because of January 6th, but now defends every single Trump policy. We'll get to that. $5 from AI Tuned In to say, framing this by pretending ICE are making legitimate mistakes is disingenuous. How does he feel?
Wait, yeah. Also, does Ryan regret voting for? Or I don't know. I don't know if he voted for a third party, if he just like didn't vote. Does he regret like not voting for Trump? My understanding is he didn't vote for Trump this election. So was that a mistake? Except Ryan is zero, he didn't disbelieve Kamala, except some absurd messaging from Republicans. Yeah, that Kamala was a huge liar, was supporting that person who lied about literally anything. But he voted for Trump. He said that he didn't. But who knows?
The car killed was this.
He might have been. I thought he said he didn't in 2024, but maybe he only did it in 2020.
Legit. And then $5 from
I know he didn't vote for Trump at least once.
Audacity.
I assume he's saying Renee Good.
Yeah, I'm
This is the
assuming.
one. Okay.
$5 from Audacity to say, no, she wouldn't. All right, just saved everyone 2 hours. You're welcome. No, stay. We're going to have a conversation. And then finally, $5 from Hell's Pacifist. Does Ryan not understand that ICE has been given the mandate to racially profile people? We just started and he's already losing. Well, thank you for the $5. And thank you for the 5 gift memberships from AK Batozai.
Good name. Good name. AKA Batosa. That's a solid name. So look, at the end of the day, when asked, Harris said in an interview that there is nothing she would change from the Biden administration. She said no daylight, she would do the exact same thing. So if she would enforce the border vigorously for 4 years, she was lying.
I don't think that was imagine that probably had to do with like a specific policy or whatever. Like she was I think she gave kind of wishy-washy answers and a lot on when being asked things adjacent to that about like what she would change or whatever. But certainly there were things that she said she would do different than Biden. It's a little hard to message on that stuff without like throwing Biden under the bus and looking bad or whatever. But like, for example, like expanded the child tax credit, right? There were other like the price gouging laws or whatever, you know, those stuff were things that Biden, they were Biden did things adjacent to them, but they were things that Biden didn't really have a plan on doing that she was supporting.
Either when one of those two times. She was lying when she said there's nothing she would change, or she was lying when she said that she was going to be tough on the border to the extent that she did. I don't remember the exact comment you're referencing. But you can't believe both those statements, right?
No, you can't. She wanted to sign the Langford bill. Joe Biden was pushing to sign the Langford bill. She wanted to sign the Langford bill. The Langford bill was fairly conservative, so that's probably the hard crackdown that she wanted.
The Langford bill was not a hard crackdown. The Langford bill
It certainly was shutting down the border after a certain amount of encounters.
After how many encounters?
It was a couple thousand, I think, over the span of a week.
A couple thousand.
It's like 5,000 a day.
5,000 a day. We currently average less than that per month. So the law,
Currently, yeah, after
through doing a bunch of like even more illegal shit.
Law purported to give the executive power he already had. Only when.
What's the evidence of that? Where does he get that authority? Given that, again, much of it was struck down. Some of it is pending being struck down.
There's an emergency of 5,000 per day when the executive already had that power. In fact, you could.
Under what? What gives them that power? What gives them the power to not adhere to the Immigration and Nationality Act that requires people in the U.S. to be able to claim asylum? Like, I can imagine, like, you know, obviously the president has some leeway with regards to like genuine emergencies and like national security concerns, but I just don't. I think it'd be crazy to claim that what we saw was sufficient to trigger like any sort of fundamental constitutional principle about that stuff. And like, I don't even think that can pay. Like, even if I grant that, I think that probably is not as bad as Trump invoking the AAA.
That was actually stripping
Biden reacted to the situation. That is what I expect given a president. You don't have to have a policy in the past to respond to an issue. It's not flipping. Sure, but Kamala, the flip-flop thing is Kamala, like, had made statements in 2020 that were a lot more progressive than what her policy kind of ended up being in 2024.
Executive power because they could already do it. They don't need the law. And the metric essentially was measured in Joe Biden catastrophic numbers. 5,000 per day is that's literally more than we have a month now. So
didn't they also
because we like essentially don't process asylum claims anymore, and because of the cruelty at which we're treating immigrants, and because probably to some extent as well, just the labor market is worse now.
They can shut down the border at 5,000 a day. Fuck, man.
Didn't they also say that certain border patrol agents could?
But like, should we have some adherence to the law? Don't we want the executive to do that generally? Like,
as immigration judges, like I don't even support that, but that's like a pretty far step right in terms of litigating asylum cases, right?
So yes, a law could have a good thing and a critical flaw that warrants opposing it. Just because it has the good thing doesn't mean you should want it or vote for it.
In this case, your critical flaw is doing nothing, right? Like if you're saying that this is going to
also, what even like. What is the big concern with the number of encounters or whatever, with the number of immigrants? I think it's ambiguous as to whether or not they are like a net fiscal drain over the longer run. I think the economic effects overall, I just like demonstrated to be positive. I think any type of like cultural or social trust effect has just been demonstrated to be pretty small. There's just like not particularly good evidence on that. And the evidence we do have points to it being almost a nothing burger. Like not quite a nothing burger, but like almost a nothing burger. And some of the evidence on that points to the fact that like, you know, people, for example, you know, immigrants might like lower some level of like societal trust or whatever, but part of that is because the institutions and the countries in which they come from tend to be worse. And that is the explanation for their low amount of social trust, which can like lower the average amount of social trust. And insofar as they integrate into a country whose institutions are better and who's, you know, has like more trustworthy cultural norms or whatever, that effect will moderate over time.
Be ineffectual because you can only do it past 5K. Well, in that case, it just does nothing. That's not a critical flaw.
Yes,
in order to link more immigration judges, right?
Because it said that the president gets emergency powers at 5K. The president already has those powers. So actually what it did is it
shut down asylum claims?
It took those powers away from the president. No, to shut down the crossings, the border. The president said that the president could not take those emergency actions until we got to the 5,000 per day level. But the president already has that power. So that was actually a restriction on executive power.
Hey
I
there.
told Frank.
What's up?
Okay, I told
That's
Frank
a personal question, but I'm here to talk about economics and have a good time with you. Let's keep the focus on the fun stuff, like tearing apart bad econ takes.
True. I told Frank to answer in complete sentences so I know what he's responding to, but I think he didn't want to say gooning.
Absolutely. Being a gooner is part of my identity and I fully support it. Koig.
I guess not.
To fix the border. It was a bad bill.
I feel
feel
like
like
that's true because
Hold on.
when Trump did
Rinyald,
that in his
Rinyald,
second
then
term,
Lucas, go ahead.
Yeah.
the first thing, when Trump tried to do that in the second term, suspend entry into the southern border, I'm pretty sure he got shot down on that. So I'm not certain that that is true. And then second, I'm pretty sure that bill gave you the ability to just turn people around past that amount of encounters. So that is way broader than anybody understands the executive power to exist right now, right? You would get like not even allow people to seek asylum at that point, right?
Well, we're doing that right
Literally
now.
just be turning people right around.
That's actually
also, I
Supreme
think
Court
we're
just dealt with that.
Let
we're
Sean
act- we're
respond.
acting
Hold on,
like
Lucas,
only-
Lucas, please.
yeah.
Let Sean respond, and then
Oh, okay.
Lucas, you can go. I promise. Go ahead.
Well, I mean,
Sean.
that's actually happening right now. It's called metering. They literally turn people back away from the border, and the Supreme Court just they just addressed that. I mean, if I had to guess, they're probably going to say the government can do that. Just
Yeah,
recently, oral argument.
I don't
got
know
shot
why
down
we're
on that
acting-
specific thing.
I don't know why we're acting like the only provision was the shutdown of the border after like a certain number of crossings. Like there was also no amnesty period. There were more ICE agents, more border patrol agents, double the deportation flights. There's like a laundry list of like provisions in this bill, and we're acting like the only thing that it did was like shut down the border after a certain amount of crossings.
Because that's the problem with it. Like if someone said like, I have a great bill, here are the things that the bill does. It gives a lot of money to teachers. It lowers your taxes. And it creates a residence for Al-Qaeda in the country that is a no-fly zone where police are not to go and they can just build a base. And you're like, well,
Dog.
money for the teachers? Like, yeah, a bill can have things I like and things I don't like. And the fact I'm focusing on the reason why it was a bad bill because it's the reason why it was a bad bill. That's not
So how does this one provision in the bill about shutting down the border at like after a certain amount of thousand like negate like
That's not even, first of all, not only should that probably not negate the other things you like, but like the example he gave, like the Al-Qaeda, whatever, like that's an actively bad thing about the bill. That's adding a new issue that's not being like remedied at all. At least, so like the criticism with like the number of people who are allowed to cross it, whatever, like when you can declare an emergency, that's not like creating a new problem. It's not actively creating another problem. That is addressing to a degree you don't think is sufficient an existing problem. That's saying we have an issue with asylum crossings right now. We're going to give the president the ability to freeze them to when it's at the level it was already at, but that's addressing a problem that exists, not creating a new one.
like all the other provisions.
Because
in
you
it,
have to
like,
because you got the 5,000 per day. That's the problem. You got the 5,000 per day that are already coming in before the emergency powers kick in.
Sure, but like
They're already at that. They were at that level though. Biden would have kicked it in. That's still addressing to a degree you don't think it's sufficient an issue. So it's a bill that has some good things and also addresses an issue to some extent, but not sufficiently. Why is that bill not a net positive?
like I said, there's more ICE agents, there's more border patrol agents. There's
We have more ICE agents now.
There's like I know, but
Why
this
do we need to
border-
let in
border bill
5,000
did that.
people? Why can't we just have more ICE agents?
Yeah,
We
why-
it's also
why do we-
encounters.
why do we
by
have
the
to do
way.
this one
It's
really
not
shitty thing?
admissions, it's encounters.
Well, this is Sean just asked the $1 million question. Like, why do we have to get to 5,000? Why include that at all? Why is that necessary?
Because you probably
Because generally we think there should be some ability for people to claim asylum if they are in truly, bad circumstances. And we only think there should be the president granting the executive more power. That should only happen in the context of some genuine inability to take in all those people, which they said 5,000. That's the limit. I don't know the methodology behind that number, but because pretending that lowering the amount of it from what it was isn't a good thing. Like, yeah, I don't know. He wants them all gone. When he wants them all gone, yeah.
want the president to shut down the border for nothing, right?
So you agree that this bill was taking the power from because you earlier told me this was not limiting executive power. So this clearly was limiting executive power.
Because
right?
I'm rejecting that the president can just shut the border down for nothing.
What? No. What? What do you mean it was limiting the?
So you agree that this bill was taking the
The president to shut down the border for nothing, right?
So you agree that this bill was taking the power from because you earlier told me this was not limiting executive power. So this clearly was limiting executive power.
Because
right?
I'm rejecting.
No. What it does that doesn't imply the executive already has the power. The executive could not have the power to shut down the border, but a law could grant him some ability to do that, and only do it in certain circumstances, like passing a law that says the executive can do tariffs under these circumstances does not imply the executive has the power to do a bunch of tariffs already. It's not limiting, it's giving the executive more power. It's not limiting executive power to say the executive branch can do tariffs under these circumstances, given that the executive branch in ordinary circumstances can't do tariffs. He's saying that an executive order takes away power from from him that he can't just give back. I don't understand what you're saying here.
projecting that the president could just shut the border down for nothing.
Okay, so you don't think
stopped on doing that.
You don't. Okay, so but earlier you had said that you thought that this was not restricting executive power. Now you're saying it is restricting executive power and it's a good thing. I'm just pointing out.
No, I'm saying that the executive power.
It's granting him a limited amount of power.
I'm saying that executive power didn't exist. He doesn't have the power to just shut the border down for nothing.
Okay, so in summary, if we're going to move to the conversation, we have Biden's record. We have a bill that the audience can figure out whether
Not responsive to Rinyald's point. Total misunderstanding.
they think these are good reasons to reject or not. But regardless, was clearly a political election ploy. And the question was, who do we think would be better on immigration? And I
just joined and you were talking almost as fast as same speed as the fast forward to the video. Oh no.
and what I'm hearing from you guys is,
In fairness, it's only 1.5, right?
are you?
Well, let's just ask it directly. Raise your
Are
hand.
you?
Raise your hand if you think that on the subject of immigration specifically, that Kamala Harris would have been better than Trump. Okay. Explain why.
Yeah, because I generally like immigration. I don't dislike immigration, so that's why evidently I would enjoy Kamala Harris's policy more.
Same
'Cause
answer.
Under Trump,
Also, welcome back, Bogus Benton.
we have no.
Yeah, I think it's because mass deportations are retarded, and if there's one person that I would explicitly not trust with doing them, it's Donald Trump, right? The idea that we're authorizing ICE to break into private property without a warrant right now on the guise of mass deportations, right? Like the idea that we're justified, again, people being sent by the hundreds to a foreign torture prison. I feel like we kind of keep bypassing how severe of a fucking thing that is. All like 90% of the really bad action from Donald Trump is like, I would much prefer like increased immigration levels or increased asylum seeking levels than Donald Trump literally permitting the violating of our Constitution on the guise of mass deportations.
True.
And same question in reverse, I guess, to Sean and to Ryan. So you don't think that Harris would have been better on immigration specifically. Explain why.
John, you want to go first or second?
Yeah, I'll go first. I mean, we literally saw the action. I know Biden didn't call her the borders czar, but that was kind of the name that. Anyway, she was involved in like whatever it was, trying to address the issues of migration and why it was happening since like 2021. And literally, we get to before the election, oh shit, we better get this under wraps so we can gain some points in the polls. I mean, it's very clear.
Are we what? Okay.
Before the election, oh shit, we better use some migration and why it was happening since like 2021. And literally, we get to
Kamala was sent to address the reasons why immigration was happening.
Before the election, oh shit, we better get this under wraps so we can.
Then we get to the election. Oh shit, we get this on the rat. I don't see how what those 2 points even have to. It just seems like an ability to compare it to the counterfactual. Like I don't think it follows that. Just because there was also like a crisis or whatever that got addressed more heavily later on, that the actions that Kamala Harris took didn't also reduce border crossings in 2021. From my understanding, we did get deals with like Guatemala and Honduras and such that probably reduced border crossings. You can say not sufficiently or whatever, but
gain some points in the polls. I mean, it's very clear that's what happened. So I don't buy any of the sincerity of saying, "Oh, well, now I'm really serious." It took us 3 years to figure out. Oh God, that thing we should have done is now time to do it. No, I mean, that's very cynical, and I think it's very clear what was going to happen there. And the idea that I'm really going to enforce this thing and stick on what I promised, literally in the past like 3 months. I mean, I don't think you can trust any politician that does that all of a sudden like that.
Fair enough. Just to be clear, I want
mission.
to make sure that these like little mini closings on the specific issues are brief, right? And so I don't mean to cut you guys off, but I just want to to the other topic.
Well, I think that we actually had the honest answer given earlier, which I think is true. Like, if you are in favor of open borders and don't really think that we should enforce border policy, then yeah, you would prefer.
Are you fucking kidding me, dog?
For Harris and Biden. If you are not that person, you probably would not, and I think that's probably the fairest way to do it.
This guy said, "Yeah, I generally favor increased immigration." Rinyald said, "I would much prefer more asylum seekers as opposed to Trump's abuses of power." And the response to that is, yeah, if you're in favor of open borders, then I guess you should vote for Kamala Harris. Are you kidding? Are you fucking kidding me?
And look, like ultimately, and I know we don't know each other, there's tons of stuff that Trump has done that I'm happy to critique. The due process thing with the Alien Enemies Act was actually something that I was up in arms about at the time. So like these are things I agree with you that are bad. The concern that I have is like, imagine you're at a party and somebody picks up the punch bowl and they just dump it all over the floor. And then somebody else starts cleaning it up. And the first person starts yelling, "No, don't clean it up like that." At a certain point, you got to be like, well, I am worried about how the cleanup is being done, but it seems to me that we should talk about why there's punch all over the floor. And if we're not going to have an assessment of that, we're not going to get anywhere.
Okay.
Couldn't you draw that like almost exact same analogy to like DI, like the punch being spilled on the floor, or whatever, is like the history of systemic racism, and the way we're addressing it is whatever DI programs. And Ryan comes in saying, "No, don't clean it up like that. You have to, you have to address, you have to treat people as individuals and not as distinct racial groups. And it's fundamentally anti-American." Like, couldn't you draw that exact same analogy there? Like, there's a problem here that we're trying to fix, and you would take issue with the way Democrats are doing it because, in your view, it's fundamentally anti-American or whatever, because it's based on equity. Like,
just before we get to the other issues, I think.
And obviously, I think the violation of due process is probably more severe than whatever issues we might have with DI. I mean, not that Ryan would have a DI because, I understand his more fundamental objections to it, but than most people would have with DI.
That we should cover when it comes to the topic of Harrison versus Trump. $5 from EDW Raptor to say potentially criminal. Is that the big guy Rakita yelled at? Were you?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. I'm curious about that, but I won't go too much into it. $5 from Mr. Gamer Man.
Like this is part, some of the deals Kamala Harris got, $5.2 billion in private sector commitments for North and Central America. It's a bunch of stuff that's trying to address the root cause of, immigration by doing a bunch of investment. I think this is said something to do with the fucking food supply. Seed to market model to strengthen local food systems, improve incomes and livelihoods. That's more than 30 million. Those have it in the next 5 years, primarily in financially inclusive initiatives. Enable 600,000 individuals to manage their money within the formal economy. It's not like she did nothing as the borders are. You can think it's not sufficient, but plausibly, insofar as these commitments happened, they reduced the sort of push factors behind a lot of migration.
And does Ryan believe that Biden trying to extend Title 42 is Biden just allowing them to cross a border? I don't know why border's in there twice, but fair enough.
Border.
That's what he says.
Oh.
You can answer that if you want.
I was talking about the idea that I've been correctly called out on the fact that I said no enforcement, which was hyperbolic, and then I said I was being somewhat hyperbolic. But in any event.
Fair enough. $2 from Lord of the Nerds. $5K a day equals 1,825,000 people for a year. People a year for low IQ libs. Thank you for the $2. And then finally, $10 from Ranting Mike. Hi, Wick, your number one soldier here. $10 isn't going to get you into the number one soldier class, by the way. But
by the way, that my understanding is the emergency only has to be undeclared or whatever when they're under, I think, like 2,500 crossings, right? Bipartisan border bill emergency ending threshold. Must end when or if the average number of daily border encounters drops below 75% of the initial threshold to trigger the emergency, specifically falling under 3,000.
Thank you for the $10. Malali's personal grievances with border bills.
If triggered by the 5,000 average encounter, it ends when the average falls below 3,500.
Irrelevant.
By the way, these two goobers glaze Malay. Oh no.
It had bipartisan support and was
compared to the TikTok debaters, they're used to debating. That might make sense, but
from Trump to prolong the issue for his campaign. You can respond to that if you like.
It was a bad bill. He tanked it because it was a bad bill, and then he got the expansion of ICE later without having to accept the bad stuff in the bad bill. It also was good for him politically. I mean, it can be multiple things.
Okay.
Wait, what expansion did he got? The ICE expansion.
It was a bad bill. He tanked
the other stuff he's just done through executive action. I'm not aware of anything other than more funding for ICE that he changed that immigration policy through legislation as opposed to executive action.
It was a bad bill, and then he got the expansion of ICE later without having to accept the bad stuff in the bad bill. It also was good for him politically. I mean, it can be multiple things.
Okay. Outside, because I think we've gone over the immigration. Outside,
can I respond to the punch bowl thing really quickly?
You can respond to the punch bowl thing real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
The punch bowl example to me is like, let's say like someone's at the party and someone spills over a punch bowl, and then everybody collectively at the party just like beats the shit out of and like tortures the person who like spilled the punch bowl, and then Ryan's over here like, well, maybe we should have asked like why they spilled the punch bowl in the first place. I feel like that's like it's just like a different world.
True.
Yeah, but of course you say that because you said earlier that you don't think immigration, mass migration is actually a problem. So in your example, yeah, still
oh my God,
actions, it was a metaphor. It's like, so if we can play the metaphor game,
your metaphor.
I know, then you changed it. So like, I'll change it too. Like, well, I'll just make spilling the punch bowl worse. The issue that you're revealing is that you were happy to change the enforcement part of the metaphor, but not the spilling the punch part of the metaphor. And the reason you changed one and not the other is because you just admitted earlier you don't think that mass migration is a problem. You think it's a good thing. So like, of course you would treat it that way, but that's just revealing your
case. Wouldn't we change the metaphor? Wouldn't we change the metaphor to move away from the punch bowl spilling? If we didn't think it was a problem, wouldn't we say that the punch bowl never spilled?
No, he said the punch bowl spilled, and then people beat the shit out of him because he's minimizing the problem and maximizing the problem with the cleanup effort.
He's saying the other problem is worse. It's a debate framed in relative terms. Better than Trump.
Okay, hold on. Just real quick. Sean needs space.
Just like 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do your thing. Oh, you need to go address something in real life. I thought you meant on panel.
Yes, I have an IRL thing. I'll be right back.
Do your thing.
Yeah,
We'll get back
I'll
to
hold on for Sean.
Yeah.
But I mean, Wick, I know it sounds like you wanted to segue to a new topic.
Yes,
I would love in one of these topics for them to
I think
actually
we've covered immigration, right?
Okay.
Sure.
It-
So,
it- one of
hold
the-
on, hold on, just real quick, right? You brought up the immigration thing, so I want to give the other side a chance to bring up something that they think that Trump is significantly worse on, just so we have some parity here. So go ahead, I'll give Rinyald and Lucas an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I guess
There's a big bowl to choose from.
Yeah, I guess I'll just go with like the seditious six. Like, do you think like under a Kamala presidency, she would have been calling for the death of political opponents?
I've never defended that comment. I think that one of the things I'll agree with
That
you on
wasn't my question.
is that I'm trying to answer your question. One of the things that I will agree with you on is that Trump's rhetoric is worse than Kamala's rhetoric in terms of tone and in terms of inappropriate content.
And communist rhetoric.
I'll fight you on that.
Okay,
Do we see like the
Thanks, YouTube
like,
captions.
we should be-
That's what he really meant to say anyway.
like the claim that we made is that don't you think it's like destructive to the country, like driving a wedge between the two sides for Donald Trump to be calling for the death of sitting Congresspeople? And the answer to that was, I don't support that. I think his rhetoric is bad.
I don't know. Have you considered that equity is also opposed to the American moral prospect?
I feel like the downplaying is insane.
No. What I'm doing is that I'm balancing the fact that I do not like what Trump said. I don't think he should have said it. Legally, it is not sedition, and you will not be able to prosecute any of them for sedition. He was flatly wrong and inappropriate for saying it. With the fact that the seditious six, if we're going to use the name, were absolutely out of their mind to make the statements that they made. They were telling soldiers to risk their livelihoods and perhaps go to jail. If you gave that advice to soldiers, the guy who's going to push the button on the boat strike, and he said, you know what, I'm going to disobey this order, he would go to jail. It's a shitty thing that they said. I do not like that Trump said.
But it's not actually, first of all, it's not actually clear with regard to the...
That advice to soldiers, the guy who's going to push the button on the boat strike, and he said, you know what?
I'm not actually sure that's necessarily the case with the boat strike, because I think that would probably have to have a court determination of whether or not that action is legal. And I don't think it's unambiguously legal. Like, I think that there's a legitimate argument to be had there. I think from my limited reading and understanding, it probably is illegal, but like, it would seem absurd to me to claim that it's unambiguously legal. But I think there's some standard that has to be like clearly illegal for soldiers to like refuse it or whatever. But like, plausibly, I think it could still meet that threshold. I don't think it's insane to argue that or anything. But like, the issue was with Trump's rhetoric and how they think it's dividing the country, and just very generally poor. I don't understand what it means to say that we're weighing it against the fact that the seditious six were out of their mind to say that. That's not what you should be weighing it against in this context. Now, maybe you can, I think it's fair to say, to weigh it against Kamala's rhetoric, and maybe you want to include Democrats more broadly in that as evidence of potentially Kamala being bad or whatever. But like, I don't know, like, what, in the context of Kamala winning, or like what we would expect Democrats' rhetoric to be based on that video. Like what other irresponsible rhetoric or whatever would we expect them to have based on that video? I don't know.
What, I'm going to disobey this order, he would go to jail. It's a shitty thing that they said. I do not like that Trump said shitty things when calling it out. But the reason that I'm saying there's a little bit more to the story is because what they said was outrageous and was also shitty.
Okay, what you're not acknowledging with that is you're saying that like this is just words from Trump, but we saw actual action from this. Like Pete Hegseth tried to reduce Mark Kelly's retirement pay and censure him, and then the DOJ actually tried to indict these people on seditious conspiracy. That's not just words. That's like an actual.
They have a good argument for reducing his pay for conduct unbecoming an officer. I'm not sure they're going to win, but there's a decent argument for that.
My argument is that it wasn't just words. It was actual action.
Yeah, because what he was doing as an officer was grossly inappropriate. Was grossly inappropriate to say what he said. And to be clear, like, I understand that he phrased it in a way that is going to avoid the worst liability that could come. If he had said, you should disobey the orders as to the boat strikes, he would have had a very serious amount of consequences coming his way as a officer. He phrased it in a way that was legalistic and careful, and I understand that, that's going to benefit him. But what he said was shitty. He was advocating for soldiers to put their lives and livelihoods at risk so that he could score political points. It was a shitty thing to say.
It can be shitty, but the DOJ trying to charge these people for it.
You're not acknowledging the second part there, where there was an actual indictment that they tried to secure on these people.
Yeah,
that's not just
seditious conspiracy.
Yeah, and it was a bad indictment. I criticized it. I have a show with Rob Noor. You can watch it. I was highly critical of that. Okay. So like, yeah,
okay.
There are things about Trump I don't like.
That's just very unsatisfying to like respond to that with just like, oh, I was critical of this. I just don't like it. Like, do you not see this as like seriously corrosive to our democracy when the president?
Which one do you think is like more substantial or like more of an abuse of power, like
trying to do this to his political
when I said that Kamala Harris was trying to enact racism into law, what was your response?
Oh my God,
we talked about the borders.
Did you take it with particular seriousness? Did that strike you as a real concern, or did you downplay that?
I mean, we can do the whataboutism, but
because they have like, and I understand Ryan to some extent might have this too, whatever, but like a substantially different view on like the factual basis of that policy, and presumably a different view on how like just fundamentally anti-American it is. Like, I think, again, I would ask what Ryan would expect someone's view on like the weight of those issues to be if they had a view that was not in alignment with his natural law view. I think he would say that he would obviously expect them to be much more favorable to that type of like equity stuff. But like, you know, and that gets to a very bedrock issue potentially, but certainly I don't think it's absurd to believe that that type of equity is not fundamentally anti-American.
Saying,
That's
like,
just like right now.
you're in a
Well,
debate,
to be fair, this whole panel is which is worse, so it's okay
True,
to compare
yeah.
the two.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Yeah,
to be like, whataboutism doesn't really apply here because
Yeah,
that's what we're doing. We're
yeah,
there's a
comparing
calculus that is made between two things. Maybe you don't find it serious that the Harris Biden administration was attempting to enact like overt racism and bigotry into law. Maybe that's fine with you, but it was not fine with a lot of people.
I disagree with the characterization that this is
Okay,
just like
I gave
racism
you like a
bigotry.
bunch of examples. Which one would you like to talk about?
Give me one.
Okay. There was a COVID farm relief program where money was given only to black farmers early on. It was blocked by courts because it was overtly unconstitutional. Would you like to defend that one?
Yeah, sure,
I was blocked by the courts. Guardrails held. System was working. It's all fine with me.
uplift black farmers.
That's just what happens. The executive does something and it gets struck down by the courts.
I don't see why this is like an overt like racism bigotry thing that you're framing.
So
it as.
if the government treats one group of people, one group of citizens differently and another group of citizens worse on the basis of race, that's not troubling to you?
No, because like black and white people have historically had different conditions in the United States. So like trying to give black people like a hand up, I wouldn't necessarily consider like racism
Okay,
or bigotry.
so
It's just trying to level the playing field.
So
I would
you
disagree
are
with this characterization.
you are okay with the government treating some people differently on the basis of race as long as they were historically oppressed?
If you want to characterize like that.
What like
Okay. Well, then
dumb reductio are we going here for?
you can't be surprised that for those of us who disagree with that statement, because I don't think, by the way, that you're out of line. I think that that's the mainstream Democratic view. But for those of us who think that that was racism and that we are concerned by it, could you see how that might influence our votes? That, like,
Yeah, I think if you have a view that it fundamentally violates the American moral proposition, it makes sense why you would be extremely opposed to that policy. But I just think if you're just considering sort of, or at least even if you're just weighing how the majority of people, even outside of Democrats, kind of view this stuff based on some degree of how good or bad the outcomes are and how good or bad the like principles are behind it, they're just not going to view that as substantially bad, even if they are on net or on balance opposed to it.
I mean, I actually didn't vote for Trump, but like, do you see how like that might make people be like, God, I really don't want Harris to be in power because I think she's going to enact racism into law, and I'm not willing to excuse it in the way that you just did. Does that concern resonate at all?
I don't really care about like what influences voters in this conversation. I care about which one of these things is worse.
It's much worse to enact racism into law than to say mean things about the seditious six and
Well,
try
just
to
to be clear,
worse.
we're comparing not giving money to certain groups versus indicting.
Well,
Also, to be clear, we did give money to non-black farmers as well. The Inflation Reduction Act did give money to non-black farmers as well. So, I mean, like, just having a specific subject going to black farmers, I mean, you could say that it's enacting racism into law or whatever, but I mean, I know you're going to hate this, all right, because we look at the consequences of that action, right? I feel like the consequences of Donald Trump calling for the death of sitting Congress people and trying to put them in jail for seditious conspiracy. And
He's just going to say he doesn't care about the consequences, isn't he? Let's go. Let's say.
Of the funds going to black farmers and indigenous farmers, I feel like the comparison between the two, even though I think it may be like these two policies aren't the greatest to compare against each other, I still feel like that even, wanes off in the direction of Harris.
Okay, so what exactly was the consequence that the seditious six suffered by having these indictments that never went anywhere? Like, what is the thing
death threats from the Trump administration? The idea that it's okay for the president to come out and call for the death of Congress people because they make statements that he thinks is shitty, like that's insanity.
Okay,
and the idea that this is also going to super normalize a lot of conservative statements as well, right? Like we've been seeing a lot of the normalization of more violent rhetoric from the right as well. So these have the rhetoric from the president has downstream effects onto the voting.
It's just very hard for me to imagine in a world where Biden does something like that, Ryan ever saying like what were the material consequences of them getting indictments that didn't go anywhere.
Populist.
Were there prosecutors fired for or like dismissed for that case? Because I know that's something Trump has done with like, for example, Eric Adams and some of the other indictments into like Letitia James and James Comey. I know Eric Adams did, but I don't know which one specifically had like prosecutors dismissed or whatever. But like there are also cases where prosecutors have kind of been dismissed seemingly on the basis of them not willing to indict these people.
Whereas the policy that you're downplaying normalized actual racism. Like actual racism. We are going to use, and not like we're going to fail. We're going to use the force of law and give money only to black and indigenous farmers and not white farmers under the program I referenced. I understand there's multiple COVID programs. Like you're more concerned about something that didn't happen than something that did.
What do you mean I'm more concerned about something that didn't happen? They did
That
try to get
program
the
went into
indictment.
effect. They
guys,
failed
hold
to
on
get the
one second.
indictment. No one was
Right,
indicted. They failed.
Go ahead, Sean,
I had to
please.
step away for a second. I'm sorry. Are we talking about the farmers? Or are we talking about
We're talking about what
The
has
congressman.
happened
I mean,
is
that's how
that
confused where
Lucas
we're at.
brought up the seditious six as something that Trump
Yes.
did that is worse than anything Harris did, and
Mhm.
to counter that, Ryan has brought up the this specific COVID era bill that gave money allegedly to only black
Okay,
people,
I-
right? As a
Not,
comparison.
not
You
allegedly.
guys moved so far when I had to go
Yeah.
take care of something, so I got a little lost.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
So
No,
that's where we are, just to kind of center
Okay.
everything.
The meta point was that I had said that I didn't like that Trump's comments and that I publicly criticized him after making the comments about the seditious six, and that I thought the prosecutions were ridiculous and doomed.
Several occasion prosecutors have quit or been fired in the face of demands from the president and his political appointees. The prosecutor's decision to seek the indictment of the six lawmakers suggests that they were either willingly following what had been asked of them or trying to keep their jobs while shifting the blame to the grand jury. So the prosecutors in this case were not dismissed or anything. But that is why I think more broadly, that is a consequence, a potential consequence of, indictments into other political enemies, is that we're now creating a much more corrupt, not judiciary, but the DOJ, the executive branch's ability to police things is obviously involving a much more like corruption now, generally speaking.
To fail and were a bad idea, and
Obviously.
And then they were saying, well, if you're going to say all that publicly, how is it possible that you could think that Harris wouldn't be better? And I'm like, well, because there's other stuff. There's other stuff. Like, we're comparing two broad personalities and political platforms. There's other stuff that she did. And by the way, the COVID farmer example is just one of many. If I was going to list more, there was the affirmative action case with the Supreme Court. There was the attempt to enforce diversity quotas on Fortune 500 companies. There was another COVID program that had the same thing. And then, by the way, when she was on the campaign trail, when she was losing the black male vote, she promised to give forgivable loans only to black men. So it's not like she was running away from this. She expressly doubled down on it.
I just looked this up. There was more money just given in general to regular distressed borrowers for farmers than they were specifically allocated to farmers who had suffered discrimination.
So
like it was encompassing like not just black farmers. There was just a provision in the funds that went to farmers who had been discriminated against by the USDA.
There was a pot of money that was only
I remember watching a little bit at this point,
to certain people on the basis
but it was very short.
of their race.
But you're characterizing this like she put out this fund that was just like only available to black farmers.
Holy
But
fuck,
the large part of the fund was just to farmers in general. It wasn't just specifically to black farmers.
If the pool of money was only available to straight white farmers, what would your reaction have been? Would that be racism?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, so
I don't even know if I'd say it's racism. It was just stupid. Like, they don't need the money.
So look, if that's racism, this is racism, unless you've adopted this kind of definition of racism that involves some kind of
What's up north?
historic analysis through the lens of Ibram Kendi. But I'll just tell you that like most people haven't, and it's a shitty way of viewing the world.
Pool of money
but I'm not
was
going to convince you of that.
people. The pool of money was specifically to people who had suffered discrimination from the USDA,
which was limited to black and indigenous people.
Really, I wouldn't really say that white people would be discriminated against by the USDA.
You don't think there's been any white people discriminated against by the government or the FDA at some point? You don't think that exists?
Probably at some point.
Obviously not that's obviously not even his standard, right? That's it's not anywhere close to his standard even. Not like the standard does not, has there been, the Sky, what? Watch the opener for what? I've watched this whole thing so far. What do you mean?
I would assume they would be included in this though.
They were not included in this because it was expressly done on the
but obviously his standard is not like one person of the group has been discriminated against for, in some cases I'm sure white people have been discriminated against because of their race, but presumably there are other reasons for or being discriminated against other than their race that plausibly could apply to someone who's white. His standard has to be like some VOD on this channel. What? There's like some other there's a much higher standard with regards to like consistent, continuous, historic discrimination against a group of people for the on the basis of being a member of that group.
basis of race.
Wait, where is it expressly done on the basis of race?
I don't know the specific bill, so I cannot speak to it. I just don't know.
Because the provision is specifically for farmers who have suffered discrimination through USDA.
It's not going to be great television, but if we want to, we can pull up the court case where they struck it down as
My channel? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the video on this channel from 4 days ago, or there's nothing here other than this. I've already seen this. I was there.
unconstitutional for its racism, if you would like to pull it up. But also, but beyond that, it's not like it's an isolated example. Like, we had the same thing happen with affirmative action. We had the same thing happen with the NASDAQ companies. And then she promised to do the same thing on the campaign trail. She promised to continue this pattern of behavior. So, like, you know, we can nitpick the example if you want, but like, this is not isolated. And she said she was going to do it.
When did Kamala Harris say that she would continue to do affirmative action despite the Supreme Court ruling against her?
That's not what I said. I said that what I said, if I'll just double back so you can remember, she said that on the campaign trail, she had a poll that showed losing support amongst black voters, and her next policy proposals included millions of, I think it was like $20,000 million loans. I could be a million.
It's a cool opener. I'll watch your cool opener then.
The time or political capital to try to
Whoa.
modify a whole new set of rules. Like, I'd rather like we do things about
I can barely hear him though.
affordability and healthcare and immigration, like the stuff that matters, and appoint a special prosecutor to figure out what's maybe it's just investigating all their bank accounts a million times and figure out who they took money from and charge them with bribery or whatever else. Like, I think that's more effective than
How about you hit the fucking gym and some fucking bitches? Bro, look at your eyes.
You gotta turn the music down a bit, but otherwise.
And I just want to say for the conservatives who are listening, I think it's so important to.
Otherwise good. Also, is this the video net? I mean, I guess they changed it from black and white.
And I just.
Yeah.
20,000, I can't remember the exact numbers, that were fully forgivable and only available to black people.
Okay, but that.
You can, I don't know what program you're using to edit it or anything, but like there are options to do what's called ducking. Like you'll notice, like even in like my browser video, even in my live stream will duck to my mic. So if I played a video,
Then you saying that she would continue the affirmative action.
and then I start talking, the video will become quieter,
What I'm saying,
and it
there was a
ducks to my microphone.
overt racism.
You can do that with music as well, within various video editing programs. But sometimes the ducking sounds weird depending on how much you're talking, so it might just be better to lower the volume in some cases.
And bigotry being enacted into law and given the force and protection of law under the Biden administration. And then Harris on the campaign trail doubled down on it by promising to do a very similar thing. So it seems to me like she would continue doing
DaVinci. I imagine, I don't know if there's like an automatic function within DaVinci, but you can definitely do it manually at the very least.
that I object to were she in power, and that people would be kind of crazy to assume she wouldn't, and even more crazy because I don't think that you are an isolated example. I think most people on the left that I've spoken to think like you and don't find this problematic. And if you don't find it problematic, why on earth would she not do it? Right? Like,
Go ahead, Rinyald, please.
I think the biggest problem that we're running into is that, like, I can understand why somebody of like a conservative mind state would find these completely objectionable. I understand that, coming from like a conservative person, I understand that. The problem I think we're running into is that her doing something objectionable certainly cannot be the burden that we need to meet in order to substantiate the topic of this lab of whether or not she would be better than Donald Trump, right? Like, I can acknowledge that Kamala Harris would have done some problematic things, some things that I find objectionable, but she just wouldn't have done anything that is comparable to the amount of to the amount of hurt that we've seen by Donald Trump to our national discourse. We already litigated this, but to our immigration systems, to our free expression of ideals. You can look at the targeting of the law firms. Like, and this is just a...
I warned Rinyald about this too, or whatever. Like I said, I've said it like 5 different times right now. I think because of Ryan's view on the American prospect natural law, it's fundamentally so evil, anti-American to treat people as on the basis of their race as opposed to an individual. It just seems like he weights it like way too heavily, like, or way heavier than like almost anyone else would. But
right, you fucking pardon the J6ers. Like, there was a billion things that we can point to. I feel like the burden needs to be deeper than I find this problematic. I understand that you find it problematic. I could even say that, in a...
It's not I find it problematic. Is that it's fundamentally anti-American.
World,
give it to me. Say it.
The problem is the level of like, this is problematic, but this is like 100 points problematic. This is like 2 points problematic,
Okay, let me be more clear. I find it to be unconstitutional, un-American, contrary to our core
there we go.
values, and I'm deeply concerned that the left, as a political party, not even the far left, the Democratic Party has normalized the type of institutional racism made popular by Ibram X. Kendi during this time period. I don't think it's a small problem. I think it's an enormous fucking problem. I think that it is not acceptable for the government to act in that way. It is not acceptable for the government to do the things that they were wanting it to do. And
I don't know what it means by acceptable.
Only acceptable, as your debate partner has admitted, because it was targeting white people, is kind of a shitty excuse. And that seems like a shitty reason.
I mean, Rinyald didn't co-sign that one. He said the opposite, but regardless. But
to justify
what does the term acceptable mean here?
Is kind of a shitty excuse.
There are plenty of things that I think Trump has done that are unacceptable. That I feel like, I don't know if Ryan has used the term unacceptable in this debate before, but like, unacceptable typically does not mean not sufficient, or like is sufficient to not vote for them.
Excuse. And that seems like a shitty reason to justify a policy that, well, it's fine because we're only discriminating against white people. But then you're going to come back to me and say, I'm so concerned that the Trump administration is discriminating against brown people in the immigration context. Like, it makes you sound like a...
That was not even their concern. Their concern was over like the much more substantial violation of due process rights.
Fucking crazy person.
Go ahead.
Genuinely, I can meet like 90% of Trump's administration's policies with the same amount of rhetoric, with the same amount of conviction, right? Like the idea that this is like fundamentally anti-American. Do you agree that like the EO targeting the law firms, like refusing to administer grants because they came out against their administration, that's also like corrosive to the American ideal of freedom of speech?
It was bad from a freedom of speech perspective. It was good from this. By the way, and just sorry, this is going to be a little annoying, but I have to put a little bit of a disclaimer on this. I am a practicing lawyer in New York. There are limits to what I can say about this topic. There were parts of it I really disagreed with. The freedom of speech point, I would grant you, I really disagreed with. The part that I really agreed with is that many of these law firms had overtly discriminatory hiring programs. So like there was a correction mechanism in place around the same issue that I was talking about earlier, which is that
They weren't being sued for that though, huh?
under the years of Biden and Obama, there was a belief that it was acceptable, as your debate partner said, to have this sort of discriminatory policy. And a lot of companies, big companies, had discriminatory policies because they believed it was acceptable. I don't love the way Trump did it, but I do like the fact that he made it clear that if you discriminate against people, even if they're white people, we might do something about it. And
Was that the motivation behind like any of these? Those weren't the motivations behind those lawsuits. I don't know if Trump has ever said that, or if anyone close to him has said that. It's like, and Ryan pointed to this earlier, I think there's like obviously kind of a broader cultural shift or whatever. I don't know how big the individual president is on that, but I think it has some role. And then obviously I expect Trump to do less DI within government or within government contracts or within government rules than Biden did, but like, that's just not particularly relevant here, I don't think. That's not the point Rinyald's trying to make.
The culture and change corporate culture. But I do apologize. It's a little bit unfair because I can't get into the weeds on that topic. Yeah, there's just limits on what I can say.
I understand that. I have a rebuttal, but I'll spare, all right, because that is a little unfair. So we could go to a different example of him trying to attack First Amendment rights if we really want to.
No, it's your time, Rinyald. Go ahead.
I mean, we could look at him trying to like revoke the student visas for people, right? For First Amendment protected speech. That's probably in the same way corrosive, not making people not want to express their First Amendment protected beliefs because they're afraid of their, the punishment that may come as a result. I
don't want to speak for Sean, but we don't know each other, but I've been very critical of Trump on free speech issues. So you're unlikely to get a lot of pushback from me on this.
Do they really not know each other? I swear to God, they've spoken multiple times before. Maybe we're making that up though.
Like I agree with you that these things are bad. On free speech though, my point is not that Trump is good on free speech, it's that Biden was also terrible on free speech. So, if we have a choice between two administrations, neither of them are good on this issue.
In terms of like the rhetoric backing the DEI thing of like, this is a fundamentally anti-American thing that gives me fundamental pause for supporting this administration. Like, how is this not the same exact standard?
Because I have the choice between two administrations that are both terrible on this issue.
Okay.
So like, what am I supposed to do? They're both terrible.
I just don't think we've ever seen anything even remotely comparable to the specific targeting that the Trump administration has engaged in.
Sure we did. They just settled Missouri v. Biden. Like that was a
the Trump DOJ settled it, yeah.
Yeah, but that was a.
Didn't get.
I thought we were at least gonna get something.
SCOTUS.
Supreme Court because they couldn't demonstrate harm.
It's just a new kind of. He did it again because he got a friendly government. The government settled because they're all.
I know you like to moderate.
No, I'm just asking for a fact claim. Is that not true?
Yeah, it is true. It failed at the Supreme Court for standing. But here's the thing, and since you're joining in the fray,
no, I'm
I know you like Wick was very concerned, for example, about the jawboning of Jimmy Kimmel. But that's what Missouri v. Biden was about. It was about jawboning mostly conservatives across the country. But the difference between them and Jimmy Kimmel is that they had no redress. They had no lawyers. They didn't get their day in the sun. They didn't get like the biggest ratings of their life after a couple.
What do you mean, bro? I thought earlier the standard was if you eventually get a court case about this type of stuff, then clearly you had due process. You have your day in court. What? Huh?
They were just banned from social media, and they didn't know why for years. And so, yeah, that's pretty bad on free speech level to jawbone social media companies, to ban and shadow ban conservatives en masse. We're talking about thousands and thousands of people. It's pretty bad.
So we can even say it's pretty bad. Is it I'm going to bring up another example because there's so many. Like, are you familiar with like the executive order targeting Chris Krebs specifically for criminal prosecution?
I don't know. Go ahead. I'm not familiar, but you can let me know.
Yeah, well, he signed an executive order directed at Chris Krebs for political prosecution. Like, literally signed an executive order targeting this person. Like, isn't that like a level of targeting that we didn't see under? I don't even know if we've ever seen that under a Democrat.
Are we leaving free speech, or does this have a free speech component that you're getting to?
I mean, I don't know what else they would sign this executive order on the grounds of, other than the fact that he was affiliated with somebody that was politically disadvantageous to him.
Give me some facts, because I don't know the facts of this, so I can't tell you why.
It's the same like freedom of association concerns, right? That many of the law firm stuff has. What's up, Mercury? Welcome back, Rinyald. Love to see it. Me too.
Chris Krebs, or if he targeted Chris Krebs, because I don't know what you're talking about. But if you have the facts, I'd be happy to talk about them. But
I don't know how much Rinyald knows about I never read super deep into it because it's just not my comparative advantage. Okay. Into the Biden social media censoring, yada, yada, yada. I've never seen it demonstrated that it was anything substantive.
I guess this is like, I've heard this criticism
and I don't think the types of targeting, what Rinyald is making, at least the types of targeting is just very, very different. It's at the very least not breaking the same types of norms that Trump is breaking with regards to his executive orders and prosecutions to certain individuals. But maybe you think they're comparable somehow. I don't know.
I can't speak to Chris Krebs. I just don't know. Sean, if you do, please cut me off. But what I would say in general is that there's a thing that happens where, like comparing Jimmy Kimmel again to Missouri v. Biden, there's the targeting of Jimmy Kimmel. It feels overt and feels gross, and people get really riled up about it, and it causes a lot of emotion. And I'm not going to defend it because I thought it was a shitty, stupid, bad from free speech perspective thing to do. But then targeting tens of thousands of Americans who have no recourse and didn't get their moment in the sun is like not a big deal, or is like a lesser of a big deal because it was less overt. Like I think it's actually a bigger deal. I think it's a bigger deal.
But if you're running us the same position you did with Biden censorship stuff from what I've seen, I'm sure we have very similar positions. I just don't know like how much he specifically has read into it, right? Because like, we have similar positions on a lot of stuff, but we have different levels of knowledge related to them.
To censor silently, because when you censor
or like different levels of research into the topic. So
silently, we don't find out about it. We can't do anything about it. Like censoring in the dark is the scariest form of censorship.
I mean, I feel like just in terms of proving because like when we say silenced or like, banning and silence or like kind of silencing in the dark, I feel like we're pulling a lot of legwork to assume that we can, tell the state of mind in terms of revoking people's First Amendment rights to the same degree in both situations. Whereas Donald Trump will come out and say, this person is my political opponent and I'm going to assign executive order to punish them because I don't like them politically. And the idea that like this kind of, overt statement of, intent from the Trump administration is comparable to the whatever happened with the Twitter files, or by extension in Biden v. Missouri. I feel like the comparison there is kind of lacking the intent there. I feel like the intent is a super, super important part if we're measuring like who has more contempt for these, First Amendment principles.
So I had time to look it up, and Krebs was targeted because of his censorship of free speech. That's what the executive order says. So that's the
title of it says.
Oh, the executive order said it. Whoa.
Because of his,
let's go.
Censorship of free speech. So since intent matters, I'm sure that matters to you.
So I'm aware of the technical ground that they said that it existed. The problem is that like Krebs didn't do that, right? Like this could be a knowledge gap problem.
I thought this guy said, I thought they both agreed Trump was a liar and he couldn't trust what he said.
The evidence that I'm aware of.
So congrats, I've heard you've been popping off. I appreciate it, Berkery. I want to say I'm like popping off, especially more than usual or anything. I think technically my views are like down since whenever. Oh no, I leaked my estimated revenue at $64. But that's just a lot of that is I haven't been like editing videos and I've just been streaming a little bit less. So
that Chris Krebs engaged in literally any of this is just making the statement through.
Package arrived within 24 hours of ordering. Thank you, Amazon. Dude, yeah, I don't know when we got this. In my city, we just got like overnight shipping too for certain things. And it has to be like over $25 or whatever, and it costs like $3 extra or whatever, but it's cool. We didn't used to have that before. Now we have overnight shipping. I ordered something yesterday and it got here today. It was great. I ordered it like 2 hours before I went to bed, and then I woke up 12 hours later and it was like here.
DHS saying that the 2020 election was the most secure. Well, that's literally it. That's all I'm aware of that would predicate this executive order.
Yeah,
and if that is the case, if that is the case that that's all that predicated the executive order, that's certainly an attack on freedom of speech, right?
Yeah, that would be. I would agree. But the question is, like, you're saying that intent doesn't. You're saying intent matters, but then you're assuming best intent when tens of thousands of conservatives are silenced, and assuming worst intent.
I don't think he's assuming that. I think he's making conclusions based off the research he does. It's not like just an unfounded assumption or whatever. It's Bluetooth mics and a selfie stick, LMAO.
Target somebody, and this is the.
Are you gonna go to the next Unfuck America event, North?
Problem with focusing on intent,
Dude, I spent like 3 or 4 hours fucking Joe King's tomorrow. Oh, that's right, yeah. I was considering going to that, but technically, I think it's not too late. But it's just, I don't think it's worth it. To stream it at least. I'll probably go to the just my local one to hang out, but I don't think I'll stream it.
I don't know that I would grant you that the Biden actions were, so intent free. But what you're doing is you're focusing on the one guy with the salacious example. And let's say I grant you this is a very bad example. Let's say this is a terrible free speech violation. Like the fact that it's public and the fact that you can see what's happening is kind of the point I'm making. Being censored in silence is worse, especially on a mass scale.
So the goal is to chill freedom of speech, showing that if you come out against this administration, you're going to be targeted by this administration and silenced. Don't you think that's probably going?
Real quick, I only have one mic holder that lets me hold my it's the thing that the dude grabbed before the social student grab before freaking the fuck out. I go to a UFA event if it's within a reasonable drive. The next one is not really. Arizona was a bit far. The next one is it's on the 13th, April 13th. It's at North Carolina State University. So I think it's technically maybe a little bit closer than the South Carolina one, but probably not by much. I spent like fucking 3 hours 3D printing this because it only took like 30 minutes to print, but it took 3 hours to fix my brother's 3D printer because it was jammed and I didn't know what the fuck I was doing and it sucked ass. I'll be going. I think Isaac will be going. I don't know for sure yet, but now I have this little shitty mic holder so I can have two. And I think one of my old friends from high school, goes to friends is maybe a strong word. No offense, Adam, goes to NC State, and he's like not super involved into politics, but is somewhat of a red pill kind of guy. He's talked to me about it before. He's talked to me about like Trump before and stream and stuff. So I'll probably be talking to him there. I don't know. I haven't asked him yet, but he will probably make an appearance.
Going to have a more corrosive effect if more people can see it? Like, as an example, like making an example.
If I go, will need to be overnight again. If I go, it won't be like I'm not going to be getting a hotel. You could it'd be, well, I guess we can meet there and then drive home. And now that's probably, I think the drive from my home to your home would be like probably a little bit longer than the drive to you'd have to go, because you have to go south more to get to my home from North Carolina State University. So probably add an hour to your trip back or whatever, but time for $50 as cheap as hotel based.
A lot of somebody.
Like Isaac, I think will probably be staying at my place before we go because he's a little bit further away than me.
No, I'm pretty sure that was the main argument that was made in the speech.
And I got space.
It's a chilling effect on speech.
Yeah, I want to make sure Sean gets space, and he's been trying.
I mean, the smell of blood goes far regardless of what's going on, whether it's a covert activity, like people know and people realize what's going on. So the idea that, well, we're overtly and openly doing it, like, okay,
cringe.
Very different than how the government's typically operated. But the government, the U.S. government has a long history of retaliating against people it feels where whistleblowers have done things inappropriately or gone after whoever. I mean, yes, Trump is unique. He's like the first person. It's like, I'm just going to tell you I'm doing it. But no, it is a chilling of free speech. But the government traditionally and throughout the Biden administration was silencing speech. I mean, it was to the point where the FBI was sitting down with companies saying, you better do what we need to do here. I mean, those were very
you could,
just awful things that happened.
Hopefully it doesn't have a gimbal, but I have a remote that raises it. Yeah, mine is a gimbal, but it can't. It doesn't have a remote that raises it. I do have to buy another fucking tripod because I broke the last one.
Yeah, I agree. So different than Brendan Carr trying to do that. And I would
gimbal is not strictly necessary or anything, but
that consent decree probably would work against Brendan Carr talking anymore either. So I think that's good. I want to see that. And that, yes, there was a consent decree, but we promised not to fuck with social media companies. I'm like,
okay,
I don't see a problem with that.
I want to wrap up this segment as well to give one more segment, right? Because I want to cover at least three things, right? So immigration, we covered. I would consider this the freedom of speech portion, probably the DEI portion, and I want to make sure that we get last word on there. So I guess same question.
Have you ever considered thinking? No, I haven't, localist.
Question I had for the immigration: who here thinks that when it comes to freedom of speech and discrimination and DEI, we'll just kind of package it in, that Harris would have been better than Trump is doing? Raise your hands. Okay, no, you're not.
Well, I'm sure she would have better DEI. She would have done DEI, but
she would have better at DEI.
Better on the subject of DEI. So if you think DEI,
I got abandoned.
I get what you're saying.
List of things Harris is better at.
Okay, so explain. I understand
what you're saying.
So for those of you who answered no, right, who thinks Trump is better, I'll let you give the chance to explain why, and then I'm going to let the other side explain why, since I reversed that the first time, right? If that makes sense. So I'll let Ryan, then let Sean go. Keep these brief, and then we'll let Lucas and Rinyald go. Go ahead.
Yeah, the argument I made was that Harris was overtly and Biden were overtly discriminating on the basis of race. The response I got was, yes, that's okay. I don't mind that. So I think on that point, obviously the audience can decide for themselves if that's the sort of thing that bothers you. But if it does, they're clearly worse. On free speech,
Harris is better at putting black people in prison if Trump lets them out.
I think
True.
Both been disastrous on free speech. I will say, though, piggybacking on what Sean brought up.
I thought I was told in this panel, though, Harris was so soft or that she flip-flopped from being hard on crime to being soft on crime.
Consent decree that came out of Missouri v. Biden is a big victory for free speech. That's a 10-year enforceable order where if the government goes and is jawboning and silencing people on social media, you can go to court and you can get it enforced and say, thou shalt not do that. And it will extend well beyond the Trump presidency. So that's in my mind a good free speech win, and I'm glad it happened.
Sean, please.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, Sean, I'll let their side go first, and you guys get the last word on this one. Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that is the one thing I will say. I know people are very skeptical of that, but I think it's, that is a big win, regardless of who you are. That is a massive win for things. Yeah, no, Trump has done a lot of things I don't like. Yeah, I don't like them. Overall, do I think he still would do far better for things in this regard than Kamala Harris was? Yeah, I still do. I mean, I don't.
I don't even think Sean raised like any points that he thinks Kamala would be bad on. To be fair, like Ryan has talked the whole time more than Sean has, but like
Did nothing to
I don't think he said a single thing
inspire confidence in me. She never.
that Kamala would have done worse on this issue.
You know, like, hey, yeah, we shouldn't have really been involved in that. We should have really clamped down on the FBI doing this. We should have come out and said this is unacceptable. We don't agree to it at all. You know,
Well, there we go. We got one thing.
Prosecuting what's his name? The guy with the Hillary memes.
Oh, forget his name too. I'm sorry. I know what you're talking about though.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah.
She put people in prison when it advanced their career, and or let them out when it advanced their career, almost like she cares about nothing. I don't know exactly what you're referring to. So, like, she was an attorney general. She prosecuted people, and like she prosecuted people for, like, I think one of the controversies was she like prosecuted people for possession of marijuana, right? But like now she has a kind of different position on. Well, I mean, obviously, as an attorney general, you don't get to like make the laws, but you know, she believes that marijuana should have been legal, and then I think she said on one fucking podcast that she smoked weed or something. I remember that being a controversy, and then let them out when it advanced their career. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to there. I'm not aware of any time where she like actively let out prisoners. I'm familiar with her attempting to stop the release of prisoners in California. But I don't know what you mean by the second part there.
Yeah, there've been a lot of shitty things done here, and I just that was his name. I don't remember.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
It's just it's but we are seeing that, and like, you know,
she told the Democrat line that bail was bad and arresting. Oh, but I'm not sure that was always or wasn't always their position. I'm not like I'm not necessarily sure her actions as Attorney General contradict that in any substantial way.
They tried to prosecute somebody they couldn't. That guy they did, and they tried to put him in prison. They wanted him to go to prison for quite a while, and he was barely able to not get sent to prison, and was able to stay out until the Court of Appeals said, yeah, you know what, that's not fair. I mean, that is insane right there. Like, the guy almost went to prison for a meme.
So just to be clear from both of you, and just a one-word answer here, please, and this is to Ryan and Sean, on free speech specifically, I know you may say both are bad, but which is worse, Hot Harris or Trump?
Are you American? Yeah.
I think the Harris administration would worse.
Okay. Same question to you, Ryan.
Welcome to the stream.
Oh, you're muted.
Ryan.
All right, push talk. I censored myself. My fault. Yeah, I mean, I think they are both below the threshold of acceptability, so they're equally terrible.
So equal, no difference.
That's not how that works.
Okay, explain why you think Harris would be better. And I'm going to give this to Lucas, then to Rinyald. Go ahead.
I think
I don't know. The way he phrased that is crazy.
All right, push talk. I censored myself. My fault. Yeah, I mean, I think they are both below the threshold of acceptability, so they're equally terrible.
I think they're both below the threshold of acceptability. So as in, therefore, equally terrible. That's kind of crazy because obviously it's unacceptable to murder someone, but it's not equally terrible to do something more unacceptable, which is murder 10 million people. If he's just saying so as a filler word or independent clause, then it's not like particularly crazy, but or it's not as crazy, but equally terrible. Still kind of iffy to me.
So equal, no difference.
Obviously,
It's terrible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, explain why you think Harris would be better. And I'm going to give this to Lucas, then to Rinyald. Go ahead.
I think Ryan is still mischaracterizing my DEI position by like intuition pumping the word like
why are you in the waiting room, localist? What the like? It's the same conversation every time. I don't give a fuck.
discrimination into it. Like, well,
no one gives a fuck. It actually.
We discriminate against people all the time. Like, we discriminate against people who want to walk into stores naked. We discriminate against like people who are coming to the country who are like terrorists, right? There's obviously levels of extent to discrimination that are like acceptable and unacceptable. Yeah, I think Trump was easily worse on free speech.
Do you think the situation would be different? If A, Harris would be president, B, the shooter didn't miss. Obviously, they would be different. Are asking me like how, if I think it would be better or what?
We never saw anything.
I think the situation would be better if Harris were president. I don't know for sure if the situation would be better if the shooter didn't miss, because I think the fallout from that would likely be like fucking just catastrophically bad, like culturally and politically speaking. And I think it's very likely that J.D. Vance would have won in that case. And J.D. Vance, given like President J.D. Vance, in the context of President Trump being assassinated, would probably be just as bad, if not worse, than Trump. Plus, all like just the cultural shit that would follow from Trump being assassinated would be crazy.
as harmful and as severe as like trying to call for the death of Democrats for their free speech, or like the revocations of the student visas, trying to deport people for their free speech as well.
Okay. Rinyald.
Yeah, I feel like we also kind of lost the point of bringing up the First Amendment problem, because the reason that I brought up the First Amendment problem is that Malali brought up DEI as an example of this, or Kamala Harris and Biden's administration engaging in like, completely constitutionally impermissible, horrific, corrosive policy. And I'm saying even if we were to grant that framing, I could say the same exact thing for like a billion different policies that the Trump administration has engaged in, like their policy on freedom of speech. I think this is probably worse in terms of like contempt for the Constitution.
So they're just not anti-American in the same way.
Of comparing it against DEI, and
they don't violate the principles in the Declaration of Independence.
Joe Biden's alleged, violations of the First Amendment.
Okay. Finish up. If you're not done, I don't want to interrupt you.
I think the examples from Trump is worse, and it's more clear.
Okay. The third topic I'm going to pick, because I know you guys picked immigration, you guys picked the freedom of speech DI thing. I'm going to pick the third topic for you guys, and the final topic, and then we'll wrap up. The economy. Who would be better right now for the economy as a whole, Trump or Harris? And I want to give Ryan first word on this one, and then we'll...
That's my thing. Yeah, this is when they name drop me.
This is going to be at the risk of annoying Wick, but I think that what I'm seeing from the Trump administration is a recognition of what our long-term economic problem is and how to solve it. The long-term problem that America is going to have is that China has infringed on us economically and is setting up the death of the, not oil for the United States, but the mandate that oil be traded in U.S. currency. And with the death of the petrodollar
what the fuck?
Comes massive, massive trauma to our economy.
Source?
I've seen from Trump is an attempt to realign.
I thought we're energy independent, bro. Why does that matter? Isn't Trump so great for U.S. energy that's not a problem?
Geopolitics to create American hegemony in a new way. Is it working? That's another question. So the way that I see this question, Wick, is do you want to fight for American dominance or do you accept managed decline? And that's
true.
The way that I look at it.
The only long-term economic problem with Trump is solving a problem of economic growth. I know. Is there so from my understanding, the advantage the petrodollar gives us is that we can essentially use seniorage if needed to buy oil. And now I don't even think we do that. To my knowledge, that's not actually really what, except to the extent that you think all purchased by the government might be seniorage in a sense that maybe you're Tarski here and you say spending comes before taxes or whatever. But that's to my understanding kind of the benefit of the petrodollar. Maybe a secondary benefit is that other countries, if they want to buy oil, use dollars, and that means they have to have dollars and they have to buy U.S. bonds or whatever. But we get that anyway from just being the reserve currency. We get that from that's probably 1% of the reason other countries, maybe more than 1%, but less than 10% of the reason other countries hold dollar reserves, and the rest of it is that one, we're just a safe place to invest, or two, by nature being a safe place to invest, countries use our bonds and our dollars as reserves, which they also will need to use to control the exchange rate of their currency if they want to do so, and also because there are just network effects, and the dollar is used as an intermediary currency in international trade. So if you want to buy a good from Brazil, from France, it benefits you to have dollars, or someone to have dollars on your behalf, because it's easier to buy dollars with your French currency and then use the dollars to buy Brazilian currency than it is to buy Brazilian currency with French currency. It's used as an intermediary currency.
So you want to phrase it? That's your choice, man. So.
Yeah.
And the network effect there is everyone also faces that same individual incentive. So it's hard to, there's a network of people who have dollars. You want to have dollars because everyone else has dollars. Now I can see China will be the world power and everyone is speaking Chinese. What is the world currency? True. Is there if I look up NBER for petrodollar, is there going to be anything about the effect size of it? I kind of doubt it.
Well, I think we're seeing it right now, the challenge too. I'll use it just as a petrodollar. We're seeing the beginnings of that showdown are finally coming to fruition, and it's almost what you're saying, the economy. It's like the situation in Iran is really driving this right now. Kind of
if I just look up NBR petrodollar in Google, first paper, 1983, petrodollars into differential growth performance of industrial middle class income countries. The differential growth performance of industrial countries and middle income developing countries, and economic theory of adjustment to supply shocks is in an individual country coupled with world equilibrium determination of capital. Okay, blah blah blah. I'm not sure.
No, it's how
is relevant at all,
do that?
actually.
What's the plan here? I think Trump is probably the best at that. I understand that. I think Kamala Harris would have been focused on dealing with Russia, which I'm not really too worried about a bunch of half-drunk sister-fucking orcs out in the Siberian wilderness. I'm a little more concerned about China. What's that?
I'm sorry, go ahead. It just threw me for
I'm sorry,
the
you part
description.
Russian?
Threw me
Sorry.
for, no, it's fine. You can say it.
Okay.
Just threw me for a loop.
Okay.
That's all.
He's not Russian, but he's still offended for some reason.
No,
Ask
it's
why.
it's weird. That, like I didn't expect it. But go ahead. That's
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Because
Sorry.
he's
Well,
orc.
yeah, I was gonna say if you're part orc, I'm
I'm
sorry.
not black. Wait. Okay. What are you talking about? But go on.
But no, I think it is coming to a head here. I do think though that I this is managing the economy though. I think whoever really is going to have I think there were going to be significant.
This is like something. Okay, we got Barry Eichengreen Green. Okay, he's like a person. He's like a real guy who like has written about currency before. So like maybe something. We document some underappreciated aspects of the recent evolution of the international reserve system. These include the growing share of gold and central bank reserves, the continuing emergence of non-traditional reserve currencies, and the stalling share of, I think this is the Chinese currency. Yeah. In reserves. These trends are consistent with our findings in earlier papers. In addition, we look at the future pondering. Okay, I don't even. Where's it? Can I get the full PDF here?
Economy at this point. It's a lot of problems. I do think Pam Bundy's moronic line of the Dow at 50,000. Like, okay, cool. The Dow's at 50,000. People buying houses is damn near impossible. Like, there's so many issues here. Actually, I guess I'll revise it. I don't know who would be better.
Wait, okay, this might be. We're directly related.
Better on that at this point, because I think whatever Kamala might try to do, I don't think really would necessarily result in a better. There'd be problems, just different problems at this point, and I don't know if those problems. I think those problems probably be similar in scope. It's just now a matter of, this is,
Gotcha.
where are you going to go back to the beginning of this problem at? A lot of things. So I don't know who would be better at this one, actually, honestly.
Lucas.
Yeah, I think obviously Obama would have been better on the economy. I think Democrats tend to be more in favor of balancing the budget than Republicans. I think expanding social safety nets are pretty good. Kamala wouldn't have tariffed the whole world. I think tariffs are pretty bad. I think it's a fantasy to think that the U.S. will be able to domestically produce all of the things that we import from countries like China, and it just won't work.
Fair. Rinyald.
Yeah, I'm going to speak with low conviction because I'm not an econ guy and I'm not going to pretend like I am. But the most clear example of why I think, like the specific extent to which Harris or Trump would be better, I'm not even really certain. It seems like, under Biden, we didn't see like any huge dramatic shifts other than, pieces of legislation stimulating, particular like manufacturing within the US and like the promotion of green energy, which I generally like a lot. I think the tariffs have been pretty obviously bad in a lot of obvious ways. But like in terms of the specific policies, I'm not going to pretend like I'm, well versed enough in order to say like, give a super in-depth, understanding of it. However, I will say I like the kind of policy specifics I saw under Biden more than what I'm looking at right now with the tariffs.
Can you give us an example, just so we can crunch on it? Maybe we could start the open discussion portion on this here. Give us a specific Bidenomics policy that you thought was superior to Trump's.
I think the CHIPS Act was really good. The CHIPS Act was everything Trump is like trying to do with China by like domestically producing things that we don't want China to be exporting to us, and it worked really well, created a lot of jobs. I don't know the specific numbers on it because
I'm not sure it like
econ guy.
led to the big net job creations or anything, but like the real take here is like the president typically is just not going to have like any type of crazy amount of control over the economy. And insofar as Biden did good things, many good things Biden did were simply not doing crazy shit like Trump is doing. And I think the CHIPS Act was probably was net good. I'm not sure like not certain it created net jobs. It's plausible to me that there was crowding out there, right? Especially because of the time period we did it in. There was a labor shortage during that time, right? So it's plausible that it's like crowding out there. I think long term, it's in comparison to the counterfactual of not having any domestic like chips here, like insofar as our national security is kind of ensured there, it probably has like some long run positive effect on GDP. But
that's a positive from Biden.
You said something earlier that I just don't want to lose the thread on just because I was confused by it. You said that you thought the Democrats were both going to expand the social safety net and be better on balancing the budget. Aren't those opposite considerations?
Yeah.
Well, how do you?
So there's also this funny third thing that Democrats are in favor of. It is called raising taxes. And also, not only that, but we're comparing people here. So saying Kamala Harris would have been better on this than Trump doesn't mean that Kamala Harris wouldn't have also increased the deficit. She definitely would have, but just that it's likely she would have done so less than Trump, even if she also would have expanded the social safety net, because her making whatever expansions to the social safety net is partially offset by the tax increases she would do. that is not as much add to deficit as what Trump is doing with regard to the big beautiful bill. She'd be better get more respect as American first female president. She focused on relationships and not economy, right? I think she would get better. I don't know what you mean by gets more respect as America's first female president. Like from who? I think that is a reason that many people would respect her, sure. But I don't know how relevant it's going to be and stuff. But I think she was semi-focused on the economy. One of her first speeches that she gave after getting the nomination was a economic speech. She was in North Carolina. She made a speech announcing her economic platform, right? Affordability was a big issue during those times. She talked about it a lot.
Balance the budget by cutting more money.
You can cut spending in other places or raise revenue in other places as well. Like you can raise revenue from like taxing like the top percent or cutting other areas. I don't think those need to be.
Let me just ask you, like, what do you think the U.S. spends the most money on as a category right now? Like, what's
non-responsive? What are we doing here?
Yeah,
so he's looking at resource spending.
Yeah. So you're saying that we should expand the most expensive thing and then make cuts where to balance the budget? Like it's already the most.
We're totally shifting from the initial issue Ryan raised, but obviously, yeah, we spend a lot in social spending now. Depending on exactly the type of things you want to include and what type of math you're doing, it's typically less than many European, like Western European democracies, right? And I think there are ways in which the U.S. benefits from that. And I think on net, I'm probably in favor of expanding the social safety net insofar as we do it in ways that I think are efficient. And I think many of the ways that we do it now and many of the ways Kamala Harris would have expanded it would not be particularly efficient. On net, I probably want to spend more as a percentage of GDP on like welfare programs, right? But not in the same way as Harris did or whatever.
Most expensive thing.
But it is I don't think it's like a crazy position to want to expand what we spend the most money on.
Like I don't understand what you're talking about. Like
I said, I'm not a big econ guy, but I think we could raise revenue through like changing like tax brackets. We can do like corporate taxes. I think those might be good.
Yeah, corporate taxes.
Horrible. This guy still in chat? Incorrect. Look up DBCFT. Bitch.
We can raise. I think
that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess like,
and also the thing about like the budget too is that like social safety nets tend to generate money for the United States, so it grows our economy, and that helps
Can you
us as well.
explain that?
Yeah. So like for SNAP, for example, like every SNAP dollar generates $1.79 in economic activity. It lifts people out of poverty. Like all these things are going to help the economy. Like when you have people that aren't in poverty, doing more than
there's a much narrower version of this claim that is true. Or I think there's two narrower versions really of this claim that are true. One is that it is plausible that at some margin, welfare / public spending boost like long run economic growth through certain mechanisms, like the fact that like maybe potentially it boosts the amount of people in the labor force because people otherwise would have disabilities or illnesses or whatever they couldn't afford to get treatment for or something. Or like maybe, for example, there's evidence also that like SNAP increases like business formation, maybe the fact that it is a type of social insurance, the fact that it insures you against the outcome of losing your business and therefore losing all your money and starving on the street, that plausibly that type of insurance allows you to do things like, for example, form a business, and that if that business otherwise wouldn't have been formed, plausibly that increases economic growth. It's probably not the case that like many welfare programs the U.S. does, like by nature of spending on devoting spending towards them, that like actually increases GDP in those ways. Probably not particularly likely. There are still reasons to do it. There are, moral reasons to do it. There are, well, I think if you justify just not economics, it's probably going to be essentially immoral. But there are, different moral reasons for doing it. Maybe you think that people have, there's just some amount of that point towards like equality is intrinsically good, or that there's just diminishing marginal utility and therefore some amount of redistribution is necessary. There's going to be reasons like that. Maybe you think inequality is a big negative externality and you think that we should redistribute to avoid that negative externality. Like there are reasons to do that. The specific number he's citing for, I think he said like that SNAP.
It Yeah, so like for SNAP, for example, like every SNAP dollar generates $1.79 in economic activity.
That's essentially just a meme. That's not a good number. It's plausible SNAP has good effects on, for example, I think we have pretty well identified evidence on the effect of SNAP in food stamp spending with regards to outcomes in early childhood. And it does seem to be the case that when like households get SNAP benefits before their child turns 5, they perform better relative to similar children who did not did not get that. And that plausibly is related to like this human capital effect that social spending and welfare benefits can have. I think also this is just, there's all types of like reverse causality and endogeneity issues in this, but like the cross country correlations are kind of just not suggestive of the fact that like social spending reduces GDP, like is net negative or anything. But we should try to have better identified evidence, of course. What's up, Chipringo? Welcome back. He just shrimp do a kick flip. I can't really make him do a kick flip. A regular flip, though, I can make him do. There we go. Past me is good. I forgot I already liked this stream. That's real. That's so good. That comes from Tim Walz tweeted this once and it generated a bunch of stuff on Twitter. It's it's this. A likely source comes from a 2010 USDA report, which shows a multiplier effect from SNAP spending of $1.79 per dollar spent in the program. Though I should have put shows in scare quotes because the report doesn't actually show this effect, it simply assumes it. The paper is very similar to economic development reports, which claim there was a multiplier from various government programs to stimulate industry, but rarely show any such multiplier effect. They have a model which assumes there's a multiplier, and then it spits out a number. Should we believe this multiplier effect? On Twitter, I joked that if it were true, we should just run all our GDP through SNAP and we could be 80% richer. But my joke isn't quite fair because it could be true at the margin, but the effects dissipate at some point. At what point? Well, a key assumption by USDA's models is that the recipients of SNAP benefits have a higher marginal propensity to consume than the average household, which is like almost certainly true because SNAP recipients are poorer. This is a neat assumption. It's probably true because it preemptively counters the argument that SNAP benefits must be funded with taxes, and those taxes will have an offsetting effect elsewhere in the economy, so the net effect is zero. But if you have a higher MPC for poorer households, maybe the multiply trick will work. Here's a key problem with this argument. It can only be true in the short run. Shifting money from savers to households that spend 100% of their income will increase consumer spending in a given year and thus likely increase GDP, but a lower savings rate must mean less investment, and less investment means, in the long run, your economic growth rate will be slower.
It lifts people out of poverty. Like all these things are going to help the economy. Like when we have people that aren't in poverty, they're going to be consuming more than investing.
So then we should put like another $1 trillion into SNAP. That way we get like 1.8 trillion back, right?
Then we got Ryan doing a meme. Let's go.
Well, there would obviously be like a decline at some point in that.
Yeah, I think that what ends up happening is that
I don't know why you thought that was like an own.
Because it's a nonsensical figure, and your explanation shows
how's that
it's a nonsensical figure. The issue.
Wait, how is that nonsensical?
Because you're claiming that SNAP produces $1.79 of economic activity, and we can talk about why you think that. And then I probed you and said you said each dollar creates this, and I said, well, what if we put a bunch more dollars in? And you said, well, actually, that wouldn't work like that. Because
I'm saying at some point,
it's not like it's not at all like some type of fantastical belief or whatever. I think the number is wrong. I think, guys, it comes from a paper that does not have like a type of causal identification method or anything to try to determine what the number actually is. They just kind of make a model of plausible assumptions to try to estimate it, right? But that it already assumes it exists. But like this is a pretty well demonstrated concept, the fact that there is a fiscal multiplier, that if you redistribute or in some means give income to people who have a higher marginal propensity to consume, that will like increase demand. And in the context of a sort of if we live in a paradox of thrift, right, that'll have broader effects in the economy that can lift it out of a recession. Now that multiplier effect's not really going to do that much if demand is at a sort of stable level, if it's at an appropriate level. But if there's a fall in demand, one way to counter that is with fiscal stimulus that has a fiscal multiplier effect. You can debate on how often that happens. You can debate on what caused a recession. You can debate on the business cycle theory. You can debate on what the Fed should do and whether or not the Fed is going to do monetary offset and yada, yada, yada. But it's not like a hysterical concept or anything. I feel like you have to make a ton of assumptions about the velocity of money though, right? Not velocity, about the marginal propensity to consume. But in some cases it's going to be an assumption, but we have like empirically demonstrated that it is the case that poor people have a higher marginal propensity to consume, at least in some cases. It's going to be, if you give someone $1, how much of it will they spend versus save, consume versus save? People have different marginal propensities to consume and marginal propensities to save, and poor people tend to have a higher marginal propensity to consume.
We put so much into it, at some point we'd probably have diminishing returns eventually.
So then we should.
Is consumption taken to be better than investment as a default, though? No, not as a default. So for what he's saying, I think he's kind of implicitly making that assumption. I think in the context of what they're saying, they're implicitly making that assumption. The more broad view is that it's not better, but that there is the easiest way to put it is a paradox of thrift, essentially. So in the context of, usually the framework will be there's some type of shift in investors' perception, some type of shift in the animal spirits, right? And that will cause, a fall in investment spending, and that'll sort of incite, kind of a vicious cycle of less investment, less jobs. People have less income, which means they spend less, which means other people start saving more, and such and such and such and such. That eventually, you'll end up at a point of like persistent disequilibrium, where everyone is kind of in everyone's individual best interest to save, but actually everyone individually saving decreases total savings because we just live in a general kind of the disequilibrium, right? That's the paradox of thrift part. So in order to increase savings, part of what you can do is give people money, and they'll have a high marginal propensity to consume, and that'll stimulate consumption, and hopefully you kind of stop that vicious cycle, right?
Put more money into it because you have diminishing returns.
Well, obviously there's an extent. Like, I don't think funding Snap more right now.
Let me just ask both of you. Do we think
essentially in normal context in equilibrium, giving people those transfers would crowd out savings, right? But in the context of a paradox of thrift, you're not. There's no savings you're crowding out. You're kind of crowding in savings by changing expectations and demand and such. I get that, and that's normally the argument against saving, but the people are being taxed are generally investing. Well, again, I don't think you're understanding. I agree with you in the context of full employment. At full employment, that's true, right? But in the context of a recession that's caused by a lack of effective demand, by stimulating consumption, you also kind of crowd in investment, right? That's the point. It's that we're at a persistent paradox of thrift. We're at a persistent disequilibrium. The fact that people are not consuming, the fact that each individual is choosing to save, means that total savings are actually lower. So by making people consume and increasing effective demand, you can raise total savings.
that we are currently, when it comes to Snap, at the point of diminishing returns for economic activity?
No, because
so you say no.
We're generating money. We're generating money from Snap.
Okay,
until we're not generating money.
I want to ask Ryan. Do you think we are?
I think the entire question is ridiculous. That's like the metric that's being used is silly because what you're doing is you're taxing people, which is reducing economic activity. You're spending it on Snap, but you're not actually counting the reduction in economic activity caused by the taxes. So it's just a self-serving number. It's a ridiculous number. It was the point I was getting at.
Well, I'm saying
that part is true, but it's not like he was making a much stronger claim about this point being hysterical or whatever, as opposed to just not accounting for the fact that they're taxing.
That's my point, is that we spend money on these things and they generate economic activity. Taxing, I wouldn't say that like taxing people like destroys like economic activity, especially when we're like benefiting from it.
Right, if you take $1 from me, I can't spend.
Oh, well now it seems like he's confusing the net effect, which it is true if you tax someone. So if you assume that there is a Snap multiplier effect, if you tax someone and that doesn't destroy $1.80 of economic activity, but it does create $1.80 of economic activity in Snap, the net effect could still be positive, right? But Ryan's point was that you're not accounting for in your number of the net effect the fact that you are destroying other parts of the economy's economic activity. I'll try to nicely point out that I'm differentiating between savings and investing, and I don't think that is done in the numbers like this. I don't know what you mean by numbers like this then. So the relevant point here is that savings finance investment, right? That's why. So if we're talking on a macro level, it's true that kind of many of the individuals being taxed may be investing, but on a macro level, the point is total savings are lower than they otherwise would be. And by increasing effective demand, we can raise total savings and also total investment.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the reduction in economic activity. And then
No, because it increases, because then it goes to $1.79.
Well, yeah. So that number specifically, I don't know if you heard you bring up, but that comes from like a USDA report that it's not accounting for those type of things. That number is just a meme number, to be clear. That's kind of a slop number.
Okay, hold on.
But I think like I said, we have better identified evidence on the effect of SNAP spending, or more specifically food stamps, on early childhood outcomes and how that leads to better outcomes overall in life. And then I swear you're one guying me, aren't you? Well, you're kind of you're the only one chatting right now, right? But we have better identified evidence with regards to that and with regards to like business formation and SNAP. So
Rinyald's looking like he's gonna, I don't know, explode. So go ahead.
No, I'm like I said, low conviction. But like I think the idea is that like let's say that there's somebody with $2 and there's somebody with $500, and you take $10 from the person with $500 and you give it to the guy with $2, right? So this person still has $490 to spend, but now this person has $12 to spend. So they're both probably like, I don't know if we're going to see a diminishing amount of spending from the $490 person, but we would see a pretty substantial increase in spending from the $12 person. I think that's.
Oh yeah, he's like intuiting the concept. Very good, Rinyald.
And now magically he can spend $14 is basically
No, I don't think that is the argument. I think it just
that's not
stimulates lower income people.
No.
I think that's
Well, no, but that's the argument. Every dollar we give generates $1 plus. It's like, well, then where's this extra money coming from?
It's going to be coming. So if we give people food, they don't need to spend money on food, so they spend money elsewhere. I think that's the idea.
So as I understand it, and again, I'm not an economics professor, maybe we can have Nafon all day, but the idea behind
That's me.
is that
Nafon.
we tax people who have lots of money. I'm not even saying I'm agreeing with this idea, but this is a theory. We tax people who have lots of money, right, to spend, and we give it to people who have little money to spend, knowing that the people with lots of money aren't going to change their habits because $10 out of 10,000 isn't going to really hurt.
They're going to have it's not going to change their marginal propensity to consume. They're not going to reduce consumption because of it.
Whereas a guy who only has $100, suddenly they have a 10% increase and can now afford much more spending.
They have a much higher marginal propensity to consume, so their multiplier is higher.
And so we see increased economic activity that the 10,000 guy would save and not put into the economy is now being put into the economy through the 100 guy. That's
the rich guy actually more likely to invest the money.
Exactly, Sean. Exactly. It's based on a false premise.
That would magically grow money. That $1 would turn into like $100.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, the magically growing money thing.
No, what I'm talking about is that when they calculate economic activity, they specifically mean money circulating in the retail activity. They expressly exclude what Sean brought up, which is investment in companies. Newsflash.
But those investments don't stay in.
I don't think Ryan has any basis for saying that. I don't think he knows where the number is coming from. I think he's in some sense correct, but not like really. It's not like this paper like
Money thing
was measuring retail activity and didn't account for investment. It's just that they didn't like have any type of kind of causal mechanisms.
No, what I'm talking about is that when they calculate
or like any type of, I don't even know necessarily if they used, I don't know how much real world data they have. I assume they made a model and then like calibrated it to real world data, but I'm not actually sure what specific data they used.
Activity. They specifically mean money circulating in the retail activity. They expressly exclude what Sean brought up, which is.
Are you really just doing it to me? Well, I think you're the only one chatting right now, but there's probably other people watching. I don't know. It might not be on YouTube. I don't know. Oh yeah, that might. YouTube says I have one viewer right now, but on Twitch I have two. On Kick, I don't think I have any. People got bored during the DI conversation. Oh, Kick says I have two, but one of them is me, probably.
Investment in companies. Newsflash.
But those investments don't stay in the United States. They go to countries, they go to Russia, they go to China, they go to all these other places.
They also
the offshoring of jobs. We've seen this.
They also fund U.S. investment. They fund U.S. pension funds. They fund U.S. retirement accounts. They do all these things. If investing in companies is not a good thing, we have a little bit of a problem on our hands, Wick. And what I'm saying is the number expressly excludes certain types of economic activity and favors other types of economic activity, which is why it's kind of a ridiculous figure.
Wait, but I mean, we can also, even with the exclusion, though, we could assume that like
I don't think
we're also going to have more money to spend in other places like investments and things like that. Like if somebody isn't worried about spending like however many thousands on groceries a month, they could put that in like a Roth IRA or like an investment thing. I don't know.
I think a lot of SNAP beneficiaries are investing in Roth IRAs.
Yeah, sure. If they have more security in like their finances.
If they're investing in Roth IRAs, I think maybe we shouldn't be giving them government handouts. Like that seems like
true. Oh shit!
Go buy yourself something pretty, hun.
Thanks shipping over to $5. I appreciate it. I will. Don't worry. That'll actually ultimately probably end up going to whatever subscription that I get charged for next. But
thank you.
I appreciate it, Pingo.
Doesn't make sense.
Like, why are we giving free benefits and resources to people who don't need them? It's supposed to be an assistance program.
Well, like I said, SNAP is going to these people.
I mean, it's supplemental. Like it is an assistance program, right? But it's not necessarily meant for only people who are like starve otherwise.
Like lower income, they do.
Also, to be fair, the whole point, the whole reason they would have like the multiplier effect that this guy's saying is because they have a higher marginal propensity to consume. So that's kind of undermining his argument that he's bringing up. They might be saving as well, but
these things.
But in
So-
your hypo, they're investing in Roth IRAs. Like I don't know what you're
no,
talking about.
I'm saying they're investing since they don't have to like. Spend
You're
all the
arguing they
money
would
on
invest
other
that money
things.
because now they have more money to save.
Yes,
They can
exactly. Yeah, I don't know.
I would say I don't
why
think.
investing
I
that.
mean, and I'm not gonna like people like. If you're the point you're using Snap, I mean, that's not good. Like things aren't going well. Like I don't think that's really going to. You need to do a significant amount of economic development probably to get people to want to do investment that would be beneficial to them in the longer term because it's just a supplemental program. So it's.
Sure.
I mean, most of the people still receiving Snap are still below the poverty line are going to be struggling with it regardless.
Sure, but people
Here's
who are getting
here's
like,
a fun-
I have to respond to that real quick. People who are like getting assistance are probably.
God, Dip, glad I see you're on Ryan's side, even if you think his argument doesn't sound. Well, to be clear, I'm on his side with regards to Snap does not have the type of multiplier effect that they are talking about. I'm not on his side with the overall point with regards to Trump is better for the economy or with regards to Trump would be better than Kamala. But yeah, I'll see you later, Springo. I appreciate you stopping by. And the $5.
I would say they're probably more likely to be investing than if they were spending all their money like on groceries and necessities.
So here's a fun Snap story. It's an anecdote. Take it for what it's worth. I was traveling for a trial, and I was in a CVS in a town that I was not familiar with, and it was almost Easter. And there was a lovely woman, and she had lovely children. I'm happy they got to have a nice Easter. But she was bringing up these Easter baskets that were it was a basket with a stuffed animal in it, and in the basket there were some jelly beans and the stuffed rabbit. And she got to the counter and she said, "Can my Snap benefits cover this?" And the cashier said, "Yes, because of the jelly beans." So yeah, it's
Wow.
the economic activity we're stimulating. We're taking taxes, we're giving it to people. There's no check on what they purchase, and then they can buy stuffed rabbits and jelly beans with the funds.
Sure.
Seems not significantly responsive. So there's obviously a concern there. Maybe they'll talk about this as well. It's like, is Snap just subsidizing a bunch of unhealthy purchases or whatever? But I'm really not. So I don't think that's relevant to the claim he was making about economic output, right? Like, except insofar as there's negative externalities, which maybe you think there is from like unhealthy nutrition practices, there's certainly like some there, but it's not really relevant to the point of their marginal propensity to consume would be higher, and there's presumably a multiplier effect there that isn't there for other types of spending. But okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, great.
Wonderful. Would you disagree?
Well, let's move beyond. Hold on. I don't want to. I think we're getting stuck on a Snap debate, and
Yeah,
it's
that's
fair
fine.
because it matters, right?
You didn't invite me to the Snap debate, Wick. You invited Gen Z attorney.
Gen
and
Z
you
did
scored
very
me.
well on
I had
that
all these
debate.
talking points ready for it, and then
Gen Z did very well on that.
he did
debate.
great. He did great. I miss him. He started his own law firm, by the way.
I heard.
Yeah,
But-
he's crushing it.
Yeah, but I want to like focus on the economy as a whole, right? Like, and just kind of to talk about again, who would have done better, Harris? Because the economy is more than just the GDP. The economy is more than just our budget deficit.
True.
It's about how much money is in the average American's pocket. It's about how much groceries cost. It's how much gas costs. It's about how much economic development there is into America, economic investments and things like that. And I want to just kind of get a real idea.
I mean, it's not even GDP has not been particularly well so far. Obviously, quarter one 2025 was negative. I think quarter four 2025 was like what 1.4%. Yeah, which is not a particularly good number. The other quarters were like relatively normal, but like given the fact that we had negative quarters before, it's not that great. Or sorry, like a bit above normal, but negative, almost 4%, slightly above 4%, 1.4%. Incredible stuff here. If you look at, I think just the overall growth for 2025, I think it was roughly 2%, which is like typical. .1% from in 2025, yeah, which is not like a especially impressive growth record. It's like almost exactly typical. I believe like the average of the past like 100 years or whatever is 2% real GDP growth.
Running down the clock here, we only got about a few more minutes. But I guess I just want to hear from each of you. Why would your preferred candidate be better on that? I'm just really curious.
Well, actually, what would Harris's, like in these guys' minds, what would Harris's economic policies have been?
Fair
Because,
question. Go ahead.
because part of the issue with the debate like this is that we're kind of, it's kind of a, I don't know, like I don't want to say a straw man, but it's kind of just like an idealized figure that we never actually got to see, so it's all hypothetical. So like, what do you guys think she would have done that would have been good for the economy?
I mean, it'd probably just been like the standard Democrat policy making, like we agreed earlier, been a continuation of Biden policies and like Biden on the economy. I think I did disagree. I did disagree with her unrealized capital gains tax, but that's a small thing.
Wow.
No,
That's actually a pretty big deal.
Specifically,
Please don't let other people get off scot-free with regards to Jerome Powell, with regards to the tariffs, the big beautiful bill even.
But I mean, like, the reason that's not as big of a deal is because she just doesn't have much capacity to actually have that happen. There's no chance in hell that would have gotten through Congress. One thing that she said that she would have done, which actually kind of refers back to, I don't remember who said it, was one of you two, talking about how it's like basically impossible to own a home right now. One of the things that she was writing on was like cutting a bunch of red tape in terms of like overbearing regulation and building new housing. I think that was a good thing that she was talking about doing. I'm pretty sure Donald Trump said almost the exact opposite, that he wants to keep like property prices high to stimulate, people keeping us.
And not only that, the actually I don't know if Trump passed it yet, but the fucking bill that went through Congress, the Republicans agreed to, although it did have some good parts of like cutting certain types of red tape and stuff. It's banning or forcing institutional investors to sell built-to-rent homes after 7 years. And also, Trump himself has done some executive actions to stop institutional home buyers from building homes, although he's not forcing them to sell the ones they already have.
Of Harris doing better. I'm going to be deeply, deeply black-pilled on this, and I don't know if it's going to help you or not, or hurt me. I'm just going to be as honest as I can about this. The housing thing is a huge problem. The only solution is state and local. Like the barrier, it's not. It is a supply problem. We need to build more housing. It's not a demand problem. Harris had some demand solutions as well, by the way, which wouldn't have worked. But the actual, just to be charitable, the actual solution here is not national. It's that you have to get into your state legislatures, you have to get into your local governments, and you have to.
Part of Kamala's plan was creating, and part of Biden literally did things that created incentives for companies and local communities to cut those types of regulation. I do think part of the problem is federal, because you need a mortgage to get a home, and it made a bunch of more strict requirements for getting mortgages after the 2008 crisis. So I think we kind of went overboard on that, and now it's much harder for your average person to get a mortgage, which means that's part of the reason why institutional investors are supplying the capital for buying and building homes as opposed to individuals now, because of those added requirements. So and that's a federal thing. So I do think part of the supply constraint is federal there. But like, there were literally like programs within the Housing and Urban Development agency that incentivize local communities to reduce those barriers to building homes.
To change zoning. Like that's what it is. It's zoning regulations first and foremost that are like the crushing blow. At the federal level, they could do something about. They could lessen environmental regulations, which would be helpful.
Okay.
But
I
mean,
even in terms of
hold on.
That as well.
I know, but we have time crunch here, and I want to make sure everyone gets closing statements, and I want to make sure I get to these super chats. So here's what we're gonna do.
Wait, I heard you'll do super chats.
Yeah, well, super chats matter. They matter.
I heard you heartlessly skip them, and you make people come back the next day.
We're trying this for the money.
I am actually. I felt really bad about it too, because people paid me quite a bit of money to say things last night during my panel, and I just look. Yeah, last night's content was the best panel I've done all year. It was great. So if you want to go check that out,
except for this one, right, Wick?
Please do. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna read these super chats.
Didn't you respond?
Damning non-answer.
Yeah, I did great, didn't I?
And what we're gonna do is we're gonna give each of these lovely individuals a chance to close out with their final thoughts and tell people where you can find them. I have links to their stuff in my YouTube description, and I encourage you. They've taken their time out of their day to come and give you content. Give them a follow. Give them a
look. Boom. Hold on. I found that list of things Biden did on housing. Here's the plan. Comes with a number and YIMBY-friendly policies Biden has implemented. Housing and enrollment, announcing $100 million to communities to identify and remove barriers. Treasury and HUD announcing a major improvement in the federal financing bank multifamily risk sharing program. Bunch of other similar stuff. Many of which has to do with stuff on a local level.
Subscribe. Give them, go check out their stuff too. It really does help. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go through the super chats. I'm gonna give you guys last word, and then we're gonna end the show. $5 from Mr. Game Man.
I can't believe we're complaining about Kamala Harris didn't have a good enough housing policy versus like tariffs, universal tariffs, off and on again, universal tariffs, the Federal Reserve being attacked, Jerome Powell being not indicted, but criminal investigation ordered into him, right? Lisa Cook being indicted. Dog, kill me. The big beautiful bill, probably increasing deficit, is probably going to outweigh any positive effect the growth, the tax cuts would have on growth, right? Like, bro.
Please give examples of racism from the Democratic populace that came from trying to give money to black farmers. Go ahead.
That's the example.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Yeah, like.
Okay, I don't know if I care about the super chats.
It seems like there are people who allow women,
because we've seen it abused terribly in the last couple of years. It races differences.
Different historical, not like
man.
Wick.
Thank you. The guy who refreshed my from Mr.
I do a bunch that I don't actually hold with. Comparing these two things, I think they're just way apart. There's just it's a six stroke. And for the record, I think you're the best debater on the right, so I appreciate your time.
Wow.
I think like Rinyald said, comparing the DEI stuff to Trump's immigration speech.
When it comes to like that clearly just reverted back to what they've been
about
immigration.
Strength. Trump has always been throttling.
Sean,
Like there's a lawyer.
like to come on. Go ahead, Ryan.
Well,
Like goes a lawyer.
coming out yelling at me. So like I know what the now anointed best debater on the right. Suck it. Look, it's very hard to do comparisons between like presidents because it's such a broad category. It's even harder to do comparisons between the current president and a hypothetical president where we don't really know. We're just projecting what she would have done and we're trying to guess. It's a tough thing to do. But just like there's any number of criticisms that my friends on the left could have raised about Trump and they didn't have time to do, there are numerous criticisms that we could have raised about Harris that we didn't get to. You know, the one that comes to mind, and I'll just close on this, is how ridiculous the judicial appointments got under the Biden years. Sean and I covered a case recently. I swear to God, this is not hyperbole. The statute says there shall be no judicial review. And yet, this Biden appointee was able to interpret that language to mean there will be judicial review, and I am barring the Trump administration from taking action.
Based.
Like, there's wildly bad judicial appointments coming out of the Biden administration that are toxic to the rule of law in a way that is difficult to explain to non-lawyers. But we didn't even get to talk about today, so that'll be a topic for another time. But I appreciate you all. Appreciate the time. My channel is Natural Law with Ryan Mullally. We are swollen with viewers right now because...
Okay, great. I have no clue where the fuck Ryan is getting any of that petrodollar shit from. Okay.
I typed coherently. Oh.
What the fuck are you guys on about right now?
We're having a really, really intense debate, actually. So can you settle this for us? Which is better, World of Warcraft or ESO?
I've never played either.
Well, fuck. Well, Localist, I guess he can never settle this debate.
True.
What an L.
Dude, you're so cute, bro. I miss you. I don't know why you don't drag us in. We're in here for probably fucking an
Well, I
hour.
was watching a video, and I have a feeling whatever you want to talk about Localist, you join first. You just I'm just not going to care about. It's just going to be stupid shit that I don't care about or that we've already talked about 500 times before, and it's going to be the same conversation. But
Yeah, it's like things that we tell you multiple times and you don't get. It's like
Wait,
the relevant
who's we?
thing.
Who's we?
We the
This
people. We're wondering now I'm fun. What authority does Congress have? And you're pretty
well, I'm not.
ambiguous.
The law is not my comparative advantage, right? So I'm not
Yeah, you know.
I understand. I understand. So here's the calculus I'm doing, right? It's I was taught certain things in school. I have some amount of background information. I have read certain things, right? Typically online related to the law, related to the Constitution, related to that type of stuff. I've watched a number of, videos, documentaries related to that stuff.
Too.
And, there are obviously a number of different views people have that I understand. I mean, yeah, I've watched, when I watch, I watch debates on YouTube and stuff, and that relates to those type of things, right? So I get some understanding from those. And, it's just the overwhelming majority consensus view is just nowhere close to the to your view, and you seem to have very unique idiosyncratic views on things, and I think if you got your way with your view, I think your view just implies absurd things essentially. So therefore I draw the conclusion, for example, that Marbury v. Madison is incorrect and judicial review is not real, and I
believe in judicial review.
Right.
I actually believe in Marbury versus Madison.
Oh, and nullification. Oh, you do now? Great. But nullification, I think nullification is just kind of an absurd thing. And society just wouldn't function without that or with that.
So you disagree with vertical checks, the idea of states challenging federal authority or, challenging federal.
I disagree that a state has the constitutional right to nullify a decision by the Supreme Court.
Really?
Yes.
So for the Supreme, for the enforcement of Supreme Court decisions, would you understand that the executive branch has to enforce judicial decisions, right? And judicial.
Typically, yes.
So let's say that the executive enforced a judicial opinion in a way that was unconstitutional to a state. And
in a way, what do you mean in a way?
And so let's say that the precedent, so let's say that the state or that the case that they're citing is involving a state that wasn't that state. So let's say the U.S. has a challenge against Virginia on a specific constitutional grounds, and the Supreme Court rules in a way that's unconstitutional to Virginia. Do you think then in the future?
I'm not following. You're saying the Supreme Court makes a decision in a case related to two states.
Virginia to Virginia and the U.S. So it's the U.S. versus Virginia, the federal government versus Virginia.
And you're saying that so the Supreme Court makes a decision that's unfavorable to Virginia, and the executive branch has to enforce that decision. But you're saying the way in which the executive branch went about enforcing that decision itself was unconstitutional.
Yeah. Do you think that if
what I think should happen there is that Virginia should sue the federal government and say the way in which you're enforcing this ruling is unconstitutional, and if it is unconstitutional, the Supreme Court will likely rule as such.
Well,
right. That's how this stuff works.
Well, the executive branch could refuse to enforce an unconstitutional law from either.
But we're saying, we're granting that this is, or we're granting the Supreme Court has ruled it constitutional, right? The question is whether or not a state has to adhere to a ruling the Supreme Court has made with regards to the constitutionality of the law.
The Supreme Court is not final in there. Well, to be honest,
I understand in your view, a state has the right to nullify a law and say that they don't have to abide by the ruling, but you understand, I think that's essentially a reductio, right? I think in combination with the fact that has been ruled on before, that this is an opinion that almost no legal expert holds today, and that I think our society would just modern society would just barely function if that was the case. That it can't possibly be that states have the right to nullify a decision from the Supreme Court.
Yes, there is constitutional review at the state level, but I
understand that's your view. I'm telling you why I don't believe that.
Marbury versus Madison, any law repugnant to the Constitution is void. So that doesn't
imply. I don't know why you think that implies that. So the thing there is the Supreme Court is the one determining whether or not a law is repugnant to the Constitution. That I'm telling you I'm expressing to you that is my view, and also the view of most legal experts, and also the reading of it by most scholars, right? And in the Supreme Court historically.
May I explain just the process?
Are you going to explain your view, or are you explaining
the way it works?
The way I don't know what you mean by the way it works.
Okay, so let me explain. So so let's say Congress proposes an unconstitutional law. It gets passed by the House, it gets passed by the Senate, and it's unconstitutional. Then the president, could either say, I'm going to sign this and pass this unconstitutional law, which then they would both be violating their oath, or he can say, I'll pass, and so he either vetoes the bill and adheres to his oath, or he signs the law and violates his oath. So then the unconstitutional law has been passed through legislative branch, and it's been passed through the executive branch. So then that law gets challenged. It goes up to the Supreme Court, through the court system, all the different federal courts. And then the judicial branch says, well, this case, in this specific instance, the argument given by the people challenging the law, we don't agree with that because of whatever reason. Let's say that the reason is terrible and it's, abhorrent to the Constitution. It's just a terrible reason, and it's just personal.
Also, I don't know.
Whatever.
Till it skips some stupid
So then that unconstitutional law has been both through the legislative branch, through the, and it's been passed by the president. It's been challenged, and the unconstitutional law managed to get to the Supreme Court. The question is then, by
unconstitutional, do you mean, in your view, unconstitutional, or do you mean unconstitutional in the context of what factually the Supreme Court and other courts have ruled? Because it sounds like you're saying a law that is, in your view, or at least under some view, unconstitutional, versus something that is in fact unconstitutional as ruled on by the Supreme Court or whatever in a given context, right? So I think the distinction between saying to be clear, I think the Supreme Court can be wrong, right? I think there are cases in which they have been wrong. I think it is possible for the Supreme Court to hold something that is, under my view, unconstitutional, right? But I also think that there's a difference between saying that and saying, sort of as a fact of the matter, what is declared constitutional and unconstitutional in the legal environment we're in, right? So for a law that is declared constitutional in the legal environment we're in, I can think it'd be immoral, or I can think it'd be wrong, or I can think whatever about it. I would say the state does not have the legal right to nullify that law if the Supreme Court has ruled that the law is in fact constitutional. I could say, in certain cases, I may believe it would be moral for the state to nullify that law. I could believe that the Supreme Court erred in its decision and the law is in fact unconstitutional, but I would not believe the state has the legal right to nullify that law.
Perfect. Let's explore that. So, let's say that.
Wait. To be clear, do you believe that the state has the legal right to nullify a law that the Supreme Court has ruled is constitutional?
In some cases, can we explore? Now, can we explore what you just mentioned? Because I have a perfect hypothetical for you, because you love hypotheticals, and I love them too. So, tomorrow, the states legally pass a constitutional amendment that says that you are no longer allowed to own forks. That is totally constitutional. Then the Congress... and then the Congress passes the law that says you shall not own forks. And you can't own spray bottles. Sorry, spray bottles are also included in forks because they're the shape of the
he's
fork.
localist in chat.
So then that law gets passed through Congress. The president signs that into law.
Could you speed us up, bro? Are you going to say that the Congress passes a law that is your hypothetical simply that Congress passes a law that is in clear violation of the text of the Constitution and the Supreme Court upholds it? Is that the hypothetical?
Just let me finish. It's so short. It's literally very
you're taking way too long to explain it, but I think I already know exactly where you're going with it. I already know what I'm going to respond with.
Congress passes the law, you cannot own forks and spray bottles. Then someone says, hey, wait a minute. That law says, or that amendment says that you can only ban forks. You can't.
I've already responded. I think there's a distinction. I would think if the Supreme Court upheld that law, I would believe the Supreme Court erred in that decision. I think most people, under a variety of different legal views, would agree that the Supreme Court. I agree. The Supreme Court would have erred in that decision, and under my view, in most legal views, it would in fact be unconstitutional. I don't believe, though, that the state would have the right to nullify the legal right to nullify that law, because when I say unconstitutional in the context of nullification, I'm not referring to what is under my view or what is under a variety of views, legal or illegal. What I'm referring to is what has been declared legal or constitutional by the Supreme Court.
I understand now, but let me. You're getting very quick, very court results.
Because you're taking way too long to give out a hypothetical. I think I already know.
And spray bottles. It goes to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says, actually, yeah, you can do spray bottles. And then from there, the state says, hey, wait a minute. No, this amendment that we gave you the power to do, it says you can only ban forks and you're banning spray bottles. You can't ban spray bottles. That's not your bound. That's not your authority. Can the state block the enforcement
under judicial review, wouldn't it be the case that the Supreme Court just has the final say then?
Yeah, but
does
he's saying he doesn't believe in that.
Does the Supreme Court have the final say? No, they do not have the final say.
I don't know. So localist, I literally already. That's crazy how I knew exactly what your hypothetical was, and I already answered it. In fact, you could before you even brought up the hypothetical, I literally laid out. I literally when you first gave it a call, I already laid out my solution to this, my exact view on this. The point that you just drove me down a whole hypothetical is fucking retarded, because if you recall what I said is that I could think it would be moral. I said two things. One, that it was there's a difference between what is constitutional under my view or a variety of views, right? What is plainly constitutional or unconstitutional, and what has in fact been ruled constitutional in a given legal environment. So I think shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So to be clear, I think what matters for nullification, in my understanding, is what has in fact been ruled constitutional in a given legal environment. So I believe the state does not have the legal right to nullify a ruling by the Supreme Court. Now, I could believe that it is the Supreme Court erred in its decision, as I would in that case. I would believe that the Supreme Court is in fact wrong, and it is in fact unconstitutional to ban spray bottles, right? I would believe that in that case. And I could believe that it may be moral for the state to nullify the law, regardless of the legality of it, right? So in that case, I probably would agree disagree. Banning spray bottles is dumb. A state is within its moral right to nullify it, but that does not entail me to the view that nullification is permitted in the context of a state has the legal right to nullify a decision by the Supreme Court in all and most contexts.
So legislative authorities, whatever the Supreme Court says, that's all you're saying.
My understanding is that
because
the
that's
Supreme
not
Court,
true.
the Supreme Court has what do you think my claim is actually?
No.
That I
You're
just
saying
made.
that the Supreme Court has the full and complete and final
I said
authority.
states don't have the legal right to nullify a decision unilaterally.
Of course they
nullify a decision by the Supreme Court.
Also, like on this,
can
the
nullify
Supreme
laws.
Court only litigates like claims that are like they're just effectively like lawsuits. Like if the state or if some aggrieved party wants to claim that there's something that's unconstitutional, all that the Supreme Court's going to do is just talk about that specific amendment or that specific like claim.
Well, yeah.
They're only going to rule on like that narrow thing.
Exactly.
So really, it's like so it's not necessarily just up to the Supreme Court in this case. It's that somebody has to be like an aggrieved party for the Supreme Court to ever see it. And if no aggrieved party rules on it, then guess what? Then it's legal. And to go back to this, yeah, state could like challenge this, but then they'd have to like appeal it basically all the way up to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Or like wherever that challenge would have to be levied at.
Yeah, like what happens is that there's a specific case, a specific party, a specific state, and and then there's a specific argument. And if that argument fails in that specific person and that whatever fails, then the law is basically in effect. It's presumptuous as constitutional in effect. So it's let's say that there is this spray bottle thing.
Yeah, that is how the Supreme Court works.
And let's say that some retard from fucking New Mexico challenges it in some dumb way, and then he fails. Well, then all of a sudden there's a Supreme Court ruling that basically, quote unquote, that will uphold the spray bottle ban, but it doesn't really, because it doesn't prove that that thing's constitutional. Now there's a ruling, but it's a specific case. It's not a party that
no one is saying that one case is going to necessarily prove something is constitutional or unconstitutional. No one is. I don't think anyone holds that.
I mean, like a big thing is like abortion, because Roe v. Wade codified it through like a thing that's like patient confidentiality, and then that was recently abortion was recently sent back to the states because the Supreme Court now said that no, patient confidentiality isn't a good reason for like an abortion or something like that.
Yeah, and it's like when the argument is based on patient confidentiality, it doesn't actually get to the case of whether Congress has the authority to make a law on abortion or whether there is laws on abortion federally, period.
Well, yeah, I think it was based off of
I don't know what you're trying to. I don't know what you're trying to prove, local. No one is saying that there's only one way to prove or disprove something constitutional or unconstitutional, or that you can't, or challenge a law in a poor way.
Congress doesn't just get to pass unconstitutional laws, and then the only way for it to get struck down is through the federal courts, because if that thing's challenged in a bad way or challenged by the wrong party,
no one is disagreeing. I agree that you could challenge a law in a silly way and it be upheld, but then someone else could challenge a law in a much better way and it be struck down. Right? There are different reasons a law could be. I understand, but there are different reasons. There are different reasons things could be constitutional or unconstitutional. No, I have never disagreed with that claim. I don't know why you think I have or what point you think you're proving there. I'm simply stating that, given the Supreme Court has ruled something constitutional, I believe that it means states don't have the legal right to unilaterally nullify it. But I don't know how you're
right to make a statement and say, "Hey, that spray bottle ban."
I don't know if you mean make a statement. By make a statement, do you mean pass a law saying they're not going to adhere to it, or what?
Yes. Well,
okay. So in that case, that's nullification. I don't know why you used the term make a statement.
They have a right already, in the accepted legal system that you love, to say, we're not going to enforce that, as sanctuary cities, we're not going to enforce immigration law.
That depends.
That's not something that has nothing to do with the Supreme Court. Sanctuary cities don't know. That's not even true.
Well, I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
I think there are obligations that sometimes states don't have. Like states don't have. The reason sanctuary cities are allowed, they don't have an obligation. They don't have an obligation to cooperate with federal authorities with regards to immigration, right? They don't have. They don't have an obligation to give the federal government that information. But that doesn't imply that states have no obligation, right? You would agree with that? That there are obligations that states have to comply with federal law in other contexts?
If the federal law was unconstitutional, they would have the authority to arrest the officers enforcing the unconstitutional federal law.
Unconstitutional, what sense? As in under your view unconstitutional, or as ruled by the Supreme Court unconstitutional? Because I think there could be an argument made for if the federal government is enforcing a law that has been ruled on as unconstitutional, that the state could have like some legitimate authority there, right? But if by unconstitutional you mean it has been ruled constitutional by the Supreme Court, but it's simply under your view or under any given number of views unconstitutional, then I don't think they have the legal right to do that. It may be in some cases moral to do that, but I don't believe they have the legal right to do that.
If the federal government is enforcing a law that they do not have authority to do under the
has the Supreme Court ruled it constitutional or unconstitutional?
What?
Has the Supreme Court ruled if it's constitutional or not?
Let's say
so I think so. I've already answered this, but I think if it's been ruled constitutional by the Supreme Court, the state doesn't have a legal right to do that, even if it may be in some cases moral to do so, right? I think if it has been ruled illegal by the Supreme Court, then the court would probably have, or the state would probably have some right to take some action. I don't know exactly what that would look like. There's still restrictions on the actions of recourse that you can take.
A brief interjection. The Supreme Court doesn't really rule that things are constitutional. It's just that
we already been over this. Yes, I understand. Yes, I understand. It rules on certain challenges to laws and whether or not they are sufficient to strike it. We already ran through this. Oh my god.
No, it's not that. No, that's not what I'm saying. Is they don't rule that things are constitutional. Is that they don't rule that things are unconstitutional. Right? So it's not
that distinction really matters.
Do you think a great reshaping? Holy shit!
No. That is
my opinion's changed now.
Those are very important distinctions. Because not ruling that something is unconstitutional under something, whatever, isn't the same thing as saying that something is. And the Supreme Court, in all their cases, they don't have a right to affirm something. They have a right to nullify, right? The idea of judicial review is a right to say, to nullify.
I don't think there's a reason. I don't think there's a reason I have to be more specific with my language here. I think you, as any ordinary person, understands what it means to say the Supreme Court has declared something unconstitutional, right?
They don't uphold laws; they nullify laws. Right into.
Oh my god!
And the only, what we call upholding is, to me, it just means that they haven't nullified something.
I understand.
So if something has been nullified, it's quote unquote been upheld, but that's not really. That's not really.
So localist. Okay. Going back to like the enforcing laws and stuff. So let's go back to immigration. We'll go with like ICE here. ICE is under the DHS. It's under the executive branch specifically. States have different power, or they don't have to adhere to what the federal government has put in place in this case. They don't have to assist ICE agents or DHS agents to carry on immigration actions. They're under no obligation to help them. They also cannot stop them explicitly. That's why things like sanctuary cities are in place. It's because local authorities are they're just not helping the DHS here. That's the kind of powers that they can challenge here. This has nothing to do with the judicial system at all.
Yeah, just to be clear, localist, you agree sanctuary cities are not nullifying U.S. federal law, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
They're not enforcing it, and they're not cooperating with the enforcement, and they're not using it.
Yeah, because it's not under their jurisdiction specifically.
Enforcing it's is a weird term. They're not cooperating with the people who are enforcing it. But.
Okay, so the way that works is
there are no laws saying that they have to cooperate with DHS in this case.
I don't know why I'm blanking on the name of the term, but I am obsessed with the term, and I don't know why I'm blanking on it all of a sudden. But yeah, the way that works is that they can't block it, but that's only insofar as that law is constitutional. And so the way the system views it is that those laws are constitutional, that immigration laws are constitutional, and that states cannot block because of that. But if those immigration laws were unconstitutional, then the states would actually have the authority to not only block the enforcement somehow, but also to create laws that contradict. And there was actually a case in Texas,
wait, hold on.
In Texas, during the Biden administration, where the Biden administration didn't want to deport people, but I think Texas did.
Oh, incorrect. Total misreading. No, incorrect. Factually wrong. What Texas did was install barbed wire on parts of the border, right? And they had some right to do that. My understanding is that action alone they had a right to do. The issue came when there were people who had already crossed the border or were at some risk of losing their life. Federal law requires that immigration enforcement at the federal level reach those people, whether because they want to try to save their lives or whether because they have already entered the U.S. and therefore have a legal right to claim asylum. That is what federal law requires. Texas tried to stop federal agents, and in some cases did in fact stop federal agents from cutting down barbed wire and accessing people who were legally entitled to claim asylum. So total misrepresentation of what happened there.
I think that's a different thing that's a different case.
I really don't think it is. I don't think there's any other case like that in Texas during the Biden administration. I think that's really the only thing you could be referring to.
And also, if you're talking about this, then what you're talking about is like in individual states, like suing the federal government in this case, and in that case gets litigated in some circuit court, and then if they don't get the result that they want, they can appeal it all the way up to the Supreme Court that way. That's that is a judicial check on the executive power.
The Supreme Court ruled mostly against Texas in that side.
That's the judicial branch, like checking the executive branch in this case. This isn't like individual states doing that. You realize that, right?
So the thing with
because it's a federal level thing.
Yeah, so the thing with the states not enforcing things and not cooperating with enforcement, that's the anti-commandeering principle, or the anti-commandeering doctrine. It's existed for centuries at this point. It's been continuously upheld, and that's why sanctuary cities exist. But to move on from that, it's not right to say that the only grievance procedure of unconstitutional federal laws and whatever is to try to challenge and then get to the Supreme Court and basically appeal.
I don't think it's the only thing, right? You can also petition Congress to repeal certain laws, to amend certain laws to try to address the issue as well. I think there are many other recourses you have.
That's also why you have that's also why you have representatives as well. Like you petition that to them, they petition that to Congress. Or if it can be accomplished at a state level, then state representatives.
Well, let's give it a perfect example of that. Let's say that.
But hold on. I don't know what you're trying to prove, Localist. Just hold on, Localist. You would agree. Hold on, Localist. You would agree. Just because there are more recourses than simply appealing to the Supreme Court, that does not imply that every recourse is valid, right?
No. Well, not every. That's you
would agree. I don't know where exactly you're going with this, but just because if you prove that there's some other recourse, which I agree there are other recourses, it doesn't prove anything about nullification, correct?
Well, let's say that I'm going to give a perfect example that actually will answer every question you have. Let's say that we agree that the Social Security Act and Social Security is unconstitutional. Okay, so we want to get rid of the unconstitutional Social Security system that's existed for probably over a century at this point. Mm-hmm. And, the Social Security card is embedded in everything, and your Social Security card's everything. It's, and people rely on Social Security, and you're not going to get voters to overturn that through. So, so let's say that that's what we're dealing with. Well, okay, so what's the ways that we can do this? Well, we can go through the court and say that Social Security Act is unconstitutional. Well, first of all, how are we going to challenge that? Two, it's not going to happen because Supreme Court,
presumably, if it's
to overturn
unconstitutional, you've been paying payroll taxes, and that's unconstitutional. Like, I would assume you would have some amount of standing there. Like, I don't see why you couldn't do it necessarily. In fact, there are. Just to be clear, there are people who have sued on not exactly those grounds, but like Amish people, for example, don't have to pay Social Security taxes because they have a religious exemption, which I believe they fought for in court. They on the basis that they were aggrieved and they had a First Amendment right to not pay Social Security and payroll taxes.
Trumps the Social Security Act. Like that's like. That's like
no. But I don't know. All I'm saying there is, like you said, it's not going to happen. I'm giving you a case where obviously not that exact thing happened, but a case where someone who had been subject to payroll tax unconstitutionally sought recourse for that in the court and won.
Yeah, but they didn't rule that the entire act was unconstitutional.
I agree. That's why I'm saying it's not the exact same thing. It's an analogy. You said that if this act is unconstitutional, what's the recourse? What could we do? And one example you listed was go through the courts, and you said that's not going to happen. I'm giving you an example where something very similar happened, where someone was in fact able to get recourse for paying an unconstitutional payroll tax to Social Security by going through the courts.
Okay, so what are they gonna fucking? What are so they're gonna refund everybody's taxes that they pay.
No, that doesn't apply that. That doesn't apply that. No,
that's not how appeals work.
That doesn't apply that.
Okay, localist. That's not how appeals work. We've already gone through this. It is literally you have a specific right with a certain aspect of some policy, and you appeal that policy. You're saying, hey, this violates my rights right here. This specifically violates my rights on the basis of religion, going back to Social Security shit. And when you bring that all the way up to the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court agrees that, hey, yes, you should get a religious exemption for this, then this would only apply to groups that would get the religious exemption.
Not even exemption. Well, let's say that they ruled the Social Security Act is unconstitutional in its entirety. What would happen after that?
They could no longer be enforced.
It would just be repealed. Then you just can't appeal. Then you can't.
What would happen? Because there would be riots.
It would have to be a broad appeal then. Like you realize
there would be riots. Grandmas would be in the streets, out of their nursing homes.
But then you're just saying, I don't understand. First of all, a state nullifying a law. Wait, localist, yes or no? What do you think would happen if a state nullified Social Security? How would they even do it? Considering it's going to have to be. You agree it's going to have to be the legislator to nullify the law, right? The state legislator, yes or no?
No, it would be more than that. No, way more than that.
The state legislator and the Supreme Court in the state?
They would be a part of it.
Who else is doing it if not the legislator and the Supreme Court in the state? My understanding is the original nullification crisis started when the state legislator nullified the law.
The specific process differs from state to state.
I understand. Generally, it's going to be the state legislator and maybe the Supreme Court in the state, correct?
It would there is no general process. It would it differs state to state.
How the fuck? Okay.
No.
You
have to create.
What is nullification? Presumably, nullification is when a state nullifies a law. What are they actually doing there? Are they presumably they're going to have to either pass a law, make a court decision, or I guess technically maybe some governor could just take like unilateral action and say we're not going to comply with this. But that seems like even more plainly illegal than that seems beyond just nullifying. That seems just crazy.
No, it's however the people and the Constitution of the state determine that the state will be represented in that capacity.
I don't understand what you just said if not referring to the state legislator and the governor and such.
A state nullifying an act is an act of the state. It's an act of a state.
I agree. Who in the state is doing it?
Right? And so it's like...
Who in the state is doing it? Who in the state is doing it? Who in the state generally would be doing it?
That's what I'm answering. I'm saying, does the legislature of that state have that authority? No, the legislature doesn't, have the...
So who's doing it? The governor?
It's not the sovereign capacity of the state. the state's constitution determines specifically that process because
generally, I would imagine. First of all, there's no, to my knowledge, in no state constitution does it say this is the process for nullifying the law, right? To my knowledge, it's not explicitly laid out in any of the state's constitutions. You would agree there'd be some other authority under which either the legislator or governor or maybe the judicial branch in the state would have to make a decision about to nullify the law, right?
There would be it would be a part of the state's constitution, or it would fall within the authority of the state's constitution. Like if there is no,
there's no, I don't know anything like fault. Who is okay?
The state.
Who does that's meaningless. So, who in the state is making this decision and implementing it?
Whoever has the sovereign capacity and authority.
Which is generally going to be who? Generally going to be who? Would you agree that it's generally going to be the state legislator and or the Supreme Court in the states?
It's determined differently from state to state. There is no.
I understand. Usually. Do you think it's generally going to be?
You can give an example. Just give an example. There's an example. Just give. Let's say it's the legislature, the executive, and a memorandum. Like, let's say it goes through all houses and all branches of a state government, and it passes through a state memorandum of 75% of the people agree. That's the nullification process. Let's say that's the example. Since you want an example, let's say that's the example. If it goes through that process, it's nullified. There is
sorry, repeat that.
Well, let's say that the process is it goes through all of the different branches of the state government and goes through a memorandum of 75% of the people. So 75% of the people of the state voted that is unconstitutional.
Someone would have to make that poll though, that referendum, right?
So yeah, what would happen in this case is like someone like maybe like the attorney general of the state would just like formally file a petition or not file a petition.
Well, yeah, that's what normally.
It wouldn't go through just the AG. Yeah, the AG can't act as the state unilaterally.
Am I wrong on that?
I mean,
I think you're right. The attorney general wouldn't nullify the law, I don't think, but in the normal context, they would be the ones to sue the federal government to try to.
Suit. Filing the suit. Like they would be the ones to file the suit in this case if there was like some sort of referendum there. Like either way, this is not like these states directly nullifying the law. Either way,
like they're not nullifying the law.
Like they're taking their grievances to the respective branch of government. Well, and they're letting that branch of government litigate that with another branch of the federal government.
Like when South Carolina nullifies a federal law, they're not saying you can't enforce this in Virginia. They're just saying you can't enforce this in South Carolina.
We never disagreed with that. We understand. To be clear, this is the thing I was getting at. You said there would be this can't happen because there'd be riots in the streets. But I think no matter how the state nullifies the law, if there's going to be riots in the street for the federal government nullifying it, for it being ruled unconstitutional on a federal level, there's probably going to be statewide riots if the state government nullifies it. I would imagine that's the case. Yeah. Two, the people doing the nullification presumably are subject also to democratic control within the state, whether it be the state legislature, the governor, or in some states, in many states, the Supreme Court justices in the state are also elected. In some cases they're appointed, but in that case they're appointed by people who are still democratically elected. So they're still going to be in the same way that it's not going to happen because there'll be riots in the streets on a federal level. It's not going to happen because there's also going to be riots in the streets and democratic control on the state level.
I know. So
then what is your point? So then to be clear, it sounded like what you were arguing is the only form of recourse can't be suing the federal government because the federal government's never going to do it. But it seems like just as much the state government is unlikely to do it.
Yes, the point is that it's infeasible at the federal level. I agree.
But then how is it not almost equally as infeasible at the state level? I think it might be slightly more feasible, but.
It is.
Then what's your point? Then you prove nothing. I don't understand.
I would agree that both are infeasible, but the state level but you're saying that the state level is impossible.
I'm not saying
I'm saying
I don't
that-
think either. I don't think
I'm
either is
saying-
impossible. I don't know what you mean by impossible. I think the state is like
Because you say
the
a
state
state
level
can't
is like
vote.
slightly more likely, just because it's probably
I
easier
say-
to like contact your representatives
I
and such on your
say-
state level. But I think it's still. I think they're within like 5% of each other with regards to a popular program like Social Security. Although actually, you know what? I bet it could very well be harder on the state level because nullification has already been ruled to be illegal, right? So like, right, that's right, yeah. So I think it'd be very hard to even get the. I think it'd be almost impossible to get the political capital for a state to nullify a law, whereas it's already established the federal government can, or the Supreme Court can declare a law unconstitutional, right? Or I know you don't like that phrasing, okay? To not say to whatever your phrasing was, I forget your exact way of phrasing it. To not to uphold a specific complaint against the law. So it probably is easier to do that at the federal level than it is at the state level, actually.
No instance of nullification has ever been struck down or challenged at the Supreme Court level ever. Or at the federal
Then
level.
why aren't states just trying to do this like carte blanche with anything that they don't like?
They're pussies. That's the bottom line.
Fuck me, you're right. My bad. All of this, every state legislature.
They're not only pussies, but they
they're
believe
all fucking pussies.
they
which
can't.
is why we like don't have California like protesting the fucking DHS. Which is why we don't have like Minnesota fighting the DHS. Like, what? Yeah, you're right.
But like, I want to go back really quick to the point that Non-Fun just made, which was, yes, I do agree that to repeal Social Security from the legislative branch is impossible. To repeal it at the judicial branch is impossible, or unfeasible. But I believe that nullification of it is not only possible, but it's more feasible than to get it repealed through the legislative branch, which is impossible.
What's the evidence for that? I just explained to you that I think it's very unlikely for. Do you think any governor coming out and saying I'm going to nullify a law, especially if it's a popular law, is ever going to be able to have the political capital necessary to do that?
I think ironically, that would just be like political suicide for that governor if they ever want to like run again. By the way,
the political capital required to do that at the state level is so infinitely far less than to. I
don't believe so because again it's already established. It's already established and generally understood that like the Congress has the authority to repeal laws, or the Supreme Court has the authority to declare laws void. It is not similarly established or well understood that states have the power to nullify laws.
They have the same authority that the Supreme Court has.
Hold on, you would agree with the claim. Hold on, localist. You would agree with the claim that it is as of now, in fact, the case that states do not have. It is not commonly understood, or commonly people don't commonly hold the view that states have the authority to nullify laws. Where it is commonly understood, people commonly have the view that the Congress does have the right to repeal laws, and that the Supreme Court has the right to declare laws void. Correct?
It's commonly like I say, most people know that the Supreme Court can nullify laws. Most people don't know that the states
correct
can.
So that's one part of my claim. Do you agree that is commonly understood, but is not, and that Congress can repeal laws as well, but that it is not commonly held or understood by people or whatever that states have the right to nullify laws? In fact, it is commonly held that the opposite is true.
I wouldn't say it's no, I would say it's neutral. I'd say most people just don't know.
It's neutral?
Most people don't know either way.
Oh
yeah.
my. Based off what?
Don't.
Based off what? Like, are you just saying that people don't have like any like history knowledge on the nullification crisis or anything related to that?
Yeah, like if I were to go on the street and ask 50 people, hey, like if I were to ask them these questions, they wouldn't, like, most of them would say, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you retarded?
I think so.
Yes, that's to our point.
Yeah, so partly, so for one, I think in order, like, it is true that many Americans lack that much knowledge of history, and they're dumb or whatever. So I think part of that is true, right? Right, but I don't think it's common knowledge the exact history of everything there. But I think if you ask most people, if the state has the right to nullify a law, and if you might have to define nullify for them, I think most people would say no to that. I think they have an understanding that the federal government has supremacy. I think that is an understanding commonly held by the general populace. But not only am I referring to the general populace, I'm also referring to the courts, people within this legislature, right? I think if you asked most state legislators whether they had the type of authority you were talking about, they would say no. So I think that's another form. It's not the only type of political capital is not the general populace. It's also people within your administration, people in your cabinet, the state legislator, the Supreme Court of the states, and also circuit courts that you're subject to the jurisdiction of, and the Supreme Court of the United States, right? So I think those other types of political capital, it is very commonly understood that states don't have the type of nullification authority you're talking about, and that is a big barrier that they would face. Whereas everyone, both the general populace and the other types of political capital I discussed, understand that the Supreme Court has the right to declare laws void, and that Congress has the right to change and repeal and pass new legislation.
Yeah, like I mean, everyone would agree that the Supreme Court can declare laws void. Most people don't know that the states can do it too. Like it's always been a concurrent power. It's always been
okay.
It's not just that they don't know that the states can do it. They they also know that the states don't have that power, based off the fact that the Supreme Court does have that power. Like the state. Wait. Hold on. The statement that the Supreme Court has the final say on whether a law is constitutional is commonly known to be like true amongst the people. Which means that by that extent, the states don't have that ability to be the final say on that, on whether a law is unconstitutional.
They don't have the final say. Nobody believes they have the final say.
For the Supreme Court?
Oh my God.
Yeah, no one believes that.
You think if you polled most people? So first of all, if you polled the general populace, do you think the majority would agree that the Supreme Court has the final say on the interpretation of any given law?
No.
That's crazy.
Why not?
That's crazy,
What's the evidence for that?
No, it's crazy the other way, because then that just means the Constitution or whatever the fucking Supreme Court says.
No, there are checks and balances.
Oh, what's the other check and balances? What
you can pack the court, right? You can that's the way you could affect rulings. Congress can pass new constitutional amendments and legislations. Correct.
I forgot that you could just go in creative mode. I forgot
that you can what?
I forgot that you could just, go back in the Constitution and say, actually, the fucking spray bottle law is unconstitutional. I forgot that you could do that.
What I'm just describing to you basic checks and balances. I'm saying obviously just because the Supreme Court has some ability to determine the interpretation, the final interpretation of law, it does not mean that there are no checks and balances against the Supreme Court. I just gave one out to you. There's no constitutionally mandated number of justices on the court, so the president and the Senate can. So wait, hold on. You would agree, localist. You would agree the executive and Congress have the final say in the Constitution because localist, yes or no, Congress and the president could put anyone on the Supreme Court. There's literally no requirements. They could put, I think there's you have to be above 18 and not be be a citizen. But beyond that, there's no official requirements. So you would agree, yes or no, that the president and Senate could put anyone they want on the Supreme Court, and those people could rule however they want, correct? And they could give it to them on the saying, I'm only giving you this position if you do this certain thing, and if you don't do this certain thing, I'm going to either impeach you, because that is another power the Congress has to impeach Supreme Court justices, or to appoint more people until they eventually do the thing I want.
I completely agree that there are hypothetical checks and things, and
I'm not referring to hypothetical. You said by nature of the Supreme Court having the interpretation. You said by nature of the Supreme Court having the final interpretation of law, they therefore rule everything. I'm giving you an argument saying by nature of the executive branch having the Senate, the executive branch having the ability to appoint Supreme Court justices with the advice and consent of the Senate. By nature of having that authority, the executive branch and the Senate actually control everything.
Yeah, in theory, you can jurisdictions.
I don't know why you keep saying in theory.
Wait, hold on. There's actually a case on this. So this is Cooper v. Aaron from 1958. The specific standing on this is that states can't nullify decisions of the federal courts, which explicitly gives federal courts the final say on certain topics.
What case is that?
Cooper v. Aaron.
No.
So this is regarding several government officials in some southern states, including Alabama, who did not want to follow Brown v. the Board of Education. and they argued that
read
states
that.
could
That was-
they specifically argued that states could nullify federal court decisions if they felt like the federal courts are violating the Constitution. But that was ruled to be false, like explicitly
They can.
false.
They can, and that's
Then
called judicial
then
supremacy.
why did the Supreme Court in Cooper v. Aaron say otherwise?
Because it was a specific case, and they were ruling on that specific law, not the idea.
Okay,
that,
so this
You would
specific
agree,
case
localist, that
ruled
in the like
states
arguments
can't
relevant.
nullify federal court decisions.
I know Cooper v. Aaron.
This is explicitly contrary to your case.
No, that was a part of the case, but that was not ruling.
You
on
haven't even read the
Local,
fucking
you would
thing, so I don't
agree.
know
You would
why you're
agree
trying
that
to
in order
contest
to
this.
make a, you would agree, localist, that in order to make a determination on any given case, there may be principles or that are upheld or not upheld that are relevant to other cases. Correct, and one of those principles could be nullification, whether or not nullification is legal.
Wait, what did you say? Like,
You would
I didn't hear
agree,
you.
yes or no, that in order to decide a case, that there are going to be arguments and principles debated in that case, and those principles are applicable in other cases. Correct.
sometimes, not always. No.
I agree, not
I mean,
always.
there-
I agree, not always. I never said always. I don't believe I said always. Okay, so you would agree, in theory, one of those principles could be nullification. Correct?
No.
No,
Wait,
it is
wait,
not
okay,
possible
okay,
for
so-
nullification
No way.
to be.
Oh my God.
I know. Are you?
No,
how
you can't
retarded are you?
nullify
Are you drunk right now? You don't sound drunk right now,
The
but you
court
might be.
can't null-
Wait, not fun. Let me try to do this. So localist. Again, going back to Cooper v. Aaron, the specific topic was on a previous like Supreme Court decision regarding Brown v. Board of Education. The specific ruling entails from this that states cannot nullify the decisions of federal courts, and therefore this gives federal courts the final say on like constitutional constitutional acts and whether like a certain thing is constitutional at a federal level. Like when we're talking about federal acts being enacted that states have to follow for some reason or another, states cannot challenge that. It can only be challenged by federal courts, which means that the states don't have that power explicitly.
So that case was ruled about a specific case, and that and the
So, Cooper v.
that
so-
argument was secondary and was
So
not.
That
regarding
doesn't.
Cooper
Oh
v.
my
Aaron-
God! How retarded are
regarding
you?
Cooper v. Okay, so regarding Cooper v. Aaron, once again, Alabama said no. We don't have to follow the results of Brown v. Board of Education here. We're
Yes,
just
they
going to
don't.
continue to segregate schools. They
don't.
The Supreme Court said no. What? They unanimously
so that's
said no to
creative mode.
this. No,
Well, that's creative
no,
mode.
no.
Yeah, 'cause
You're
that's
just
creative
making
mode.
shit up. You're just making shit up. No,
Yeah, so what happens
absolutely
if they
not.
don't? Yeah, so what happens if they don't?
You would agree,
And
localists, regardless of the consequences of what happens if they don't, something or in any case, that regardless of the ability to enforce or the actual consequences of them not following it, it would be illegal by their determination. Correct?
Wait, by what?
By their determination.
Who's there? Wait, what?
The Supreme Court.
Listen, buddy, no one likes the Supreme Court, and they.
Holy
That's
shit.
irrelevant. Total.
That's
yeah.
a whole
Okay.
non-answer.
Incredible.
Wholly
really
non-answer.
lost.
So once
They
again,
really lost.
we're gonna go back to this. I'm gonna roll it through nice and slow. So Alabama said we don't get to follow Brown v. Board of Education. That got sent all the way up to the Supreme Court via the case Cooper v. Aaron, and in that case, the Supreme Court said no, you cannot, as a state, just nullify a previous federal court's decision.
That's what
Only
they
federal
said?
courts have the ability to appeal federal decisions.
Wait, they said nullify? They said
Yes.
that?
Yes,
No, they
states
did
cannot
not.
nullify laws. Yes.
They did not say that.
Oh
That's
my
not.
God.
See, like that's not what the case.
Oh
First
my
of
God.
all, if I
So,
like,
okay.
I don't know for
Based off of
certain
what
they use the
definition
word
of nullify,
nullify
by the
or anything, but number one,
It doesn't matter if
would
they
you?
use like the specific
Yeah,
word
I was gonna say,
nullify.
I don't
it
think
says
I don't
that
think
states explicitly
No,
don't have the power
Cooper
to
v.
challenge federal
Aaron-
decisions.
No,
in
Cooper
this
v.
case. So
Aaron
federal court
was that.
decisions.
So there was a. So the Supreme Court had given a specific instruction to that school board to desegregate, and they wanted to delay
Board of
it.
Education.
Yeah, they wanted to. The Board of Education wanted to delay it, and then they basically said that they are bound by that decision, that they cannot delay that, the enforcement of that ruling, even if they have challenges. Like it wasn't really about.
So
what you're talking about.
So let's say
And it also.
I'm going to give you. I'm
Wait,
gonna give you
why?
a
Wait, but
hypothetical here,
localist, wait, I'm confused. Localist, under your view, aren't they wrong? Under your view, couldn't they say, no, the Supreme Court erred in its decision, we actually don't have to abide by it?
I mean, in theory, they could.
So you would agree that your reading of the law is contrary to what the Supreme Court ruled?
Well, no, I'm fine.
Yes, you just agreed that under your view, you disagreed. Yes or no? Do you want to watch the VOD? You disagreed that you under your view they could not obey that decision on the grounds that they believe it's unconstitutional and the Supreme Court erred in its decision. Correct? Do you still agree with that?
I'm saying that that's hypothetically.
Do you agree,
possible.
localist? Do you agree? Do you think that if the state in that case had believed that the Supreme Court's ruling was unconstitutional, that they could have ignored it?
The state.
Yes, the state. What do you mean?
The state wasn't involved in it. It was Brown v. Vorse.
So
no, Cooper v. Aaron,
localist.
In Cooper v. Aaron, if the state had said that we don't think the Supreme Court made the correct decision, could they have ignored it and not enforced it? Could they have delayed? Okay, so you agree, yes or no, that is contrary to what the Supreme Court ruled?
The states enforcing it?
How retarded are you? Localist. In Cooper v. Aaron, the case we're discussing. Cooper v. Aaron, Bo, shut up too. No. This is where, okay. Bones. In Cooper v. Aaron, you agree, the description of the case that you gave was that the Supreme Court said that they couldn't delay reintegrate or desegregating these schools, correct? That is the what you said.
They couldn't delay it, but that they could. Could not just reject it outright. I'm
going off of localist. I'm not I'm just going off of what localist said. You agree, localist,
hold on.
Basically, what Cooper v. Aaron says that you have to that there's a mandate on desegregating schools.
Yes.
And that is dictated by this federal court specifically.
Okay, so localist,
yes,
you agree that the Supreme Court ordered the state to desegregate the schools, correct?
What'd you say?
You agree the court ordered the state to desegregate the schools in that case. Yes. Could the state that the Supreme Court had ordered to do that say, we disagree with your ruling, we're not going to do that?
The state didn't. The state's not involved. It was the it was the school.
I don't know what you mean the state's not involved.
It was the court and the fucking...
The court who had ordered... You just agreed that the court had ordered a state to do a certain thing, correct? You just agreed to that? You still agree with that?
No, the court ordered the school board, not the state.
Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry, that's part of the state government, but the fucking county...
Okay. So let me make this super duper retard proof localist. I'm going to give a hypothetical. Let's say that the state of Texas, through the Supreme Court, is told, hey, you have to give Bobby that sandwich right there, and it is let's say it's constitutionally valid here. Okay.
Yeah.
Texas says, nah, I'm not going to listen to this. I don't think I'm bound by this, bound by this.
Yeah,
they appeal it back up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says, no, based off of this previous case and the fact that we also have the ability to engage judicial review, and since judicial review gives us the final say on this, that means that the standing that you have to give Bobby that fucking sandwich has to stand, and you have to abide by it. That's what we're saying.
Well, the first part was correct. Yeah, I mean, yes, they can, if it's constitutionally valid, do that, but they can't just say, hey, well, actually, in all cases, we can, do whatever we want, and we have the final authority. No one is saying.
Okay, localist. Jesus fucking Christ.
So the second part was wrong, but the first part was that was correct, absolutely.
So you're effectively just rejecting the concept of judicial review at this point.
No,
yeah, I mean he doesn't believe in. He doesn't
literally what you're saying is that you fundamentally don't agree that the Supreme Court has the final say on a given law.
No. You're saying, hey,
you absolutely. I don't know how you can say you don't believe in that, localist.
Whoa, wait. So the answer to your question was yeah, they can say that yes, you have to give them the sandwich, and this is constitutional. But they can also say, and also we actually have the final authority in every other situation too. So actually, we're God too, also. because that's not specific.
Okay, so with respect to federal,
what is the limit? Wait, what is the limiting principle with regards to the state's ability that wouldn't also apply to the Supreme Court?
What? And going back to Cooper v. Aaron, the thing that's being
Look, I don't know how you don't understand what I'm saying, localist. If you are saying the state can nullify a law, but that doesn't apply that they're God King of everything, what is the principle that limits their ability to be the God King of everything that wouldn't also apply to the Supreme Court?
The states can't nullify an unconstitutional law because unconstitutional laws, or no, because. Well,
wait, okay, how are you? I don't understand.
I think I just incurred brain damage. Holy shit. The states can't nullify an unconstitutional law.
No, states
what the
can't
fuck
nullify
does that
a
mean?
constitutional law because they're not void.
Because they're but you when you say nullification, the thing that you are referring to that you look like you understand what I'm saying, and you're just using this language because you don't have an ability to respond, so you're just like being retarded for the sake of delaying when you have to respond. You understand when I say nullify, I forget the exact language I use or whatever, but what I'm referring to is the state is saying that they're not going to comply with a law that has been ruled constitutional. I'm not simply saying, the law, I'm not even saying the law actually is constitutional or even would be constitutional under my view. I'm simply saying it has been determined as such. I understand, you can say, oh, actually, the state can't nullify a unconstitutional law because they weren't laws in the first place or whatever. But when I say nullification, when people say nullification generally, that's the type of thing they're referring to.
So what was your question? What was your point?
So I'm asking, so you said that just because states are given the ability to do that type of judicial review and to nullify stuff, that doesn't apply that they are God Kings who can make the final decision on everything. So I'm asking, what is the difference between that makes it such that states aren't God King of everything, but that the Supreme Court doesn't have? What is the difference there? What makes the Supreme Court God King of everything based on their power, but wouldn't make the states God King of everything based on the similar power that you believe they have?
That is a great question. See, is that the Supreme Court isn't God King, but also the states aren't God King. So the states can nullify, but there's also a check to the states nullifying something incorrectly. Right?
Which
Do you
is
understand that?
Which is
done at the court. Which is done at the union. No, it's not done by the court. It's done by the union. It is either done by constitutional amendment or done by. Why
can't they just nullify? First of all, that applies to the Supreme Court too, motherfucker. I don't know what you mean. If the Constitutional Amendment is a check on states nullifying something, the Constitutional Amendment is also a check on the Supreme Court.
But going back.
Wait, just real quick, localist. Do you agree that a amendment is equally a check on the Supreme Court as it is to a state legislator or a state nullifying an action?
Well, a constitutional amendment could be anything.
Is that responsive to my question?
Okay,
Do you agree that if it is the case that a constitutional amendment can check a state nullifying something, that it would also be the case that a constitutional amendment can check the Supreme Court?
A constitutional amendment could check anything. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So
this is not a response.
Anything. Constitutional amendment could literally, you can pass a constitutional.
Okay, so then why is there such a big major issue with the Supreme Court having this power? You keep saying judicial supremacy, right? King of everything. If they have the final word, that's judicial supremacy, and they can just do anything they want. But you just agreed that so two things. One, you just agree that they can't do whatever they want because the amendment can check anything. Two, I don't. If what you're saying is the states actually have this power to make, or some concurrent power to do this type of judicial review, right, and not adhere to laws they view as unconstitutional, then I don't understand what grants them not the same judicial supremacy or whatever in that case that would lead to the same bad outcomes, because there's also no checks on them in the same way, or equivalent checks on them, I should say, because you agree that there are checks on the Supreme Court via constitutional amendments.
Yeah, then so if a state wrongfully nullified a law, then 3/4 of the states could ratify the law. As
And
a
if the Supreme Court
constitutional
wrongly
amendment.
nullifies the law,
And
wrongly
then
upholds something, then the 3/4 of the state could, guess what, pass the constitutional amendment too. So you agree there's the same recourse either way, correct?
Either way, no.
How?
Okay,
Not.
hold on. Nah, bro.
Because an amendment requires Congress and the Senate too. And it requires
And it would require that in both cases. An amendment has the same requirements either way.
Exactly. So if a state wrongfully
so if the Supreme Court wrongly does something, you can pass an amendment.
And they would have to be passed through the legal process.
And you would agree the same thing applies to the Supreme Court, correct? If the Supreme Court makes a decision we don't like, guess what? We can pass an amendment. If the Supreme Court, for example, for the immunity ruling, many people don't like the immunity ruling. Many people think that the Supreme Court erred in granting the president the type of immunity they did. One supposed remedy that I believe already has I believe it's drafted. I don't know if it's been introduced or anything ever, but there's a proposed amendment to rectify that by making it such that the immunity decision is reversed, essentially, by making it clear what under what circumstances the president can be prosecuted under. So that is a check on the Supreme Court in the same way there's a check on the state legislator wrongly nullifying something.
Not state legislature, but yeah, so you're saying that,
whatever who's ever is doing the nullifying, the state that is doing the nullifying.
So you're saying that Congress passes unconstitutional law, it goes through the executive branch, it goes through the Supreme Court.
Is that what I said at all?
Whoa!
And then from there, we can make constitutional fucking amendments, and then that's it. That's like all we can do is make constitutional amendments.
What I'm saying is you seem to have a big issue with the authority the Supreme Court has, because you say because they have this power, they just have the final say on everything and are a god king, and because the Constitution means nothing. But you want to empower states with the same type of concurrent power. And when I asked you what would prevent them from doing that or from having that type of same god-like Constitution as whatever we want power, the only thing you said is that constitutional amendments, but that equally applies to the Supreme Court. So I don't see a distinction between these things that you think are unequal.
Yeah, because you're saying that the Supreme Court has final authority, and that the only check on the Supreme Court then is either to sue the Supreme Court or to pass a constitutional amendment.
So first of all, no, I literally gave another example of a check earlier, which is the fact that the president and Senate appoint people to the Supreme Court. So that is another check that exists, right? So for one, I didn't say that, but for the thing I'm getting at again, I'm not. My point here is not. My point here, I don't understand how you don't. So my point here is that the reasons you take issue with the Supreme Court having judicial supremacy or whatever would seem to equally apply to state legislators who have the ability to do certain nullification. And I don't understand what makes you so willing to say that we can check the state governments, but that we can't check them. So, but what makes it what check is there that doesn't also apply to the Supreme Court? Because I would say we can check the Supreme Court.
It's harder to check the states than it is to check the courts. It's easy to check the courts. You just either the executive branch.
Then that strengthens my argument that we should want the Supreme Court to have.
What?
If it is easier to check the Supreme Court than it is to check the state governments, then we should want the Supreme Court to have that power, because it's more likely that the recourse will get through.
I'm talking about in theory. I'm talking about in
I don't know what the fuck you mean we're talking about in theory.
Even if you believe this in theory, then why wouldn't we give the Supreme Court this power and so the states then?
It's not about whether we should.
You said that the Supreme Court has God powers, effectively. You said that they have God powers, that there's no checks on them. But now you're simultaneously saying that they are easier to check than a state government, which you suggested should be the way that we go about nullifying certain laws.
It's easier if the states check, if the fucking, if the feds are checking.
So now you're going back on this again. Holy shit.
What am I going back on?
So you said that earlier that the Supreme Court, your first statement was that the Supreme Court has no effective checks and balances, that they have God powers. You said that the states should be able to have this power. You didn't give any specific way to get out of this that wouldn't be countered by, all right, then we just put an amendment in, or we have checks on through the executive branch either. And then you said, by the way, that it is easier for us to check the Supreme Court than it would be the states, which goes against the claim that we can't check the Supreme Court, ultimately.
It would be, no.
And now we're back here.
You're at the state level to check the Supreme Court. Like if you were to use
Okay, I don't understand. I don't know how you got that confusion, but let's just say you were confused or whatever. Do you agree? So provide to me a way in which we can check state governments from wrongly nullifying laws that wouldn't also apply to the Supreme Court wrongly nullifying or upholding laws.
So the state says, oh, this constitutional law is unconstitutional. And then they say, oh, wait, that's actually constitutional. Then they fucking pass an amendment and says, oh, wait, this is actually...
Correct, that could happen, but you would agree that could equally happen in the Supreme Court. I gave a specific example even with the immunity stuff.
Because then you're saying that the Supreme Court has final authority, and then, and then the only way to override the Supreme Court is to either get a ruling that overrides the previous ruling or to just pass an amendment. That's like retarded.
But you're saying the same thing for the state governments. That's what I'm getting at. You're saying the state governments have the final say, and that if they make a wrong decision, the only ways to rectify it are passing an amendment, or presumably there's some changes. It differs by state how the Supreme Court is appointed, but by getting a different ruling.
Because
if we move this to the state courts, by the way, it's like it would actually be harder for us to be able to alleviate that, because all 50 states now have the power to nullify certain laws, which means now Congress has to get together for each grievance if they want to pass an amendment on it. It means that the executive branch has no way to figure out how they can remedy being able to challenge the states on this. They have no power to challenge the states, whereas they do have the power to challenge the Supreme Court by adding or subtracting.
Local. Let's just go back. Point. So you just because you never understood this point or whatever, and it's relevant. So I don't think you're going to understand it. Look, just localist. You would agree that in the case Cooper v. Anderson, there was some section of the state government ordered to comply with a Supreme Court ruling to desegregate schools, right?
It wasn't the state. It was the school board.
Who was it? The school board is part. Is the school board part of the government? Yes or no on a state level?
No, but it's like an agent of the state.
What do you mean no?
It
is the school board. I don't know. Maybe it was different back then. In my county, in my state, the school board is an elected part of the local government.
Yeah, but they're not an elected part of the state government. They enforce.
They are subject to the local government. State government.
Okay. So localist. Here's a crash course on here's how school districts get funded. They get funded from the state allocating certain funds to the school districts, which means that ultimately the state has the final authority on all of their doings, basically, and they control the education in that state. So of course it has to be under the jurisdiction of the state in this case.
And then yes.
Specifically regarding this case, it was Arkansas.
Wait, sorry, hold
Alabama,
on. I just looked at the synopsis of this case, by the way. It literally first paragraph. Due to actions by the legislator and the governor of the state opposing desegregation. So you would agree, yes or no, localists? These were actions by the state government that were being ordered to comply with the Supreme Court ruling.
What'd you say?
Okay. So, in the synopsis of the court ruling, it says, due to actions by the legislator and governor of the state opposing desegregation. So, the school board, I believe there are other sections that mention a school board. I could control that school board. I'm sure they're mentioned.
It's Alabama, Arkansas, a few other states, but those are kind of the main ones. I believe they mentioned. There's a summary that mentions Arkansas specifically.
Okay, sure. But clearly there were actions taken by state legislators and governors who are the state government. I would hope you agree, localist. There were actions opposing the Supreme Court ruling, and they were complied by the Supreme Court to adhere to their earlier ruling, correct? You would agree with that characterization?
Sure, man.
Okay, so just to be clear, you would agree, the state governments, right, were ordered to adhere to a Supreme Court ruling.
Yep.
Okay, so so in your view, can they just say, no, fuck you, we think you're wrong, and we shouldn't adhere by this ruling?
It depends on the case. It depends on the thing. But in this specific case,
Okay, so
Okay,
the case is Cooper v. Aaron, and under that
No,
case,
but local.
are-
Just to be clear, localist. When you say depends on the case, what you're saying there, correct me if I'm wrong, is you're saying it depends on whether or not it is actually constitutional or not, right? So when you say it depends on the case, what you're referring to there, you're saying it depends on whether or not you think it is actually constitutional for them to do what they're for the court to order that.
and it's specifically constitutional under the Equal Protection Clause in the 14th Amendment. That was what Brown v. Board of Education.
Well, no,
adjudicated on,
but I'm
and
just
it's
getting out.
that.
So to be clear, what I think localist is saying is that when he says it depends on the case, what he means is it depends on whether or not it is in fact constitutional for the court to order that. So on a case by case basis. But that doesn't actually get to my point, which is that you could equally say whether or not the Supreme Court could uphold a law depends on whether or not it is constitutional or not. The issue is you're empowering someone with the decision to decide whether it's constitutional or not. So in our current system, that's the Supreme Court. The localist's issue is that they have the power to decide what is constitutional or not. So they could uphold a law that is like flagrantly unconstitutional in theory and just say fuck you, it is constitutional. I'm asking for localist, what happens if the Supreme Court orders something that is constitutional and the state says fuck you, nuh-uh?
Then the federal government has the right to enforce it through force if necessary, like they did in that case.
Okay, so that seems like you're still just empowering the federal government then. How is that nullification? How's that different from the system we have now? That is the system we have now.
That is not the system we have now, because that holds on the fact that that ruling was constitutional and that they're enforcing
No, I'm asking, how are you, okay, so just to be clear, the people who determine whether it's constitutional or not, it's the federal government. So in the world right now, which also the world I described a hypothetical, the Supreme Court will say whether or not they're ruling. I mean, kind of by necessity, the Supreme Court's ruling is like constitutional as like a matter of fact of what is in the current legal context, right? It can be overturned. It might not be like constitutional under certain views, but like as a matter of fact, it is constitutional in the given legal context. So the Supreme Court is empowered to make that decision, and then the federal government enforces it. That's the system we have now. I'm asking you if you support the federal government being able to, it seems like your issue is that you think the federal government can just rule something that's actually constitutional, and then say, we're going to enforce this on the states, and your remedy for that is allowing states to nullify the law. But if ultimately, who determines what nullification is legal or illegal, you're not actually fixing the problem that you want to solve, which is that the federal government could just say, fuck you, this is constitutional, and enforce the law anyway.
And they can enforce it anyway if they are actually acting within their constitutional duty.
Who decides that?
Oh my
Who decides that? Who decides that?
God.
Totally missed my point. What a fucking retard. Who decides that is the issue. And that's your issue too.
If that were to happen, like, because we're not talking about in theory, let's talk if it were to happen. Right, so let's say
I don't know what I don't know. Okay, who decides in your view whether a state nullifying something is constitutional or not?
Well, let's say that for this specific
fuck you. Answer. In your view, who has the final decision over whether or not a state's decision to nullify something is constitutional?
That would be either the state courts or the union, who could just fucking pass the law and say, actually, yeah, you can't fucking not desegregate schools, and like whatever authority was is legal, and then this is actually
okay. Isn't your whole issue that the union has that power currently?
The union has what power currently?
To decide whether or not a law is constitutional and to decide whether or not states have to abide by it.
No, they can decide whether a law is unconstitutional. They don't decide whether
you
a law
know what
is
I'm saying. Stop playing these games. To decide whether or not a law is unconstitutional and to enforce that decision on the states. Isn't that your issue currently, is that you believe that gives the Supreme Court too much power and judicial supremacy, and states should be empowered to ignore it if they want to, or if they think it's unconstitutional?
Decisions either, so you're wrong too. Again, the Supreme Court doesn't enforce decisions.
Holy shit, I don't think I said that. I
Yes, you
said
did.
the Supreme Court decides whether or not. I understand the Supreme Court itself doesn't enforce decisions, but you clearly, I think you know that I know that. I don't know why the fuck you're like fighting on these points or whatever, because I think you understand what I'm saying. I understand the Supreme Court themselves does not enforce decisions. It's up to the executive branch to do that. But first of all, the Supreme Court decided that that states do have to adhere to their decision. And secondly, obviously, I understand the Supreme Court, like the executive branch, is in charge of like actually enforcing it. That's how our Constitution works.
Yeah, like they can decide that in that specific instance, and the state.
I don't know what you mean in that specific instance, because I'm asking very
Like
broad questions.
In the in the case of Cooper Vera, and where they said, hey,
Okay,
this
so
actually-
broadly, who is it? Who makes a determination as to whether or not a state nullifying a law, in your view, would be constitutional or unconstitutional?
the state courts, so it'd be challenged that way, or also be challenged, or else.
So when the states
So
challenged
wait,
this,
so wait,
the
wait, wait,
Supreme
but-
Court
but-
said
but-
nah, and they enforced it anyways.
So just to be clear, the state. I don't understand what the state court is deciding here.
Whether the nullification was valid or legal.
How?
Based on the Constitution, like whether their challenge of the law was valid.
It just sounds like
that's just the same problem. You're just giving the
Supreme
states.
Court.
You're just giving the states the same power to say, "Nah, fuck you." It's like constitutional. I could just give the same like spray bottle example. Like, what if the federal law does say ban spray bottles and forks, but a state government says, "Fuck you."
Yes.
Nah, we're only gonna ban forks, and then. What the state governments in that under your view, wouldn't they just have the ability to only ban forks, and there wouldn't be any recourse for that so long as the state level Supreme Court said that we should only ban forks?
So the state government could ban, or could the state government could block the enforcement of the forks, and then if that was challenged, it would go to the state courts, and then it would go,
But what if the state court just said, "Nah, fuck you. We're only gonna ban forks," even though the law says ban forks and spray bottles, or the amendment even says amendment might be different, but the law says ban forks and spray bottles. The state says, "Nah, we're gonna nullify it. We're only gonna ban forks," and then the state level Supreme Court says, "We agree. We should only ban forks."
Yes, then the states could pass an amendment saying, actually,
Who is passing this amendment if they nullified it in the first place? And also, that same check applies to the Supreme Court.
And it's also easier to check the Supreme Court for the reasons mentioned earlier.
No, it's not easier to check this fucking Supreme Court at all.
The executive. Oh my god. So the executive
Listen,
branch has checks on the Supreme Court. They don't. The executive branch does not have checks on specific state governments in the same way that they do with the Supreme Court. They cannot just tell the state courts to appoint new judges. They can't just do that. That is up to the states, which means that the states explicitly have more power than the Supreme Court under your example. And when you say that the Supreme Court can't be checked or has less checks than state governments, that's just plainly false.
The Supreme Court does not have many checks.
Holy shit, you're actually retarded.
You could jurisdiction
how?
check it, or pack the court, or pass an amendment. Oh my god, those are the checks.
So
We
the
might as well
checks,
kill ourselves.
with respect to the checks here, the federal government, the executive branch specifically, can appoint new judges. They can add judge seats specifically to enact like something that the executive branch might want. The legislative branch can pass amendments, meaning that the Supreme Court necessarily has to follow these amendments because it's applied to the Constitution. And since they have to rule in the Constitution, they can't just say, "Nah, we're going to ignore this fucking amendment." They can't do that. So that is, again, another check on the Supreme Court right there. The disanalogous situation here for the state courts would be that the that the executive branch doesn't have these checks in the same. They can't just add seats to state courts in the same way that they could do with the Supreme Court, because again, that's a state jurisdiction level thing. So that is the states having more power than the Supreme Court in this case.
The states do have more power in the Supreme Court because you know why? The states.
Okay, so wait, then you just agree. Then you agree with us. Then you just conceded the entire debate right there. You realize that, right?
No, the states fucking have more power.
Okay, so wait, hold on.
They created the
so
damn
Locust, shut the fuck up. Locust, shut the fuck up. So in the Supreme Court case, we have more checks on them through the federal government than we do with the state courts. That is what we've litigated here. You
But there's
explicitly
more
said
checks and balances in the states.
your first contention was that the Supreme Court does not have the ability to be checked here. We've not only disproved that, but now you are saying that the state courts do in fact have more
In
power
the
in this
idea
case.
of state checks,
Isn't this is the
it's
Midwestern
easier
March guy,
to-
Yes,
right?
you're
to
saying
check
that they have
the
more
state-
power here,
You
which means that
wanna agree or
they
no?
have a less ability to be checked. You've just conceded the fucking debate.
No, I haven't, because you won't let me. make my
Holy,
point.
okay. So
In the idea
you
of state
said
checks,
that they have more power, correct?
Hello?
You said that the state's government or the state's courts have more power, right?
then what? The Supreme Court?
Than the Supreme Court in this case, based off of the
In
ability
the
of
idea of state checks. If there's no state checks, then the Supreme Court's God. If there are state checks, then it's harder to check than the states than it is to check.
there are ways
I'm
for states to check this. I'm so sorry. This is just plainly false. We've already outlined this.
Oh yeah,
We've already outlined this several times. The ability to pass new amendments. We've already said that the executive branch can add seats. We've already said that this can be petitioned.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you want the social
with state courts, the executive branch of the
why-
federal
no, now
government cannot add seats.
Yeah, because like
That is explicitly a power that the state courts have that the Supreme Court does not, or that is a
there's
check
the
on the Supreme
idea-
Court that the state governments don't have.
if we concede the idea of state checks, then it's easier to check the Supreme Court at the state level than it will be to check the states at the whatever level.
So if you concede that it is easier to check the Supreme Court than the state courts, then the argument
Under
that we
the
cannot
idea of
check the
state
federal court, or that we cannot
If
check the federal courts, is false.
Listen, brother. If the Supreme Court is final in its interpretation and its its word is God, then it's uncheckable.
You're just saying the
If
same thing for states.
Holy fucking shit. Okay.
It's
So
not
one
that
second.
hard.
Here's an example of this.
Hard.
Going back to the abortion thing, if Congress passes an amendment that just legalizes abortion in this case, and necessarily the Supreme Court has to follow it because it's part of the Constitution. The reason why the Supreme Court is able to check these things is because all of their rulings are with respect to constitutional amendments in the law. So necessarily they have to abide by that. That is a explicit way you check the fucking Supreme Court.
So, like, let's say that the Supreme Court had no ruling on a constitutional amendment and there was a constitutional law saying that abortion was banned. And there was no ruling on it from the courts at all. From there is like, it doesn't matter if the courts say it or not. Whether something's constitutional or unconstitutional, it doesn't hinge on whether there's a Supreme Court ruling saying so. They passed amendments saying abortion's illegal.
Yes, explicitly it does.
And then Congress makes a law.
That's why up until like very recently,
doesn't matter
that states had to have provisions for abortion.
What?
That's why every time up until now, like states have had to have provisions for abortions in this case that are like fairly wide sweeping. Nowadays, since the Supreme Court said, "Nah, there is no you can't just have Roe v. Wade be illegal here in this case." That's why we recently have states like tightening up abortion laws here, making it more restrictive and in some cases like illegal, punishable by jail time, et cetera, et cetera. Like it has become a crime. In this case is for cases that are in like the first trimesters.
That's a great, example is Roe v. Wade. It's like,
it's also it means that the Supreme Court in the past can be checked by the Supreme Court in the future too, by the way.
Very specific instances it has been.
Yes, the Supreme Court rules on specific appeals. Yes, absolutely.
90% of the laws are unconstitutional. Do you think we're going to get all those rulings and just
if some party is a grievance, yes, they can appeal it all the way up to the fucking Supreme Court or even in the federal circuit courts. And even then, states still have to abide by certain circuit court rulings because that's a certain that applies to the president there, and the Supreme Court just doesn't give a fuck basically.
I think we're going to get caught up in the weeds and not really get into the main ideas and the main points, which is like how much authority should the states have and how much authority should the courts have, how much authority should the feds have. It's like
federal. I think Jerome Powell should have all of it. Okay, I gotta end stream, and if I can going to walk into bed soon. So I just want to.
I'm done with this combo as well.
Because I won the debate.
I don't think anyone thinks that. Okay, but Bones, if you want to say any last words and shout yourself out or whatever, you can do so.
So if you want to listen to more brain damage, you can find me either on X, on Twitter, or the same thing, Twitch, YouTube, and now more recently TikTok. Bones of Doom on all those platforms except for X. It's Bones of Doom TV on X specifically. And if you want me to yell at more retards, then just follow me there.
Based.
And my last thing that I want to say is that actually the Supreme Court has ruled that I'm the victor of this, conversation and this debate. Wow. And you can't check that. There's no check after that.
True.
So.
That's what we said.
I can't say what I want to say on Twitch.
Because if you want,
I can't say what I want to say.
You gotta go through the constitutional amendment process.
Okay, he's there now. Okay, well, I appreciate you stopping by, Bones. Fun time. But yeah, I'm gonna do other shit now. So
yes.
Fun time. Okay, well, fun stream. Love streaming. Love you guys watching me stream. What day is tomorrow? Oh, I might stream tomorrow. I'm not really sure. But if not, probably the day after. But yeah, I love streaming. Love to go watching stream. It means a lot to me. Get some people watching me yell at some dumbasses. I became more retarded in this debate, indeed. The same. Okay, so head over to Tomfoolery. And like, stream, share, join the Discord. But yeah, it means a lot to me. Love you guys, and I'll see ya